Hello everyone, welcome to What If Tanjiro Was Reincarnation of Yoriichi Tsugikuni with All His Memories movie. Before we start, please go support MrNumberThree for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Tanjiro is a male. Chapter 1, Redemption. I died and I died with a lot of guilt. I was a disappointment to my family. I couldn't save my wife and son, I couldn't stop the biggest killer in history, and I couldn't save my brother. It burns me deep in my heart, if only I could have one more chance. I opened my eyes weakly. When I realized I was alive, many questions went through my mind. Why am I alive? Wasn't I dead? What happened? When I hear a woman's voice, a voice that calms me, a comforting voice, I turned my head to see the source of that voice and saw a woman with purple eyes stroking my head. Beside her, an apparently emaciated man had his arm around her. She's adorable, the woman said. Yes, I'm surprised you're not crying, the man replied with a smile and a weak voice. Look at the man more closely. And to my surprise, I realized that those were my earrings. What were they doing in his possession? What had happened to Sumiyoshi? More questions flooded my mind. I stretched my arms out towards the man and I realized that these were not my arms. This was not my body. I had only heard about it through some writings and conversations. Could it be that he had reincarnated as one of Sumiyoshi's descendants? That would explain why she has her earrings and I have this body. More questions were on the verge of tormenting me, but they disappeared when the man grabbed my hands and the woman stroked my head. I think he likes you. The woman smiled even more. I can't wait to take care of you with all my being, the man affirmed. Tears started to flow from my eyes. Was this a normal family? Is this how I should have felt as a child? Ah, she's crying, the mother said worriedly. 13 years have passed. In these 13 years, I learned several things. We are in the Taisho era, the beginning of the 20th century. And that, indeed, he was reincarnated in the body of a descendant of Sumiyoshi. Every year I watched my father Tanjiro dance, the dance of the fire god Hinokami Kagura. And it always filled my heart with joy. I was glad to know that Sumiyoshi was able to keep his promise. Today Tanjiro is no longer among us and I was able to inherit my old earrings. I'm leaving now, I said expressionlessly. Take care, Tanjiro, Kai, my mother said with all the love in the world. Are you leaving already? Replied Tquito, one of my younger brothers. No, stay longer. Pleaded Shidru, another of my brothers. Ju Hanako, one of my sisters, said anxiously. And my younger brother Rokuta watched silently beside Kai, holding onto her clothes. I looked at him stoically, although to be honest, I wish I had reacted differently. Take care, brother, and don't come back late, Nezuko, the second oldest, said warmly. Thank you, Nezuko, I replied calmly before carrying the coal and descending from the mountains. Since Tanjiro passed away, I have been selling coal to support my family. In turn, because this activity required a certain amount of physical exertion, I noticed something quickly. This body is much weaker. It's true, this body has a sense of smell that surprises me, but I was born with gifts that everyone called divine, even though I disliked calling them that. But with this body, abilities that I had innately were excluded from me. My superhuman abilities, the hunter's mark, the transparent world, the concentrated breathing, my kendo skills, the crimson blade, even the solar breathing were not at my disposal. The truth is that they had not disappeared. I could feel them, latent but faint, and I could use them again. But what for? Finally, I could have a peaceful life with a family that loved me, a humble job and a humble life. He didn't have to fight anymore. I could be happy. And that filled my heart, finally having a family, growing up normally. The nostalgic night fell, a night I remember with both love and hate, so I hurried back home. Hey kid, a man shouted at me. I turned my head in surprise. Yes, I asked. It's not a good idea to wander around here at night. It's hard to see and who knows, maybe some animal will catch you by surprise. Come on, you can stay here all night, the man replied. I was surprised by the invitation from the stranger who seemed to have good intentions. I accepted the man's invitation as it was true. It is difficult to see at night and the mountains were a hostile place. After a while I had gotten comfortable and the good Samaritan prepared dinner for me. Thank you so much, I really shouldn't have done all this, I said, embarrassed. Nonsense, you who look like a mountain boy, you should know perfectly well how hostile the mountains are, especially with the demons roaming around there. My eyes widened. I hadn't heard that word for a long time, and hearing it now made me nervous. They say they are nocturnal creatures that hunt humans at night, without remorse. I had forgotten all the damage I did by failing my only mission, how many more had died, but should I really care? I'm sure the organization was still active. The Yubayashiki won't stop until the demons do. He was sure that one day they would defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. Finally, I was stretched out on the futon the man lent me. I turned off the lights and went to sleep. I fell to my knees exhausted. The bloody scene made me cry after so long. Is this divine punishment? It had to be this way. These are the consequences of not having defeated him. This is my punishment for not killing Muzan Kibutsuji. Damn, who else could it be? They had killed my family, check the body of each one, all dead, -1. Nezuko, without wasting any time, I held her with my back and started running down the mountain. I had to hurry, I could save her, I knew I could. A while had passed, she was close, but Nezuko's wounded body began to move. Does he still have energy? No, this is. With tremendous force she began to move, which made me wobble, throwing me straight off a cliff. Luckily, the cold snow cushioned my fall. Skillfully, I landed on my feet and carefully made my way down until I reached a flat, snow-free area where I laid my sister's body. I took out my axe, the one I used for chopping down trees, but this time if my hypothesis was correct. Grrr. He opened his eyes abruptly, revealing sharp eyes like a cat's and the fangs of a beast. She quickly tried to attack me, but I reacted in time to subdue her, putting the handle of the axe in her mouth, thus preventing her from biting me. Nezuko, he shouted his name in distress. Nezuko, please. My family was dead and she had now become a demon. It was unbelievable, the perpetrator was Muzan himself. Who else could have turned her into a demon? But those thoughts disappeared when I saw my sister crying. Nezuko. He still had humanity left, he could still think like a human, there was still salvation. This was revolutionary for me, Nezuko. I heard incredibly fast footsteps coming towards us from afar. That speed. I grabbed Nezuko by the waist with one arm and dashed to the side, and at the same time a stream of water fell right where Nezuko's neck would be. I had successfully dodged it, my speed was returning to me. Incredible, you dodged that by a mile. A calm, even depressed voice told me that. A blue-eyed man with long hair and a long ponytail was standing in front of me, a demon hunter. I let my thoughts out, and because of this, that hunter was astonished. How do you know about the association? I remained silent at his question. What would I tell him? That I was reincarnated in the body of my best friend's descendant and was a hunter in my past life. If you're not going to answer me, hand the girl over to me. Nezuko was struggling amidst all this, but I prevented her from making any movement. I could feel my superhuman strength entering me again. I don't think I can do that, I replied. Do you have a death wish? He replied, end of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Training. Just leave me and my sister alone. I don't think you've realized that's not your sister anymore, I know perfectly well that she's a demon now. The blue-eyed man frowned. How do you know so much? And if you know she's a demon, why don't you hand her over to me? I have my methods and she still has some humanity left, so don't touch her, my sister. The hunter sensed my aura immediately, an aura that told him that if he tried to fight me he wouldn't end up dead, but at least without a finger. He's just a child, he tried to think to himself. He looked at me in silence. He lowered his katana and turned around. And when it seemed that he was going to walk away, I immediately turn around and with tremendous agility use my katana to try to cut my sister's neck. His face of surprise at the fact that I had managed to block it with my axe was priceless. It seemed that I was recovering my superhuman abilities. But as I suspected, this axe is nowhere near as good as the Nichiren. Its katana almost breaks the axe's edge in half. How is this possible? Water breathing right, he jumped back while maintaining his fighting stance. Just tell me, what are you trying to prove? That I am trustworthy. How could I believe that you're trying to protect a demon? Nezuko stared fiercely at the hunter all this time. Tusk, Nezuko, please forgive me. Quickly and effectively, I knocked Nezuko down with a strike to the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. I carefully laid her on the ground. Can we talk now? The hunter looked at Nezuko carefully. Good. He said, putting away his Nichiren katana. You can call me Tomioka Jiu. Kamado Tanjiro. We stared at each other from hunter to hunter. In this situation, who was the prey and who was the hunter? I need to ask you a favor. Tomioka looked at me indifferently. I want you to train me. Now Tomioka finally shifted his facial expression slightly. Do you want me to train you? You could say I'm a bit rusty. From one stoic to another, we spoke to each other with a tranquility and serenity that would put anyone to sleep. I would have originally sent you to someone else, but asking me to train you personally. Do you know who I am? Judging by your skills, a pillar. Although he was nowhere near as powerful as a pillar from the Sengoku era, the aura he emanated gave the impression of a pillar. That's right, and that's why you can't just ask me to train you. Then at least tell me where I could train. I had to become strong, I have to defeat him, I can't afford another defeat. During this time, Tomioka sent me to Sakonji Yurikodaki, a former water pillar who retaught me all the basics. Thanks to his relatively basic but constant training, I was able to recover some of my superhuman abilities. Also, it seems that Yorikodaki was astonished by my incredible swordsmanship skills and my tremendous ability as well as my knowledge about demons and the organization. The truth is, he didn't feel like even a fraction of his original self. At the same time, it seems that Nezuko, having rejected human flesh, regained her energy through sleep, so she slept throughout my training. I was able to complete my training in 4 months due to my learning speed, and Yorikodaki gave me my final test. I have no doubt that you will be able to pass this test easily. After this, there is still a year and a half until the next selection. Once you have completed this, I will tell you what you will do. You have done an incredible job, Tanjiro. I nodded at Yurikodaki's instructions and he proudly nodded back. Break this rock in half. It's not something that's difficult for me. Thanks to Yurikodaki, I recovered some of my physical abilities, but it seemed that this body was reaching its limit each time. This made me extremely tense. How could I defeat Muzan if I didn't even have 100% of my power? In a small burst of anger, I charged headlong into the rock, breaking it perfectly in half. Put away the katana and look at it carefully, dissociating yourself a little. Incredible. I came to my senses when I heard someone, "Who are you?" I turned my head, searching for the source of that voice.
Here.
This time a female voice spoke, and on top of the 2 halves of the rich woman were 2 boys my age. You could easily defeat him, the boy said. Yes, it's incredible how quickly you completed Yurikodaki's training, the girl affirmed. I remained silent and looked at them. You can call me Sabit.
And I, Makomo.
Both boys explained it to me. We've only come to pay a quick visit to the student prodigy, Sabito said in a serious voice. And also, Makomo added. When he comes, tell him that it's okay, it wasn't your fault, Sabito asked me, and so as if they were made of air they disappeared. I was confused by what had just happened, but I could sense something. My late mother was a strong believer, and she once explained to me about spirits and ghosts, tormented souls who had unresolved conflicts. Could it be that they were that? It's good to see you're doing well, Jiu. Tomioka remained silent as he drank from his cup of green tea. I looked at him expressionlessly and he did the same. Tanjiro, Jiu has come here to give you instructions on what you will do for the next year and a half. Kamado, I must admit, you surprised me, but now it's simply ridiculous. You completed Yurikodaki's training in 4 months. I only know one other person who's done that, and even he took 6 months. What I'm trying to say is that your actions haven't gone unnoticed. Yurikodaki sent me a letter of recommendation, and I, in turn, sent one to the leader of the Demon Hunter Corporation.
The boss.
I interrupted Tomioka. I remember the master from my time. He was barely a child, but he behaved in a serious, mature, and adult manner. However, when I was expelled from the hunters, part of his inner child came out. He tried to make the other pillars reconsider, but in vain. But that will be an action I will not forget. Yes, the boss has been impressed by your early abilities and wants you to get into action as soon as possible. With all this, it means you'll enter the profession of demon hunter earlier than anyone else, Yurikodaki explained to me. That's why the corporation congratulates you, Tanjiro. Let's go outside so we can give you what's due.
What?
3 beings were waiting for me outside, a Kakashi, a blacksmith, and a Kasugai crow. "Ho, so this is the prodigy?" Kakashi asked. It's been a pleasure creating a katana for you. You can call me Hagenzuka, the blacksmith with the strange mask stated. Croaked the crow. Kakashi handed me my uniform. Hagenzuka handed me my Nishirn katana, which turned black, and the Kasugai crow perched on my shoulder. Black? That's a rare color, you know. Hunters with black Nichiren blades don't live very long, so having one is considered a bad omen, so. Hagenzuka Yurikodaki interrupted him. Yurikodaki turned and placed his arm on one of my shoulders. Now, Tanjiro, this is a secret operation. I've never done anything like this before, so you need to hide from the other hunters as best you can. Go to the hunter exam as soon as it opens, and make sure you take these clothes off beforehand. Come back here in a year and a half and take care. A while passed and everyone returned respectively. Right now Tomioka was preparing to retire. Tomioka, Kamado, call me Tanjiro. Okay, then call me Jiu. We didn't get off to a good start, but it seems that Jiu has managed to gain some respect and even appreciation for me. Sabito tells you it's okay, it wasn't your fault. Jiu's eyes widened in shock. He looked into my eyes with a mixture of confusion, fear, and gratitude. Tanjiro H. How? I didn't let him finish when I started to march. I said goodbye to Yurikodaki as I walked further away, and Jiu remained motionless. You wouldn't want a rookie to beat you, would you? Yurikodaki mocked. Then Jiu came to his senses, still confused, but with nothing else to do, he continued his preparations. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, First Lower Moon. Thank you, really thank you, a man shouted at the top of his lungs in gratitude, probably because he just saved him from being killed by a demon. Ignore their thanks, as this was already an everyday occurrence for me. After a short walk, I ended up far from the village. My current outfit consisted of a straw hat, my green and black Hayori, and the demon hunter uniform. A powerful demon is suspected in the west. go there right now. A year and 6 months had passed, and in a few days he would finally return to Nezuko and Yurikodaki. During this time I have been trying to find a way to reverse the demonification and thus return Nezuko to human form, aside from hunting demons that were unusually stronger. Obviously, I didn't find any cure. 300 years have passed and still the organization is not recognized by the government and no treatment has been invented to combat demonization. But I couldn't stop, I made a mistake and I had to fix it, killing as many demons as I could. Because of me, many more people died and it hurts. This is my redemption. I arrived at a coastal city, you could see the sea from here and you could breathe the salt water from everywhere. It was a sunny day, so at this moment no demon could appear. What I did for the day was investigate. Rumors can create a very clear location of a demon's whereabouts. Apparently there have been several cases of disappearances, bubbling pools of blood and melting bodies in the city. It was grotesque, but nothing less could be expected from demons. Night was falling and the sun was setting and I was enjoying a bowl of ramen. Ramen was truly a new taste for me. In the Sengoku era I didn't remember it existing, or at least, I never had the opportunity to experience it. Here you are. Please provide the amount of yen the dish cost. Thank you, come back soon. I left the small but cozy restaurant and the moon was making its presence known, the demons would soon emerge. A demon was abusing a woman who was crying with her bloodied and badly injured body without the strength to do anything but cry. He reached out his hand towards her and she could do nothing but shrink back. Ha. In moments the woman was screaming in pain and seconds later her lifeless body lay there. The girl appeared to be melted and had several second and third-degree burns. The demon enjoyed his cooked dish which oozed bubbling blood. What that demon did not expect was that a presence that only said death appeared behind him. Shokyusen. His name, he had called him by his name. Shokyusen turned his head. I have an order for you. Those words were enough to put incredible pressure throughout his body. Tell me, Master Kibutsuji. A demon hunter wearing 2 Hanafuda earrings has come here. Make sure no trace of him remains. Your skills are perfect for this task. Don't fail me. The presence disappeared, leaving a clear order for Shokyusen. Night had fallen and I began to walk calmly under the moonlight. The moon, a certain feeling of sadness and nostalgia, would always come to me whenever I looked at it, probably because it reminded me of him. Silence filled the streets. My already slow steps began to decelerate until I came to a complete stop. From here you could hear the faint sound of the sea waves crashing against the pier even if you were relatively far away from it. Amid the sound of the waves, the bright moon, I unsheathed my katana. Who, have you already discovered me? A sharp voice spoke. Water breathing, first stance, surface cut. On the roof of a house was a demon with black hair that ended in a greenish gradient with 2 small pigtails curiously above the hair, with his torso completely exposed being covered only by shorts and sandals. I leaped towards his neck. He quickly tried to counter my attack with a greenish liquid without success. At this point he jumped up to the roof on his left and I ended up in his old place. That's new, no one has been able to counteract my acid before. Honestly, this was new to me too. During this time this body has accumulated experience and more strength. Along with mine, no demon could even dodge one of my cuts. But this demon has tried to counter it and has even been able to dodge it. This was no ordinary demon. And so it was, her eyes said, first lower moon. I hadn't encountered a moon for a long time, and the last time I did, it was a horrible experience. The master has given me clear orders. You can remember me as Shokyusen. It will probably be the last name you remember. Shokyusen expelled his acid towards me, which I countered with water breathing, one of his great advantages, defense. Water breathing, 9th stance, chaotic splash. I started jumping between the surrounding walls and ceilings in this stance. Shokyusen was clearly outpaced by my speed. Tusk, don't play with me, you're nothing more than a human. Shokyusen released large amounts of his acid around his body, expelling it. I, who was going for his neck, was forced to defend myself. Water breathing, 6th form, whirlpool vortex. I spun my body, creating a whirlpool that completely diverted the acid towards the houses. When I looked around, several houses started turning on their lights, probably because of the noise. I have to finish this. Before I could do anything else, Shokyusen shot a drop of acid at me which I dodged, passing by the side of my head. Just one drop. When I looked closer, Shokyusen's hand was shaped like a gun. Note: you might think that since Yoriichi comes from the past he shouldn't really know what a gun is. Well, you're wrong. If you remember, Tanjiro knew what a firearm was, so Yoriichi must have learned it too. He looked at me with a frown and his teeth clenched in a grimace of anger. Die already. He started relentlessly shooting drops of acid at me. I began jumping from roof to roof and using water breathing to counter some of them. But this could not continue. Many impacted against houses and began to melt several of them, and citizens began to come out. If this continued, the collateral damage would be devastating. I didn't think I'd use this here, but…
Sun breath first posture waltz.
Guh, I whimpered in surprise at this breathing. I jumped towards him with all my might. This attempt to counteract with his acid was unsuccessful. I tried to dodge it, but it was too late. The fire illuminated the room, and in a split second, Shokyusen's neck flew off.
My neck it has. You have let me down.
Suddenly, everything about him exploded. Nothing remained except for a few small drops of blood that evaporated instantly, since the sun was rising. Hey you, what the hell are you doing up there? Everyone looked in my direction. They had seen that last demonstration. Some looked at me with fear, others with surprise, and others with admiration. But the one who specifically caught my attention was the owner of the house. I quickly climbed down from the roof, surprising the owner. I stretched out my legs, inhaled deeply, and ran off at tremendous speed, leaving a trail of fire that disappeared. I guess I'll have to change my fighting style to solar breathing. Caw Lower Moon Defeated by Kamado Tanjiro. Who helped him? He did it all by himself. He defeated the first Lower Moon all by himself. Easily and without injury. He did it alone, easily, without wounds. The boss stared in astonishment at the news from that crow. He had no doubts Kamado Tanjiro was a prodigy among prodigies, but he was never sure if he reached the level of a pillar. But with this there was no doubt he had reached the level of a pillar. Perhaps he had done so a long time ago. Having defeated the first Lower Moon, one pillar would have at least received a scratch, but he hadn't received any. I couldn't wait for him to complete the exam and officially begin as a hunter. Kamado Tanjiro, will you be the one to defeat the Demon King?
End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, The Exam.
From afar, an elderly man could be seen sweeping up the leaves that had fallen in front of his house. It was none other than Yurikodaki Sakanji who looked up, just to see a red-haired boy with a long ponytail, wearing his characteristic green and black plaid hayori. Tanjiro or Yoriichi had returned. It's good to see you, Tanjiro. It's been over a year, and I'm glad to see you're in better shape than ever. Yurikodaki said as he sat down. He gave me a warm welcome by preparing a vegetable and beef stew. Yes, even though I have to leave tomorrow. I said the exam was tomorrow and I had to get there on time, even though it would be a walk in the park. I felt nervous. Yurikodaki was preparing the stew for me to regain my energy after a long walk. And how is Nezuko? Obviously, I hadn't forgotten who I did all this for. My mission, to restore Nezuko's humanity. She's still asleep. The transition from human to demon probably drained a lot of energy, and she's still recovering since she hasn't eaten human flesh. I understand. I lowered my head slightly upon learning that Nezuko had not yet awakened from her long sleep, and I feared that for some reason she might not wake up. But I couldn't lose faith. I have to keep going, not only for Nezuko, but for myself. I want to correct my biggest mistake and greatest sorrow. Don't worry, I'm sure she'll wake up soon. For now, here. Yurikodaki opened a small cabinet to take out a fox mask. This mask has an enchantment that will protect you, and even if it doesn't work, I'd like you to have it.
What?
I received it carefully and checked it. It was quite a nice mask. Thank you, Yurikodaki. Yurikodaki murmured in approval without saying much more. The day arrived, and inside the mountain of wisteria that shone with its characteristic purple color, a large plaza rose up. Wisteria, I remember what it was used for. Its leaves emanate an energy similar to that of the sun that scared away and harmed the demons. In the entrance area, there were several applicants who didn't look at each other, apart from a few who seemed to already know each other. But two girls who were standing on a pedestal spoke up. Although it was the first time I had seen them, I immediately realized that these were descendants of the Yubayashiki clan. It seemed that they would be the ones to explain the test. Welcome, young applicants, said the white-haired woman. Welcome to the hunter exam, continued the black-haired woman. So they explained what the test consisted of. You had to survive at least 7 days in the area around the top of Mount Fujikasen where the selection took place, but which was full of hungry demons because they had not had the opportunity to eat human flesh. It should be easy, I thought to myself. I was running east where the sun would rise sooner, so I wouldn't have to worry too much about demons. A few demons ended up in my path. It was inevitable. It's the essence of the exam after all. But ever since I started my training, I've had this feeling, a sensation. I am not as powerful as I used to be. It was obvious that he was definitely much stronger than any average hunter. But even so, I don't feel strong enough to defeat him. This body limited me much more than I expected. These thoughts were interrupted when I heard some screams. I turned my gaze and it appeared to be a young aspirant fleeing from a demon. Have standards really dropped that low? I asked myself genuinely, if you can't even kill a demon that thinks irrationally, how could you possibly deal with normal demons? That's when I saw an attack heading towards the challenger. So with a leap, I defended the boy with my black Nichiren, cutting off one of his arms. When I turned my gaze to look at the demon, I saw an amorphous mass of arms and hands in which only yellow eyes with X-shaped pupils could be distinguished, and it gave off an extremely unpleasant smell. Go away, I told the applicant, who ran off with tears in his eyes. Ah, it seems another little fox has appeared, the demon remarked, bursting into laughter. Little fox. What could it refer to? The question was interrupted by an attack from him. Several of his many arms lunged at me, so without thinking twice I cut off all the arms while I began to approach him with extreme speed. The surprised demon tried to attack me further with his arms without success. Amid the intensity of the fight, I realized what he meant when he said little fox. The mask. Memories came flooding back to me. Those two strange young men, Sabito and Makomo, had masks that were extremely similar to mine. The reason or why he seemed to have a special interest in these, perhaps it was because it was related to Yorikodaki. I decided to stop my attacks and back down. Do you know Yorikodaki? I asked him. The demon seemed not to react, but he began to clench his hands tightly in frustration. What year of the Meiji era is this? He asked angrily. We are in the Taisho era, I replied indifferently. Now he seemed completely enraged, as if he were about to explode at any moment. Shit, we've Changed era, we've Changed era. The demon began to pound the ground in absolute fury. Urokodaki, you'll pay for this. Confused by his anger, I asked again. How do you know Yorikodaki? He was the one who locked me in here. He shouted, before taking a short break to relax. It's been 47 years since he put me in this damned cage. Since then I've been killing all his students. I recognize the material the masks he gives each of them are made of. It's the same as his Tengu mask. The demon paused to relax again. Ah, the look on his face every time one of his students doesn't return. The demon laughed maliciously. Although I remember two in particular, they were together. One had a scar on his face and orange hair. The other had black hair and a slim but agile body. Well, anyway, both are dead. The amorphous demon began to laugh loudly, each laugh enraging me more, as I realized immediately. Orange hair, a thin body, and black hair. They were Sabito and Makomo, and this demon devoured them. All the dots connected immediately. I angrily gripped the handle of my Nishirn and lunged towards him with extreme speed. Surprised, he tried to defend himself with his arms. Damn, looks like we've got a SMARTWORD. With my sense of smell, I detected something underground. I jumped up and several arms suddenly appeared. It seems that, taking advantage of the fact that I was in the air, the demon sent me an ultimatum, a sickening number of arms ready to destroy me. But regardless, I got into position. I was going to cut off his head no matter what it took. Sun breath, 11th stance, dragon's solar hail. Blazing fire sliced through the multitude of arms like butter. Seeing this, the demon desperately sent out more arms, but it was useless, as they were all instantly severed. And when he least expected it, it was right in front of him. Deftly, I made a clean cut to his neck. The demon, stunned, tried to move, only to realize what had just happened. He began to disintegrate. This was everything to him. Faint memories of his life as a human came to him, and tears began to flow. I stood there watching as she tried to call someone, her brother, whimpering weakly. I turned around and continued on my way. May Amaterasu have mercy on him. The sun was rising, and I was standing next to the survivors of the final selection. A young girl in pink clothes and black hair with a strange look. A blonde-haired boy who looked traumatized, trembling with fear and seemed to be muttering, "I'm going to die." And finally a boy also with black hair and wearing purple clothes with a look full of fury. The two young women arrived again and stood on the pedestal. "We are pleased to see you young applicants," they congratulated Mose in unison. "After this you will officially become demon hunters," the black-haired woman continued. Both of them prostrated themselves, giving us their respect and admiration. "Okay, fine, but when are we getting the Nichiren blades?" The one in purple clothes asked impatiently. "First we'll provide you with the uniform, then we'll take your measurements," replied the woman with white hair. "Now," continued the one with black hair. They both applauded, and 3 crows and a sparrow descended from the sky. They were Kasugai crows and I suppose a Kasugai sparrow. It seems they didn't bother to change my crow, though it wasn't a problem. "The Kasugai crows will allow you to easily communicate for missions or messages," they explained. "A crow, but I have a sparrow," complained the yellow one. "I don't give a shit," interrupted the boy in purple, angrily taking off the crow. "I want the katana," he demanded angrily. He approached the white-haired girl in an intimidating manner, who was content to explain how it worked. "The Nichiren swords will be delivered within 14 to 15 days, he replied calmly. Angered, the boy grabbed the girl by the hair, but she did nothing. "I don't care." "I want the car." He was interrupted when he felt someone touch his shoulder. "Calm down," I asked him seriously. "Huh, and who are you to tell me to calm down?" I started squeezing his shoulder, which he noticed immediately. What the hell?" He tried to escape and take my arm away with his, which I allowed, letting him go free. What's wrong with that strength? The fearful yellow youth seemed to want to do something, while the girl in pink clothes was still staring at her crow. A while later, we all returned to our places, and the girls removed the cloth that was on a pedestal, revealing the Tamahagyun mineral. "Please choose the mineral to make your Nishirn." I didn't see the need to do it since I already owned one, but if it was what I had to do, I suppose it was inevitable. With my eyes and my sense of smell, I grabbed the mineral. I didn't know what it was, but I simply felt that I had to choose that one. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5, My Repentance.
At daybreak, as the sun was setting, a young man with reddish hair could be seen walking calmly with a serious and stoic face. I finally finished the final selection. Night had fallen and I was extremely close to Yurikodaki's home. A week has passed. Up on the small hill with the road leading to Yurikodaki, I could see a figure in front of the house. My eyes opened wide. Nezuko had finally woken up. Instinctively, I ran down the hill and without warning, I hugged Nezuko tightly. She seemed surprised at first, but slowly she returned the hug. Meanwhile, an old man wearing a Tengu mask dropped the wood he was holding in his arms and with a slow step joined the embrace. I'm glad to see you, Tanjiro. I hadn't said anything this whole time, but the heat between us and the fact that she had finally woken up broke me right there. Silent tears fell down my cheeks and in a faint voice I said, I'm so glad to see you, while the sound of crickets filled the air. We finally settled inside. Nezuko seemed to have gone to sleep again. Yurikodaki and I were kneeling in front of a fire, listening to the logs crackling. Take the opportunity to explain to Yurikodaki what happened in the selection process, and the truth behind all of his students. I see so that Super Demon was killing them all. Yes, I hope Sabito and Makomo can rest now. Yurikodaki remained silent, but it was clear that he was extremely surprised. Tanjiro, how is it possible that? I looked at him for a moment before turning my gaze back to the fire. My mother told me about spirits, tormented souls who had unfinished business in life, I explained, simply to keep quiet. It wasn't Kai who explained this to me, but rather my mother from a past life whom I remember with great affection. Yurikodaki kept looking at me but surrendered and somehow relieved. He accepted my explanation, turning his gaze back to the flame. During the following days I received my Nichiren katana. Again, Hagenzuka complained about how it was a waste to make another one when I already had one in perfect condition, but that I still enjoyed making it. Yurikodaki, for his part, handed me a special wooden box, explaining that it was much more resistant and also lighter, so it would allow me to carry Nezuko inside. After all, she could shrink due to her demonic abilities. Finally, it was time to say goodbye, a moment filled with emotion, but I was more than certain that this wouldn't be the last time Yurikodaki and I would see each other. Essentially, this was all about the experiences of two elderly people. I was hunting demons everywhere. My efficiency and ridiculous hunting speed made me rise through the ranks quickly. Soon, I reached the rank of Kano, the 4th rank of the organization. Note, I've skipped an entire arc. Yes, I know. I'm sorry to all those who for some reason wanted to see Yoriichi against the Swamp Demon. But the arc didn't really offer anything in terms of plot other than demonstrating that Nezuko had offensive capabilities. Caw, time to go to Asakusa. They say a demon is hiding in Tokyo. Caw, sheath my Nichiren sword. The raven had arrived just as I killed the demon I was hunting. I hurriedly started running towards Asakusa, guided by my crow Kasugai. I'm feeling dizzy. The crowd walked and talked, the tall buildings were lit up and there were many signs. For a country boy and an old man from a bygone era, this was terribly overwhelming. With no particular direction in mind, I decided to start walking through the crowd. Nezuko was falling asleep, so I was forced to take her hand and guide her. Everything was extremely confusing, but between the trams, the tall illuminated buildings, and the exaggerated crowd, I finally arrived at a remote site. There was an udon stand, so resigned, I sat down. Noodles with yam, I asked the worker. I noticed how his face was white. I tried to maintain a neutral expression as best I could, but it was obvious that he wasn't well. Marching, he replied without asking many questions. I looked up at the sky, expecting beautiful views of the stars, but to my surprise, there was nothing. I started to get really confused. Had the stars disappeared? Am I so unwell that I can't see them? These thoughts were interrupted when I noticed something on my shoulder. It was Nezuko, who had finally fallen asleep. She couldn't help but smile slightly. Noodles with yam, enjoy, announced the worker. I silently grabbed the bowl and began to drink her soup. It was a cold night and the hot soup made me feel a slight shiver down my spine. Just as I was about to enjoy the noodles, I dropped the bowl, breaking it. This smell. An intense smell of death, blood, and suffering hit my nose. This smell, it's the same as that day, this feeling. I stood up quickly and with a great burst of energy, I ran towards the smell. He avoided people as much as he could. He was going at high speeds. It was here or never. Who knew when he would have this opportunity? People moved aside when they saw me running so fast, while those who didn't notice, I simply dodged. I could feel it was close. That's when I saw a man in a black suit and a white hat. At the sound of the crowd, the man turned around only to see me unsheathing my katana and ready to strike the first blow. At that moment, we both realized. After so many centuries, we recognized each other instantly. Maybe it was because of my movements, maybe because of my appearance, but he knew it. Muzan.
Yoriichi.
Dad, said a sweet voice. The katana wasn't fully drawn, but when I heard those words, I stopped. Meanwhile, I could see Muzan sweating and with an expression that seemed to be nervous. Could it be that he never forgot our fight? We both stood there staring at each other. You could say that we looked to our regret, Dad. Muzan let out a small sound of surprise only to lower his gaze and try to regain his composure. He gave a small turn to show that he was carrying a little girl in a red dress. Who is Dad? He asked innocently. Muzan didn't seem to say anything, but a moment later he smiled. I don't know, darling. Do you need something, young man? That last word, young man, seemed to be said with a certain sarcastic tone. Was he mocking me? Did he know that I didn't intend to harm him in this crowd? Wow, who is it, darling? Another female voice asked. I don't know, I'm sorry, but I think he's mistaken me for someone else. He let his left arm fall. Well, if it's nothing. By this point I had already sheathed my katana. What I was doing now was watching her every move, her lips, her eyes, her arms. Why had he left his arm, Ka? The question was quickly answered when a young man passed by us, only to be promptly scratched by the Demon King's sharp nails. I quickly walked between him and his wife, but not before giving him a cold, wordless look. He did the same. Huh, are you okay? Asked the girl accompanying the young man. Excuse me, I told the girl, quickly pinning the young man to the ground face down. What are you doing? She asked, frightened as she watched him randomly attack her boyfriend. I, without saying a word, was prepared to unsheath my Nichiren sword while I awaited the inevitable. So the young man started growling and kicking. I was able to put him down easily. He wasn't putting up much of a fight. I took out my Nichiren sword and prepared to slice his throat. The thought that just a moment ago I was a normal boy filled me with sadness, and at the same time I was filled with anger. He had failed again. Once again he could not defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. I turned my head to look at the Demon King, only to see him walk away into the distance. Hey, stop right there. With the Nichiren torch held high, I heard a man scream, "Leave the boy alone now." It was then that I saw the crowd watching me with fear. After all, they didn't understand what was happening. The 3 police officers quickly approached me and they looked as if they were about to beat me. That's when an intense but pleasant floral scent appeared. The area was quickly covered in flowers that blocked everyone's view. A demonic art. I started looking around. It was impossible that it was the young man below me. He had just transformed into a demon, so who? I'm glad to see you again, a soft, sweet voice spoke. Yoriichi Tamayo continued.
End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, An Old Face and a New Ally.
I froze right there, staring at that woman I hadn't seen for literally centuries. He was accompanied by a boy with white hair that faded to black.
Yoriichi, my servant will look for you. For now, flee.
Without any warning, she began to run through the crowd while the boy grabbed the demonized young man. Similarly, I fled the area in search of Nezuko. My problem isn't the money or the broken bowl. My problem is that you didn't finish my delicious dish that I made with so much love. The udon shop clerk was scolding me and I just stood there next to Nezuko, who seemed to finally be waking up. Okay, then give me 2 bowls of noodles with yam, I said as I raised my arm to show the number 2 with my fingers. Of course, coming right up, shouted the shop assistant enthusiastically as he quickly set to work with a strange combination of fury and passion. 2 noodles with yam, you'd better eat it. With monstrous speed I ate everything from the first bowl in what seemed like one gulp. How voracious! Exclaimed the shop assistant in shock. Then I did the same with the second one. The shop assistant smiled proudly. Damn, now that's cooking fun. I don't want your dirty money, but come back soon. Why yes, I replied timidly. So there we were in the darkness of the night, illuminated by the headlights. Nezuko and I were walking when I heard a psst. I turned my head in the direction of the sound to see the servant of that demon. Somehow we passed through a wall and a mansion was revealed which appeared to belong to that demon and her servant. A while later we finally settled down. Tamayo was preparing some tea. Nezuko stretched out on the floor. I didn't stop her since she looked adorable doing it. The demon served my glass and hers and a third one for her servant. The 3 of us sat down. It seemed that it was finally time to talk. You look different, Yoriichi, he stated. I looked at the demon silently but nodded. When I died, my soul ended up in the body of the descendant of a good friend of mine, specifically this one. I'm currently looking for a way to make my sister human again in this life. I took a sip of tea. Reincarnation, maybe you don't remember me, but... No, I do remember you were with him back then, I said, stroking Nezuko's forehead. She was surprised for a moment but let out a slight smile. My name is Tamayo and yes, I was with you back then. My servant's name is Yushiro. Take another sip. Is it another demon? I asked calmly. Yes, however, he is not under Muzan's control. It was a long process, more precisely 200 years, but I was able to transform him into a demon without his blood. 200 years, I could only think about the time that had passed since my death in my other life, so much time it was almost nostalgic. I see, but you must have called me for a reason, I stated calmly. She nodded and her expression became more serious. Yoriichi, I don't know anyone and probably no one ever will who has come so close to defeating the demon. I clenched my fists, the mere thought of having failed made me shudder. I admire you for that, Tamayo confessed to me. I opened my eyes in surprise. Was he admiring me for not defeating the Demon King? Those movements you made, your agility, strength, and reflexes, Yoriichi. What I'm trying to say is that I have a cure for demonification, and I want you to help me. Look at Tamayo with your mouth open and your eyes wide open. All this time I had blamed myself for not defeating the Demon King, but she congratulated me for almost defeating him. I looked at the ground, not because I was thinking about his proposal. The answer was clear from the start, or rather to hide my tears. Even though it's just one person, someone recognized my attempt. Maybe it wasn't enough for the world or for me, but maybe, just maybe, it was more than enough for her. Nezuko, worried, grabbed my hand and looked at me. Yes, I'd love to help you, I said, still looking at the ground but in a normal voice. I dried my tears and looked at her again. This time she seemed worried. Are you okay? Did you cry because I did something wrong? I looked down for a moment, glancing at Nezuko, but immediately afterwards I answered. No, quite the opposite in fact, I smiled warmly. She in turn seemed surprised, but she smiled back at me. Hey, what are you doing smiling at Miss Tamayo like that? Let it be clear that only I, Yushiro. Tamayo exclaimed, stopping Yushiro. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, ma'am, and obediently he sat down again with his serious face. If you're truly willing to do that, Yoriichi, I can help you and your sister. To do so, I need you to defeat the demon moons. This time, she explained this to me with an extremely serious expression. Demons with a high concentration of Muzan will be extremely useful to me in finding a cure. I took my last sip of tea. I understand, of course, no problem. Fantastic, since I know you won't have the opportunity to deliver all the samples to me personally. She looked at Yushiro, who quickly said, appear. Gently, as if by magic, a calico cat appeared out of nowhere. This is Chachimaru. As you can see, he has a small backpack on his back. Inside are syringes that automatically draw up liquid. She opened the small backpack, took out the syringe, and showed it to me. I want you to use this syringe when you defeat a demon moon, then put it back in the backpack. Chachimaru will then leave and we can investigate the blood. She handed me the syringe so I could inspect it more closely. I picked it up and examined it, turning it from side to side. It seemed to be hollow inside and had a sharp edge, probably for stabbing demons, so I kept it inside my Hayori so I would always have one on hand. I don't know how to thank you for this, Tamayo, I said, looking at the ground. She smiled kindly. There's nothing to thank me for, I'm the one who should be thanking you, he replied. Yushiro seemed to be looking at me with a certain murderous intent which I ignored when I smelled a demonic scent. Get down! Yushiro shouted. A ball went through the wall, destroying it. Yushiro grabbed Tamayo and protected her with his body. I did the same with Nezuko. The ball bounced aggressively around the room, finally destroying another one. Through the hole on the outside, two humanoid figures could be seen amidst all the dust of the rubble. They both seemed to be laughing recklessly. Do you already know how you'll kill them? A male voice said. In the cruelest way, right, said a female voice while laughing. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Arrows and Balls. The demon quickly threw another ball in our direction. I was able to dodge it without much trouble, however. Somehow it changed course instantly, heading towards Yushiro's head. Consequently, his head was completely destroyed. Yushiro, I murmured. Don't worry about us, Yoriichi, Tamayo shouted at me. Regain your composure by remembering that after all they are still demons, something like that won't kill them. I drew my katana and got into a fighting stance as the dust finally shot up. Two demons, a woman and a man, were standing right there, one playing with a ball and the other showing eyes coming out of his hands. So you're the one who killed the first lower moon. Jaya hahaha, I don't believe you, the demon said playfully. Don't be reckless, Suzumaru. Remember that the master was furious when he found out about this boy, and even more so when he killed Shokyusen, the demon said, somewhat annoyed. Yes, whatever Yahaba, then I guess the only thing we have to do is bring her head. The demon laughed as she began throwing her balls at me. I quickly decided to counterattack. Sun-breathing 7th form, sunflower speed. With a powerful thrust amidst the fire, I nailed the ball that was coming towards me, and due to the power of the technique, my blade went directly for the demons, who miraculously dodged it. Shit, it seems the master wasn't joking, the demon said worriedly. And on top of that, he's got me covered in dust. The other shouted, annoyed and angry, don't be so fussy. Go upstairs if the dust bothers you so much. As she spoke, she undressed, leaving only a top. It seems she did this to generate 4 more arms, leaving a total of 6 arms and summoning a ball in each one. Meanwhile, the other demon rises up in the treetops. Nezuko, take care of the demon. I yelled at my sister. She nodded and charged at the demon. Meanwhile, I started jumping between the treetops until I found him who had escaped. Tusk, stay away and don't get me covered in dust. He showed his hand and closed the eye he had, and out of nowhere an invisible force began to move me through the sky, leaving me at a considerable height. Hey you, what are you doing? Avoid the arrows. Yushiro yelled angrily at me. Arrows, what are you talking about? Damn, so you can't see them, then I'll lend you my vision. And quickly, I take out a piece of paper and send it straight to me in the middle of a fall. Like a feather, the paper stuck to my forehead and some inscriptions appeared on it, but for now I had to stop my fall. Sun Breath 5th Stance, Wheel of Fire. Using this technique, I was able to stop my fall mid-fall, gently landing on the ground. Out of nowhere, a burning sensation began to spread through my lungs and I immediately realized it. I never used solar breathing techniques more than once in my battles against demons. This was the first time I used more than one in combat. But this would also work for me. My body might adapt more quickly to the constant use of breathing. It seems that although I am much more used to the sun's breath, my body was not. This body is blocking me again. This was starting to get heavy, but it wasn't the time to complain. I quickly located the demon again and climbed into the treetops. He immediately closed another eye of his hand, releasing an arrow.
Was that what Yushiro meant?
I quickly dodged it, noticeably annoying the demon, who began to send a barrage of arrows. Moving through the treetops and using some gymnastic moves, I was able to easily dodge them all. Then I did a dive roll. Note, I'm embarrassed to ask, but if anyone knows how to translate dive roll, the gymnastic move, into Spanish, please comment.
Sun breathing 9th posture, Sun said.
In midair, face down and on his back, I cut off the head of that demon. We both fell to the ground. Just as I was planning to leave, I heard the demon say something. How dare you smear my head with dirt? You bastard, you'll pay for this. Surprisingly, the demon did not disintegrate at that moment and instead launched one last attack. Now dozens of arrows were coming towards me, ready to send me flying and slam me against the walls and the floor, but I didn't plan to allow that. Sun breathing, 6th stance, blazing sun. With this technique, I created a vortex of fire that caught all the arrows, deflecting them, and once the flames dissipated, so did the arrows. Shit, bastard. Stop. The demon could not finish his sentence as his mouth disintegrated along with his entire body. I fell to my knees while trying to catch my breath. The continuous use of sun breathing put tremendous stress on this body's lungs. With a few slow breaths, I was able to stop the burning pain in my chest. I stood up, took one last breath, and ran towards Nezuko. When I turned the corner, I saw Tamayo talking to the demon. Yushiro, seeing me, quickly approached and put a handkerchief over my mouth. Here, take this. Mrs. Tamayo's blood is harmful to humans like you. Yushiro glared at me angrily but seemed to relax as he thought of something. You know, I have no idea what kind of relationship you and Mrs. Tamayo have, but I swear you two had something going on. I held the handkerchief to my mouth. No, we didn't have that kind of relationship, I replied calmly to the boy. It's better if it's like this. Mercy, please, sir, mercy. Yushiro was interrupted by the desperate cries of that demon, who seemed to be crying and pleading with someone. When I turned my gaze, a grotesque scene appeared. Gigantic arms emerged from its mouth and stomach. We were all stunned, but we knew what it was. Muzan's curse. Any reference to his identity would be severely punished with the subject's death. And so it happened. The demon's head was crushed by the arm that came out of her mouth, killing her instantly. His body fell lifeless. I turned my gaze to Tamayo and Nezuko, and I could see that she seemed to be falling asleep. Thank God he didn't see that. The sun was rising in the distance, and Tamayo and Yushiro took Nezuko to the basement to shield her from the sun. I stood watching as the demon's body disintegrated when I heard her voice. It was her voice, yes, but it was different. It was like a little girl's voice, a little girl asking to play one last time with her ball. Heartbroken, I left the last ball beside me, hearing a faint thank you. And so another soul left this world. I decided to turn around and head back towards the now destroyed mansion and look for Tamayo and Yushiro. I looked around the hallway and saw an open hatch leading to the basement. I went down the stairs, and when I turned around I saw Nezuko, who happily ran towards me and gave me a warm hug. I returned the hug, holding her tightly, when out of nowhere she turned around and approached Tamayo, giving him a hug. Surprised, she returned the hug, confused. Yushiro simply watched in astonishment as that girl dared to touch his mistress. I think he sees you as my family, I told them. Huh, but we're demons. Why? She was interrupted when Nezuko raised her arm and stroked Yushiro's head, who was clearly embarrassed and angry. Gah, that's enough, brat. He tried to pull his hand away from Nezuko, but she wouldn't let him, so giving up, he simply let her continue. When I turned my gaze to Tamayo, she was crying. Ah, sorry, Nezuko, leave Tama. And no, it's not that Tamayo hugged Nezuko tightly while she continued to cry. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8, The Current Generation.
Under the sun, I was walking in the direction of my next mission. Caw-caw, to the southeast, go southeast, Tanjiro. The crow cried in a strange voice. I haven't bothered to answer him at all for the last 30 minutes. I just silently continued on my way. This was until I heard a peculiar scream. Please marry me. Amidst the crying, I could see a blonde man holding onto the kimono of a young girl who was clearly frightened. So a sparrow came down from the sky. I kindly opened my palm and let it perch on it, and it began to speak to me.
Choo 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 choo, said the sparrow.
I nodded and approached the blonde boy. I hadn't realized it until I got closer, but he was in the final selection. He was one of the few who survived and also one of the few, if not the only one, who received a sparrow instead of a raven. Putting that aside, I grabbed his yellow Hayori and pulled him aside. I looked at the girl and bent down. I apologize for the inconvenience caused by my colleague, I said with a somewhat apologetic tone. Ah yes, it's okay, the girl replied shyly.
Hey you, who do you think you are to separate me from MySOULMAT?
Did you? The shouting blonde was interrupted when he received a slap from the girl. And another and so on for a while. Idiot, pervert, opportunist, I only spoke to you because you seemed unwell. Even as he spoke, he continued to slap her. WWHATS, so it wasn't because you fell in love with my amazing face. She quickly received another slap. Of course not. Finally, she turned around and left angrily. I turned my gaze to the boy who seemed defeated and crying, but when he raised his head and fixed his gaze, his expression changed to anger. Idiot, because of you I'll die without getting married. AGH, I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die on my next mission. The boy grabbed my pants while lamenting. Soon he seemed to realize something. Wait, this uniform, you were on the final selection. I nodded in confirmation, but contrary to what I expected, the boy got even angrier. Damn it. You better than anyone should know I'm going to die any minute now. You're a hunter, aren't you? And now because of you I'll die without a wife. I stared at the boy without saying a word, with my usual expression. Is this the standard of quality for a hunter in this era? What's with that poker face? You should understand me, you should have let me marry that girl. Again the same thing, a neutral face looking at him, but tell me something. The boy now seemed more scared than annoyed. My name is Tanjiro, Kamado Tanjiro. Ah yes, my name is Zenitsu, Agatsuma Zenitsu. I nodded and we stayed there doing nothing, Zenitsu holding onto my pants and me with my usual face. But is all you know how to say your name, say something. Koko Tanjiro Zenitsu, go southeast, southeast. There are demon sightings, a talking crow. There we were, Zenitsu was behind me walking at a slow pace while I was walking faster than normal. My sense of smell had detected the presence of demons extremely close by. Finally, in a patch of light, there was a two-story house. The demons were clearly there, so I prepared to go in immediately. I hope to finish this quickly. Tanjiro, wait, I hear things inside the house. I don't want to go in. I turned my gaze to Zenitsu, probably with a slightly disappointed face. But don't look at me like that. The boy cried. That's when I smelled other things besides demons, and it seems Zenitsu detected them too. We both turned our gaze towards some bushes and saw two children, a boy and a girl. I approached them, curious to know what they were doing there. I crouched down and began to speak to them. Hey, what are you doing here? I asked them calmly. The children seemed terribly frightened and unwilling to answer. Perhaps they felt intimidated, so I smiled warmly at them, trying to appear less intimidating. It seems to have worked, or at least they weren't trembling with fear anymore. My name is Kamado Tanjiro, tell me, why are you here?
I repeated to them.
The children looked at each other and the tallest and probably oldest one spoke. And our older brother was kidnapped by a monster inside that house. WWE want to go in, but there are strange noises and we're scared. The boy was clearly still scared, but at least he knew who to look for. I lowered the box containing Nezuko from my back. Listen carefully, inside this box there is something that will help you if something happens out here, but please don't come in with us. I stood up and headed back to the entrance of the house. Come on, Zenitsu, I said to Zenitsu from a distance. What? Wait, Tanjiro, Tanjiro. Seeing my silence, Zenitsu ran after me so he wouldn't be. We had finally entered, we were a little beyond the entrance hall and were walking down a corridor. Suddenly I heard two entities running towards us from behind. When I turned around, I didn't expect what I was seeing. There were two children. Guys, why did you come in? I asked calmly. It's just that the box was making strange noises, Tanjiro. This worried me tremendously. Now Nezuko was alone in broad daylight. Children, that box was tremendously important, more than my life, I told them. But all worry quickly vanished when the house began to shake. In his fear, Zenitsu pushed the girl and me into another room. I am sore, and before she could finish her sentence, somehow the room changed instantly along with the sound of a drum. So the sound continued, and every time it sounded the room changed as if by magic. And then I stopped. I looked down to see the little girl frightened by everything that was happening, so I carefully wiped away her tear. She looked up somewhat calmer. Tell me, what's your name? I asked. Teruko, she answered me shyly. Zenitsu is with your brother, he'll protect him, or at least I hope so, given the attitude he's been showing so far. My thoughts were interrupted when I heard footsteps approaching. The footsteps were heavy, it almost seemed to make the ground tremble. Claws gripped the frame, and with other slow steps a humanoid being could be seen. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9, Drums and Rooms.
Clearly that had to be the demon. His size, his claws, and everything about him gave him away. Teruko, hide, I ordered the little girl who, frightened, went back. Now that I had a clear path, I unsheathed my katana and got into position. The demon didn't seem to care much as he was muttering something. From what I could gather, he was complaining about some annoyances. But regardless of what I was saying, my job was clear. Sun's breath, 8th stance, immense flaming mist. I charged the demon at high speeds. Rainbow-colored flames that turned into red-hot fire shot out of my Nishirn torch. It seems I finally caught the demon's attention, who seemed not to expect such movements and hurriedly played a drum. He had drums all over his body. Suddenly the room began to spin, making me lose my balance. But the most alarming thing was that Teruko began to fall. I quickly leaned against a wall and jumped towards the girl, grabbing her by the waist with my arm. In turn, the room finally stopped rotating and I was able to stand up. The demon entered the room at once and looked at me somewhere between surprised and angry. "How the hell?" the demon muttered. I said nothing and stared at him, finally letting go of Teruko. "Teruko, it's not safe for you to stay here. Go to the back room," I ordered the girl, who, extremely frightened, retreated to the aforementioned room. Now that there was finally nothing to worry about, I got back into position. Sun breath, first posture, waltz. I ran with extreme agility towards the demon and raised my blade, going straight for his neck. Just as my blade finally began to cut into his neck, he struck a drum and the room began to spin again. This was surprising to me. If it were just any demon, I should have ended the fight with that first move I made, yet it was able to react to everyone. "Og, what the?" The demon covered the wound I made on his neck and groaned in pain. "Damn, this hurts way more than any breathing I've ever faced," the drum demon remarked. Soon the room stopped rotating and I was able to regain my balance. The breath of the sun, I remember that I designed it with the idea of punishing the demons, and therefore pain has to be part of it. As for the demon's reflexes, it definitely wasn't just any demons. "What's your name?" I asked curiously. The demon withdrew his hand from the healed wound, leaving a scar which I noticed. At this point he seemed somewhat frightened of me. My name is Kyogai, and it will be the last name you ever hear." During this time he had only played the drum on his left and right shoulders, which made the room rotate, but now he had played the one on his oculomotor. I immediately felt a gust of wind and a smell of danger approaching me rapidly, so I slipped to the side. Immediately afterwards, 3 giant cuts appeared on the wall where he was standing, 3 claw-like cuts. With this, I immediately understood his blood technique. I had an advantage. Shit, you're not going to escape," he shouted furiously. Blood technique, rapid drum beats. He quickly began playing his 3 drums at high speeds. The room started rotating and the claws began attacking me constantly, now with 5 cuts. Several sheets of paper fell from the drawers. They looked like pages from a book story, so I tried to avoid stepping on them. It wasn't a problem. The attacks were slow, even predictable, and regaining balance during turns was relatively easy. However, I couldn't seem to get any closer as I was constantly dodging and regaining my balance. I had to finish this, so I leaned against one of the walls and performed a technique. Sun breath, 7th form, sunflower spear. With this technique I propelled myself towards Kyogai, who tried to launch his claw attack at me, but I quickly avoided it. Sun breathing, 4th posture, rainbow parhelion. The 5 claws struck an illusion of me that vanished in a rainbow flame. Kyogai was indeed confused, but he didn't have time to react when he felt the burning metal of my Nichiren blade completely severing his neck. His neck fell to the ground, rolling. It was then that I could finally see her pupils, which before were simply blood red. It was the title of lower 6th moon crossed out with an X that explained how it was possible for him to dodge my moves, however, without the same agility as Shokyusen. 1. I shook my Nichiren to draw out the blood and sheathed it. Kyogai seemed completely perplexed. "Human," he said weakly. "Why didn't you step on those leaves?" I asked. "Leaves, the pages of books." Confused by the question, I looked at him for a few moments before answering. "They were stories, real or not stories, all beautiful," I replied indifferently. "I understand," and with those last words, Kyogai didn't say another one. Before his body was completely gone, I took out the Tamayo absorbing blade that I kept inside my Hayori and threw it at Kyogai's decapitated body. The syringe absorbed the blood to the top, leaving no room. I grabbed it in surprise. What a marvel of technology, specific in use, but oh well. When I grabbed the syringe, Chachimaru appeared politely and meowed in my direction. I opened his small backpack and put away the full syringe, borrowing another empty one that was inside. Then I stroked the cute calico's. And when I stood up, he jumped and disappeared into the air. Kyogai had already disintegrated, and I collected the blood sample from a demonic moon. I sighed in relief and turned my gaze to the back room where Teruko was. The danger was finally over. Teruko peeked out from the door frame and looked at me worriedly. I resigned myself to simply nodding at him, indicating that it was all over. She smiled as she approached me and quickly hugged me. I couldn't help but smile. So we finally set out to find his brothers. That's when we heard some quick footsteps approaching us. I quickly became alert. It was coming from the other door in the room where Teruko hid. Was it a demon? Were there more? Then a thunderous noise shattered the door and he entered gracefully.
Juwaiichi. Fear Diamoanes, the great Inosuke has appeared. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, Sun, Thunder, and Beast.
Stood there completely stunned, staring at a half-nicked boy with a boar's head. Taruko clung tightly to me, confused and frightened by the extremely random intrusion of this beast. The beast began looking around, searching for something it couldn't seem to find. Then lost, it turned towards us. "You redhead, where's the devil?" he asked, not caring much about our confusion. "Deadeye just defeated him," I replied in a confused tone, a first for me personally. There was a brief silence, both of us staring at each other. Then, without a word, the beast darted off into the opposite corridor, presumably to hunt more demons. I let out a small sigh and Taruko did too. I looked at her to speak. "Let's go find your brothers," I said, grabbing her hand and starting to walk in the opposite direction from the boar, lest we run into it. We were walking through the halls of the house. Now that Kyogai was dead, there weren't many changes along the way. We were still in the same place when we heard some screams. "Zenitsu, Zenitsu, wake up please," could be heard in the distance. I recognized the voice immediately. It was Taruko's brother. We quickly ran toward the sound. From the shouts, they were in danger and something had happened to Zenitsu. When we finally reached the room from which the screams were coming, I quickly opened the door. At that very moment I could see with great difficulty, even for me, a crack of thunder. Zenitsu, with terrifying speed, performed the first form of lightning, decapitating the demon that appeared to be attacking them. Taruko, her brother, and I remained motionless. I had underestimated this generation of hunters, and by a lot. That's when I realized Zenitsu was asleep. Had he attacked while he was asleep? I was left pondering this. 1,001 questions passed through my mind, all interrupted by a scream. "AAAHW, what the hell? Is he dead? B-but." Zenitsu finally noticed my presence and his face lit up. "Tanjiro, thank you for saving me." He rushed towards me and hugged me tightly while letting his tears and snot fall on my clothes. "But Zenitsu, you did that," I clarified to the blonde. He looked at me confused for a few moments, then simply smiled. "Don't talk nonsense, how could I do that?" "Ha ha ha," he replied with a somewhat mocking tone. It seemed that being asleep he didn't notice anything and was therefore unaware of his abilities. I simply sighed in defeat. "Zenitsu, we still have to find Taruko and Soichi's older brother. We have to go," and without much more word I started walking again through the corridors. Zenitsu quickly followed me scared and Soichi ran to catch up with us. It didn't take us long to finally find his brother. They both ran overjoyed to see their older brother again. Now that we finally had everyone, we could leave here. Nezuko had me worried to the core and I was afraid of what might be happening outside. We all started running rapidly, me to check on Nezuko's condition and the others out of pure fear of the place they were in. And there in the distance the sunlight could be seen, and in a hurry we were all able to get out. When we finally got out and were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a silhouette appeared above us. It was the boy with the boar's head who seemed to have followed us. He quickly turned his head towards Nezuko's box, and although I couldn't see his face, I felt him smiling maliciously. "Holy cow, there's a demon in there!" I shouted happily, quickly going to attack Nezuko. For obvious reasons I was going to move when Zenitsu got between me and the box. "Hey, what are you doing?" the beast asked angrily. "Don't take another step." Zenitsu replied, "Huh, are you deaf?" I said, "There's a demon in there." He said angrily, "I don't care what's inside. If it's worth more than a friend's life, then I'll protect it." Thunder shouted, referring to a comment I made, "That box is worth more than my life." Annoyed Boar made a and nimbly kicked Zenitsu, sending him to the ground. When the beast was about to kick him, I had to intervene at that moment. Enough. Everyone present remained motionless. Zenitsu, who had an annoyed expression, changed to one of nervousness. The boar took a few steps back and the trio of brothers came closer together. I realized that I had got angry again. Those present seemed to have noticed it instantly. What a beast," commented the boar, who looked at me scared. How did you become so strong?" he asked nervously. "Tell me your name first," I asked, trying to calm down. It really bothered me to see Zenitsu being attacked like that, but that boar was still one of the hunters. The boar looked at me uneasily but quickly tried to regain its composure. "My name is Inosuke, and I am the king of the mountains." "Inosuke, as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, we can't fight amongst ourselves," I explained calmly. He looked at me again, now with a confused aura. "And what's that to me?" Inosuke seemed tired of just hearing me explain a rule. The boy really had a free spirit. "I'll fight anyone who's strong because I'm the king of the mountains, and you look very strong." He lunged at me, ready to attack me with his two orthodox Nichiren swords. And when it seemed that I was going to stab him with these, I simply stepped aside to his right, and in one swift motion I hit him in the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. But due to the strength of my, let's say, technique, the boar mask I was carrying fell to the ground. And to the surprise of everyone present, a beautiful woman's face was revealed to us, replacing what we thought was a robust and aggressive face. WWHAT the hell? Is SHE a woman? B but her body. I myself let out a gasp of surprise. but seeing that he didn't seem to wake up soon, I decided to take off my Hayori, fold it, and let Inosuke rest his head on it. "Zenitsu, why don't you use yours as a blanket?" I said to my partner. He reluctantly agreed, but he wasn't exactly happy. For a few hours, Zenitsu, the boys, and I dedicated ourselves to burying the bodies found in the house. It wasn't right to simply leave them to rot there. This way, at least they would nourish the nearby plants. While we were working on one, we heard a shout followed by fight, fight, fight. It was Inosuke who had finally woken up and seen us making the graves. "You redhead, what are you doing? Fight me." "No," I replied, and so I returned to my task, although I could feel everyone's completely shocked stares. "No, what's wrong with you? Fight me." Inosuke yelled at me furiously. "Well, you could help us make the graves," I suggested. "And why would I dig graves for strangers?" he asked angrily. "I'll fight you if you do that." Then the rabid boar took his mask and began to make the graves accordingly. "Are you really going to fight him?" Zenitsu questioned. "No," and so we went back to work. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, Spiders. We brought the boys down from the mountain. They handed an aromatic bag to the older brother. Apparently he had a special blood that attracted demons, the Merchai blood. It wasn't something I didn't know about, but I'm surprised to see someone with it. For once we were finally able to rest. We were sent to the Wisteria mansion where we could catch our breath. It was quite a curious experience, to say the least. Inosuke seemed to be trying to annoy me, but honestly his attempts were so lame that I just let him be. When we were finally going to sleep, Nezuko came out of her box and everyone finally got to meet her, especially Zenitsu, who seemed annoyed at having hidden her away. Anyway, they're interesting guys and I have high hopes for them. "No, I don't want to go." We were sent on another mission, this time to Mount Natagumo. As always, Zenitsu was scared this time of going up the mountain. "I have a bad feeling about that place, a very bad feeling. Tanjiro, let's go please." She begged me. "Zenitsu," I grumbled. "What are you on about? Get up." Inosuke shouted angrily. I lightly touched Inosuke's shoulder and pointed to the mountain with my pupils, basically telling him to go in no matter what. "Wait for us there." I shouted weakly as I wasn't used to it. Inosuke glanced at Zenitsu one last time, turned around, and started running after me. The mountain at night was extremely dark. It was difficult to see if it weren't for the light the moon provided through the treetops. I couldn't help but keep thinking about Zenitsu and whether he would be okay there alone. As the adult of the group, I had to keep an eye on the younger ones. But since I now had the body of a 15-year-old, I suppose I could afford to leave it there for a few moments. Inosuke seemed to be desperately searching for something to attack. He was growing impatient. Meanwhile, I couldn't escape the sinister smell of the mountain, a persistent odor. This mountain really gives me a bad feeling. It's good you came with me, Inosuke." "Having companions has always been comforting," I remarked. Inosuke, who was still running alongside me, looked at me intently, with a mixture of confusion and surprise. A strange trail of flowers emerged from his head, only to jump up like a startled cat and start yelling at me. What's that got to do with anything, Grandpa Cairo?" "Great Picaro?" I was startled by Inosuke's sudden reaction and glanced at him out of the corner of my eye, letting a drop of cold sweat escape down my forehead. Soon I was able to smell and hear the sound of what seemed to be a human, so I decided to speed up. Inosuke, seeing this, bought me and ran faster. He appeared to be a hunter. He was looking around with clearly nervous movements. I slowly approached her from behind and tried to touch her shoulder, but she seemed to notice me first and turned in our direction. Who are you?" I gasped, and Tanjiro Kamado Kano answer. "A Kano, damn it. Even if it's a Kano, I don't know if you can handle this ko." Inosuke immediately threw a punch at the hunter's face, a punch that I was fortunately able to stop by grabbing the boar's arm. "Ahhh, the hunter screamed, startled by the punch. "Let me go. I won't let this guy call us useless. He'd better tell us what's going on." "Inosuke," I said, my tone somewhat tired. "I'm your superior, you know that." He glared angrily at Inosuke. Obviously we were sent by the crows. We were a group of 10. Shortly after entering the mountain, one of our companions started acting strangely and suddenly he attacked one of ours. And when we realized it, we were all fighting each other. He paused, seemingly processing something. I grabbed his shoulder and looked at him firmly. I didn't have to say one more thing. He let out a sigh and looked at the ground in defeat. If that really happened, the crows probably saw everything. They probably sent a pillar, or maybe I'm the one sent. Either way, the ideal thing was to find the perpetrator. That's when we started to hear a strange noise, a sound similar to taut threads. "That sound?" "No," said the hunter. "What's happening?" I asked, dismayed. "That sound again." When everyone started attacking each other, this same sound began to play. Her voice began to crack slightly. We all started looking around, trying to find the source of the sound. To our surprise, however, a humanoid silhouette began to emerge from the darkness of the forest, and from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, and so on until there were about 5. They were hunters. One of them drew his Nichiren sword with sinister slowness and immediately began attacking the hunter. Then everyone else started doing the same, each defending themselves against his attack. What idiots! They have no idea that attacking each other as hunters is against the rules. Inosuke mocked, but if they were truly hunters they should know that perfectly well. That's when I noticed a strange light on the back of each of the hunters. With a jump I tried to cut whatever one of the hunters had on his back. What a surprise it was to see that they were threads. They're not attacking us for pleasure, they're being controlled by some demon. Warn the others. A strange sensation on my arm made me look in that direction. There were two small spiders. I was surprised at first, but then something made me raise my arm forcefully. I quickly realized what it was and cut the threads the spiders had made. Be careful with the spiders, they're the ones that make the threads, I warned, defending myself against a controlled hunter. Inosuke, I need your help. Use some technique to find the demon who's doing this. Meanwhile, I turned my head towards the demon slayer we found. Murata, my name is Murata, he told me. Murata and I will dedicate ourselves to controlling the hunters, I said, finishing my sentence. Suddenly, a shadow fell over me. When I looked up, I could see what was probably a demon with the appearance of a child in the air, although in reality it was being held up by some threads blocking the light of the full moon. Do not disturb our family, he ordered. The demon watched us intently, seeing how we restrained the hunters. Without warning, Inosuke ran towards the back of one of the manipulated hunters, planted his legs, and propelled himself towards the demon in the air. Unfortunately, he was unable to reach it, so the demon left peacefully. Although it seemed like a problem to deal with, I wasn't too worried. I'd figure it out later. For now, I've gone back to talking to Inosuke. Inosuke indicate. Yes, I'm coming. He grumbled, sounding somewhat annoyed. He then planted his two rippers in the ground parallel to each other and knelt on the ground while extending his arms. Beast breathing, seventh fang, spatial perception. Inosuke didn't move an inch for a few seconds while we continued to hold off the hunters. Suddenly, Inosuke seemed to regain his senses. I've got you. Victorious cheer. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12, Puppets. Block the attack of one of the hunters. Do you know where the demon is, Inosuke? I asked. Of course. He replied proudly, quickly trying to go where he assumed the demon was located. However, it was interrupted by a cut from one of the manipulated hunters. Damn it, if we don't get rid of these guys, we won't be able to do anything. Replied the boar. He was right, the hunters were holding us back and I wasn't going to desecrate their bodies no matter how quick it was to do it. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Murata proposed. Murata, are you sure about that? He questioned, blocking yet another attack. Heh, you insult me, Tanjiro, you guys go after the demon. You've seen the worst of me, but after all, I'm still a demon slayer, I can do it. He shouted. I couldn't help but smile slightly. The quality of hunters had dropped tremendously in 400 years, but nevertheless, the conviction was still there. All right then, Inosuke. Yes. Are we going to leave that peeping guy with these guys? He complained. Who are you calling, you pissing boar? Murata retorted, who are you calling a bucking wild boar? Before the situation escalated further, I quickly grabbed Inosuke and started running. Let me go, you piece of shit, I have to beat HIMUP. Majin Riro. Without another word, I simply continued. Finally, I let go of Inosuke and he began to guide me towards the demon. He trusted his senses, he had tremendous potential as a hunter and his unique breathing are there more like him. Yes, I feel it close. But he interrupted himself. These threads are too heavy. She immediately began to thrash about, trying to free herself from the threads, but that meant we were getting closer. However, our walk was interrupted when we heard a stomp. In front of us was a huntress who was in tears with a terrified face. Please don't come any closer or I'll kill you, he whimpered, and with explosive speed the hunter began to slash. Oddly enough, she moaned in pain every time she moved. They're controlling us with strings, we didn't move like this, we weren't that strong. With each passing moment, she simply seemed to be in even more pain. It was then that the strings moved his arms backward, and with an unpleasant sound, his bones were heard dislocating. She obviously screamed in pain, but even so, his barrage of attacks did not cease. When it finally stopped, we heard more movement from behind us. They were two more hunters covered in blood and with obviously broken bones. Kill me, one of them whispered. The bone in his right arm was broken, forming a grotesque zigzag. When it moves us, the bones dig into our muscles and organs. Kill me, please. I opened my eyes to such a gruesome scene. The pain must have been unimaginable to the point of wishing for death rather than endure the torment. I clenched my teeth in slight helplessness. Instead, I saw Inosuke quickly running in his direction. Understood, exclaimed the boar. Inosuke, we can't kill them, not with our comrades. I exclaimed as I defended myself against the huntress's attack. Shut up already, will you? He complained. Do you never shut up? He specifically asked us to. He kept retorting while skillfully, but indifferently dodging the hunter's attacks. Even so, the crows must have already alerted the master. The Kakashi should arrive soon, I replied. What the hell? I asked angrily, but without much time to think about it since the hunter sent him back, leaving us back to back. They're fast, they could kill us at any moment, Inosuke commented. It pains me to have to leave them in this state, however I think our best bet is to run away from them, I suggested. Oh, you'll have to tell me how we're going to do that, he retorted again. I was somewhat confused by his answer. Isn't it obvious, we just have to run? I can understand that, but how will you go faster than them? What? I was even more confused, the answers were so obvious yet he still couldn't understand them. I sighed and grabbed his arm. WWHAT are you doing? I inhaled deeply and got into a crouching position. Next, go from standing still to running at top speed in an instant with the help of concentrated breathing. A spiral of fire could be seen wherever he ran. Soon I was able to escape from them. In the distance, the three hunters watched in amazement as even controlled by the strings, I was able to escape from them. Since when do you run like that, RONTRO? It's Tanjiro, I thought all demon slayers did this. What are you saying? I can't hear you over the wind. The technique I just used was extremely useful when you wanted to chase a demon that moves at high speeds, so it was standard practice to teach it. Didn't they maintain this throughout the centuries? My thoughts were interrupted when I smelled and heard a demon in front of us, slightly stronger than normal. With a jump, I buried my legs in the ground to stop my speed with enough friction. I let go of Inosuke's arm and quickly started running normally towards the demon. Ah, Tanjiro, wait. Inosuke with considerable effort managed to catch up to me. He seemed fatigued from earlier. Inosuke, do you feel it? I asked. I noticed him meters before you and I intend to kill him. With a leap, Inosuke charged straight at the demon, however his attack was blocked and I had to back down. This demon, he has no head, he's missing his weak point, no. However, all Inosuke saw was a line of fire cutting diagonally from his left shoulder towards his torso. The demon fell to his knees and began to disintegrate. Oh, sorry, you didn't finish your sentence, I apologized, embarrassed. Inosuke stared at me in astonishment. For a while we remained silent as the demon disintegrated. How did you do that? I didn't even see you. She yelled at me. Well, I wasn't doing anything and never mind, we have a goal, Inosuke, let's go. The devil is right behind you, damn it. He explained angrily. I opened my eyes in surprise, but I already knew what to do. Thank you, Inosuke. And with a powerful output speed, I headed straight for the demon that controlled the strings. Inosuke, on the other hand, remained still again, but in the distance I could hear another scream from him. Don't make me feel strangely satisfied, you bastard. What? No, how could they have overtaken each of them so quickly? They defeated my best puppet like it was nothing. Are they pillars? The demon's thoughts were interrupted when she heard footsteps approaching at great speed in the distance. It's them, it must be, they're coming. From the trees, Yoriichi emerged at tremendous speeds, heading straight for the demon. At that moment, the demon who had been controlling everyone until now felt as if everything slowed down. What kind of speed is that? I'm going to die, I have to do something now. Yoriichi's blade was rapidly approaching, but to her everything still seemed to be in slow motion. To die, I'm going to die. It was then that the demon realized that perhaps this was what she wanted. Perhaps death would finally free her from this torment of threats and pain. The pain that was Rui's family. Yes, finally death. She relaxed her muscles, surrendering her entire being to Yoriichi. She has given up. Showing that Yoriichi was the creator of the original breathing technique for a reason, his style changed to water breathing. Water breathing, fifth stance, rain after the drought. Yoriichi was finally going to give him a break. But unfortunately for the demon, several threads that were connected to her back tightened. With great speed she was moved towards Rui, who was among the darkness of the trees. Rui grabbed his mother's neck tightly from behind. Yoriichi saw everything clearly, including Rui, and he could see how the white-skinned demon spoke to him. The master has already informed each of the moons of your identity. Yoriichi, no moon will play with you from now on, what a shame. And with that, Rui inserted his fingers into his mother's neck. In a grotesque and gruesome scene, Yoriichi watched the demon wither away as Rui absorbed her blood. I'm curious about you, but I still need to finish my preparations. I don't have a chance with you right now. With that, Rui disappeared into the shadows of the trees, leaving behind a tense atmosphere and a painful death. Chapter 13, Lower Fifth. After that I met with Inosuke. That demonic moon seemed to be absorbing the blood of the other demons it possessed, naturally to accumulate more strength. If what he said was true, all the moons must be more alert than ever and therefore are accumulating more strength. If the moons are already a tremendous threat, now that they are actively gathering more power, the hunters will begin to have even more problems. A new flame of responsibility is kindled within me, but for now, Inosuke and I continue exploring the mountain. To our surprise, we find nothing but demon corpses, 2 to be exact. One was a short-statured demon with two pigtails, and the other a large demon with a bizarre spider head, both having their blood absorbed by the demonic moon. A thunderclap. In the distance, I heard thunder. Anyone would have mistaken it for ordinary thunder, but this sound. I was right, Zenitsu has tremendous potential. Just like Inosuke, I should help them unlock that potential soon. I thought to myself, I had developed a sense of responsibility towards them, and making them stronger seemed like the wisest thing to do. Our walk didn't seem to be leading us anywhere. Because of how quickly we dealt with the demons, neither of us was hurt. However, Inosuke was starting to look noticeably impatient. "Grr, where the hell is that demon child?" he grumbled. I kept walking behind him as usual. It was truly frustrating not finding him yet. While I was deep in thought, I could feel several threads connecting to my back in an instant, and the moment I tried to take them off, I was dragged away by them at great speeds. There could be no other explanation. The demonic moon was challenging me to a direct confrontation. "Inosuke, don't worry about me. Come down the mountain when you can." I yelled as I watched him try unsuccessfully to reach me. I've never screamed like that before, so I grabbed my throat trying to soothe the tickling sensation in it. When I realized it, I was heading straight for a tree, so with enough force I turned and buried my feet in the ground, successfully stopping the drag of the threads with enough brute force. "Incredible," I heard behind me. The threads came loose and I quickly unsheathed my Nichiren sword as I spun towards the demonic moon. "You have managed to stop the force of my threads with just your brute strength. I can see why my lord wants to get rid of you," said the demon child in a serene voice. He lifted his hair that covered his left eye, revealing the symbol of the lower fifth moon. "My lord has always told me I could rise higher if I didn't share my blood with my family, but ranks don't really matter to me, I just want to have a family," she explained while continuing to show me the symbol before letting her hair fall again. But when he gathered all the demonic moons, he seemed desperate, almost frightened. He was yelling at us and ordering us to get rid of you at all costs. He continued talking to me while playing with threads in his hands. "I'm interested in you, Yoriichi," he revealed. Then a drop of blood fell from the sky. When I looked up, I saw Nezuko trapped in threads, trying to moan in pain, but her cries were muffled by the bamboo that prevented her from biting other people. The threads were so tight around her body that blood was dripping from them. When I looked down to look at the moon again, I saw how her threads began to turn red and her hands became stained with blood. "What's it like having a family, Yoriichi?" he asked. "You can call me Rui," he continued, playing with his red threads. "My brother took care of your blonde friend. Just before he defeated him, I absorbed my brother's blood. Right now, he should be lying there waiting for his death." Finally, he retracted his threads and raised his gaze. "I'll go all out from the prisa." His words were interrupted when the edge of my Nichiren was inches from his neck. "Gah!" He nimbly leaped back, dodging my blade just in time so that it only left a deep cut. I didn't see that. Even after recovering all my blood and more, I wasn't able to see his movement. "No, it can't be. Am I still not strong enough?" He couldn't get a millisecond more of air before he saw me approaching again at high speeds. He lifted his strings to stop me. My Nichiren blade broke at the threads, causing it to pass by without being able to cut his neck. "It's happened again." I barely had time to react. "Yoriichi, you what kind of monster are you?" I examined my broken Nichiren blade, rotating it to see the damage. "Hey, Rui," I called his attention. "Release Nezuko," I ordered. I didn't notice it at the time, but it probably released a suffocating, murderous aura throughout the area. Perhaps a good sign would have been the sweat dripping from Rui's face. This aura is almost, if not exactly, the same as Muzan's murderous aura. It was probably more instinct than anything else, but Rui let go of Nezuko, letting her fall. Fortunately, I was quick enough to catch her as she fell. Carefully, I let it rest on the ground. She opened her eyes and looked at me worriedly. I simply touched her cheek, which was stained with her blood. I couldn't help but clench my teeth, then I stood up. "Rui, you asked me earlier what it's like to have a family," I remarked. "Having a family, I can't answer that." I turned my head to look him directly in the eyes. "After all, it was your kind who took it from me," I stated with a certain tone of aggression. Rui took a few steps back. Luckily, he found the courage to swallow his saliva. "No, don't mess with me." "You're just a human," he yelled angrily, releasing several bursts of threads to attack and cut me. A broken Nichiren blade was more than enough for weaklings like them. With the small part of the blade that remained, I successfully cut each thread he threw at me and quickly drew closer. Rui kept moving further and further away from me, his attacks continuing with clear desperation. "Stay away, don't come any closer." He yelled at me, however, I was already starting to get impatient. Solar breathing first posture waltz. My Nichiren torch gave off more and more fire with each thread I cut as I got closer. Rui tried to get away faster and faster, but his speed wasn't enough. From time to time, he would come across a tree, destroying its trunk and leaving a hollow identical to his silhouette. I suppose his strength was at that level, and even then it wasn't powerful enough. He received a horizontal cut from my broken Nichiren blade. Everything happened in an instant both for me and for him. His face looked stunned while I maintained my neutral expression. His head rolled on the ground and his body fell to his knees. I placed my foot on Rui's head. I know you hear me, Muzan. Your demons are growing stronger. If that's the case, then I will bring about a second golden age for the demon slayers.
End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14, The Pillars. Rui's body didn't react, but deep down, I knew that Muzan heard him clearly. This must have enraged him, but I fear no more of his anger. He has already taken enough from me, and now he has hurt my sister. From the inside pocket of my Hayori, I took out another syringe and threw it at Rui's body. Rui gave off a scent of sadness, a scent of regret more than anything. He must have clearly had a tragic past. I sighed and removed my foot from his head, joining my palms together, giving his story a respectable ending. He did nothing more than shed a few tears before fading away completely. I picked up the syringe again, filled with another demonic moon. Subsequently, Chachimaru reappeared as if by magic. I put the syringe in his small backpack and stroked the calico cat, then he left again. I went back to Nezuko and sat next to her, using my lap as a pillow for her head and dropping my broken Nichiren blade to one side. And there we stayed, letting Nezuko rest and me reflecting on what would happen from now on. It was then that I heard footsteps in the distance. When I looked up, it was a pillar Jiu Tomioka, Tanjiro, greeting.
Jiu, I returned.
We both said our names as a greeting, but we both made it known that we paid our respects. It's been a while. I'm glad to see you're healthy. I expected nothing less from you, Tomioka said with some relief. I agree, Jiu. I finished my sentence mid-sentence, thinking about the revelations I've received tonight. Just as I was about to speak again, I noticed someone approaching at explosive speeds. I quickly grabbed Nezuko and ducked to the side. Tomioka quickly drew his Nichiren sword and blocked the attack of the person who was about to attack Nezuko. A butterfly. When I focused my eyes better, I immediately saw that it was a huntress. Her strength didn't seem to be anything special, however, judging by her speed, she must be another pillar from this era. Ara Tomioka, what are you doing defending this demon? Didn't you say we shouldn't empathize with these people? The woman spoke in a cheerful tone. Tomioka remained silent in response to that statement. It's because of things like this that nobody can stand you, Tomioka, she said in a way that seemed almost cruel.
People do put up with me, he reassured himself.
For a moment there was only silence, both pillars looking at each other. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you already knew about that. Tomioka fell silent again. Well, I'm not going to stay here talking to a piece of furniture. If you'll excuse me, I'll have to kill that red-haired demon boy. I warned my person. I can't allow that. This is my sister, I explained. Oh no, how tragic. Don't worry, I promise I'll use a mild poison so it doesn't suffer, okay? The way he speaks. She was extremely sinister, almost as if she didn't understand the feeling of surprise at all. Shinobu, I'm with the boy. There's no reason to kill this demon, added Tomioka. Tomioka, you know that's against the rules. You two are breaking a very important rule, you know, she explained slowly, sounding more annoyed. The two of us didn't say anything. Ahaha, are you related? You look so much alike. Without another word, the woman who seemed to be called Shinobu raised her Nichiren sword and charged straight at me. To his surprise, his attack was completely countered by my Nichiren sword, sending his arm backward. Tomioka turned his gaze in surprise at what he had just witnessed. Shinobu, with her arm in the air, completely lost her smile. When I regained my composure, she looked at her Nichiren. That's when I noticed its unusual appearance. It looked more like a stinger than anything else, but it wasn't the time to focus on details. I don't think you understood me, Shinobu, right? I said I won't allow you to kill my sister, I reminded her. She looked at me again. This time she was the one who was silent, her mouth slightly open in surprise and a drop of sweat running down her forehead. We both looked at each other. Ka, arrest Tanjiro and Nezuko and take them to headquarters. Ka, arrest Tanjiro and Nezuko and take them to headquarters. Tanjiro has a scar on his forehead and Nezuko has a bamboo muzzle. Right at that moment we heard a Kasugai Leatherman announcing that they had to take me and Nezuko to the corporation's headquarters. When I heard that, I couldn't help but feel slightly excited. It had been a while since I'd been there and I was thrilled to know how much things had changed. But it was something else that caught my attention, a scar on the forehead. Before I became a hunter, no, even now, I never received a wound that left a scar. I touched my forehead, somewhat confused by this. It's been a while since I've seen my reflection, but I'll make sure of that. At that moment, several Kakushis arrived. It seems they want to take you. Tanjiro, right? Shinobu asked me. I simply nodded. The crows said they would capture you, and he took some ropes out of a pocket. We'll have to tie you up. Shinobu said this with a certain arrogance. Did I offend her by countering her? I sighed and put Nezuko back in her box, waking her up, but she quickly fell back asleep when she locked herself back in the box I've been carrying around for so long. The Kakushis took the box. I had no reason to refuse, so I nodded again, surrendering myself to the corporation. The journey was long, but we finally arrived. Standing in a beautiful courtyard were diverse figures, each with different colors no matter where you looked. Go, you will be judged after all Shinobu revealed to me. I was somewhat surprised by this. They were planning to put me on trial. Without much choice, I walked forward to my trial. In a way, this reminds me of when I was expelled from the organization because I failed to kill Muzan and left Tamayo alive. Finally, he stood in front of all the pillars. Each of them stood out in their own way. However, there was one that particularly caught my attention. A pillar with a white cape, orange hair that ended in red. Rengoku, I muttered to myself. The pillar seemed to notice that he was staring at him too much, to which he did nothing more than stand even more firmly than he already was. I owe a debt to the Rengoku family. They were the ones who saved me when Muzan killed my wife and child. They were the ones who introduced me to the demon slayers, and they were the only ones who defended me at that trial. I couldn't help but let out a small smile when I saw that this lineage was still in effect. And this. I thought the hunter who traveled with a demon would be someone stylish, but in the end he's just some ordinary kid. A man nearly 2 meters tall spoke, disappointed at my appearance, but surprisingly he was overshadowed by another man in green robes who far surpassed him. Yes, now we have to judge this boy. Rengoku said with high spirits. That mood seemed to be ignored by a young boy in baggy clothes and with long hair with a lost look as if he were walking through fog. Meanwhile, a woman seemed to be timidly thinking about other things. Her pink hair stood out more than anything else. And of course, Miss Shinobu was with them. Well, Kamado Tanjiro, now that we're finally here, it's time for the Jui. Suddenly she was interrupted. There's no need for a trial, 1 or 2 infractions, it doesn't matter. We must punish the demon and him properly. This slightly pricked my soul. Seeing a Rengoku supporting my punishment was certainly surprising. Then let me handle the punishments. I'll do it in style. The nearly 2-meter-tall man added. The pink-haired girl again made no comment and remained lost in her thoughts. Poor boy's a real tragedy. The man over 2 meters tall lamented while holding his 2 palms together with some prayer beads. The boy with the lost gaze remained lost, staring at the sky. I looked up to my left. I had noticed it a while ago, but another pillar was resting on one of the branches of one of the trees. It's sickening to see him there with such a serious face. According to a crow Shinobu sent, Tomioka also broke some rules. Nothing to say, Tomioka. He wore a white hayori with vertical black stripes. The most curious thing about him was his differently colored eyes and the snake around his neck. Naturally, Tomioka remained silent. Well. Tell us, Kamado, why are you protecting a demon, especially since you're part of the corporation? Shinobu asked, and so a profound silence fell. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, The Boss. Standing there in front of the pillars. We were named that because we were basically the pillars of the organization, those who kept morale high and showed that there was still hope. And now I find myself in court against them. Her name is Nezuko, she's my little sister. One day I went to sell charcoal in my village. I arrived late and when I returned everyone was dead except for her. I paused for a moment. Thinking about the 2 no, 3 times the demons took everything I had. What does it matter? The nearly 2-meter-tall hunter interrupted my thoughts. Take it easy, say it in due time, Shinobu comforted me. I inhaled and sighed, mentally preparing myself. Since then I've joined the hunters to find a cure. I promise she hasn't eaten any humans, I affirmed. Oh, you haven't eaten any humans. The things you hear, that's clearly a lie. Your family, it's natural you'd try to defend her. You're not credible at all. The hunter, resting in a tree, contradicted me in an annoyed tone while pointing his finger at me. Poor young woman, we have to kill her to expel the demon that possesses her as soon as possible. The man, over 2 meters tall, lamented. No, that's right, she doesn't eat humans. Instead, she sleeps to regain her strength. I'm not entirely sure how that replaces meat, but it's true. Besides, she became a demon more than 2 years ago. In any case, you should have heard something about it by now. I hope this would make it clearer why she didn't eat humans. Oh well, I have to admit, kid, that's a pretty stylish lie, but still sleeping. It seems to me you're trying to come up with an excuse. The nearly 2-meter-tall man grabbed his 2 Nicaran blades from behind his back. Excuse me, but I have a question. Shouldn't the boss be aware of all this? Is it appropriate for us to be the ones to judge him? The pink-haired girl timidly commented. The pillars watched her for a moment, but it didn't seem to have caused a clear reaction from them. We should wait for him to arrive. My eyes lit up slightly. The boss is a figure I respect naturally. After all, he is our direct superior. However, it is also because of the responsibility they carry, even with the suffering of the curse of the disease that runs through the entire lineage. They are truly people to be respected. Hey, aren't you letting yourselves go a little? A new voice came onto the stage. When I turned my head to see him more clearly, it was a man of average height. He had messy white hair, scars ran all over his body because his torso was almost bare, and he wore a sinister smile. Is this the bastard who was taking a demon for a walk? But apart from its peculiar appearance, the most important thing is what it was carrying in its hand. It was the box in which Nezuko was found. I opened my eyes in shock. Behind him, a Kakashi was chasing him, trying to stop him. Shinzugawa, please behave yourself, Shinobu scolded him.
Hey kid, you said it doesn't eat humans but sleeps. Ha ha ha, are you playing with us or something? With a swift movement, he unsheathed his katana and plunged it directly into the box. For a moment it seemed as if everything slowed down. He could see the blood seeping from the edge of his Nichiren blade on the other side of the box, and he could clearly hear Nezuko's groan of pain. Bastard. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Just as he removed his Nichiren sword, his smile completely disappeared, and instead, sweat began to trickle down his face and he became totally paralyzed. All the pillars instinctively assumed battle positions, every single one of them including Tomioka. Everyone was in shock. That aura, that shock teeth eyes shitty kid, is he human? Shinazugawa thought. Slowly but steadily, the situation escalated. Each of the pillars lowered or put away their, as expected, peculiar Nichiren. Each of them was catching their breath. In a single instant, the situation became awkward. None of them spoke like they used to, now they just watched me. With you, the patron, the deathly silence was broken when the same girls who had taken the entrance exam gave way to the patron. From the back of the property that was behind me and in front of the pillars, a figure emerged. Both girls grabbed the boss and led him towards us. When the rays of light finally revealed his full appearance, he felt the warmth of the sun for a moment. Then he spoke. Welcome, my children, I'm glad to hear from you again at this semi-annual meeting. Words full of calm, of peace, and almost chilling light. Half of his face was stained with a purple skin that could only be from the disease, his hair reached his neck and he wore a white hayori of purity. Every single one of us quickly knelt before him even after that situation. We are pleased to see you in good health, patron. We wish you all the best, Shinazugawa said. Thank you, seeing me today is truly a splendid day. The master replied with great joy. Everyone gasped in surprise at the boss's infectious joy, even I wondered what made him so happy. Kamado Tanjiro. You have no idea how happy I am to finally see you in person. And now, everyone stared at me in astonishment, wondering how it was possible for a nobody, until now, to be so cheerful around someone of such importance. Patron how do you know this boy? Shinobu asked. The boss's smile widened. Can't I get to know each of the pillars? He replied calmly, and now everyone simply gasped in extreme surprise. Pillar, is this guy a pillar? The nearly 2-meter-tall man shouted in surprise. TTHIS is a surprise. Rengoku said, wait a minute, if he really is a pillar, how come we don't know him? The pink-haired girl questioned, boss, are you sure you spoke correctly? The heterochromatic man continued to question. My children, I understand your surprise, however. It's the least I can do for you, Kamado. When I heard the news that you defeated the first lower moon single-handedly, you can't imagine how happy I was to hear of such an achievement. First lower moon, that means she meets the requirements to be a pillar, Shinobu explained. Will you wait a moment? That doesn't mean I'm worthy of this position, boss. What does this boy have to offer? Shinazugawa asked. The boss thought for a moment but spoke quickly. That's something only Kamado can prove. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16, The Mountain Against the Sun. Shinazugawa clenched his fists and stared at the ground with obvious fury. Damn it, boss. I request permission to fight Kamado Tanjiro in a friendly battle. What? The boss's smile shifted to a surprised expression mixed with intrigue, but he still maintained the calm he always displayed. Master, I request permission to be the one to fight. Suddenly, Himejima burst into Shinazugawa. Himejima, what the hell are you doing? I want to be the one to show this brat where he belongs. Shinazugawa protested angrily. Shinazugawa, I'm sorry, but I have a strong feeling that if you're the one who fights, you could end up more badly injured than we expect. Himejima argued. All the pillars stared at Himejima in utter confusion. Are you kidding me? You think a novice like this can leave me with her badly hurt than we expected? Shinazugawa, you know perfectly well what we noticed at that moment. I'm only doing this to protect you and test young Kamado. Besides, do I need to remind you that we are in the presence of the master? Everything fell silent for a moment. Some pillars stared uncomfortably at the ground while others pondered Himejima's words. Damn it, do whatever you want. Shinazugawa, surrendering, granted Himejima the honor of the fight. My children, Kaguya murmured, letting out a sigh afterward. All right, to test Kamado's abilities as a pillar, Himejima Jaiomai the rock pillar will fight against Kamado Tanjiro, Kaguya announced. Finally, the pillars stood around like a circle. In the middle of this were Himejima Jaiomai and Kamado Tanjiro, formerly known as Yoriichi Tsugikuni. Kamado Tanjiro, his aura is undeniably superior to everyone else here, however. One cannot be certain of his strength, at least not yet, Himejima thought to himself. Himejima Jaiomai, he is undoubtedly the strongest among the pillars here. Perhaps his strength reaches the level of the pillars from my era. Normally, battles against them would be short, but with my current body, the battle might last much longer. We'll see how we do. Himejima's weapon was curious. It was a flail and an axe connected by chains. He began to rotate the spiked ball while with the other hand he gripped the handle of the axe. In response, I drew my Nichiren sword. Tomioka was kind enough to lend me his, I'll repay him. There we were. Tension began to build rapidly, the pillars watching intently. Shinobu, who was acting as referee, raised his arm. We both became even more alert than we already were. Begin, Shinobu announced. At that moment, Haimjima launched his flail directly towards me. I quickly dodged it by dashing to my left. Then I launched myself directly at Haimjima and slashed at him. He countered this with his axe, sending me back. His strength is tremendous. I landed and regained my composure, quickly throwing myself back towards him, trying to slash him again. He tried again to counter it with the axe, but to his surprise, his axe was unable to counter anything. Solar breathing fourth posture, Rainbow Pahelion. Haimjima was unable to see anything for reasons we already know, but for everyone else, what they saw was Haimjima attacking a copy and Tanjiro standing behind it. I've got you, Haimjima announced. He quickly blocked my cut with his scourge. What kind of breathing was that? Kenroji wondered. Rengoku, is that flame breathing? Obanai asked. Rengoku, who witnessed Yoriichi's attack, responded to his companion. No, they're similar but completely different in technique. He might have created his own breathing technique, replied the orange-haired man. However, it was Tomioka who was the most surprised. Last time he used water breathing, however, now he used a completely different type of breathing. Until now, the battle had extended to simple blocks, dodges, and counterattacks between the two. It's incredible. Its size is deceiving. It has incredible dexterity and agility. Kamado, your technique and strength are enviable. Now I understand why the master has chosen you. We both had several stains and light scratches. Everyone was looking at me in surprise. Enough, Shinobu announced. Finally the fight ended and I could sigh. It took me a moment to fully recover, but I finally mustered the energy to ask her something I'd been wondering about for a while. Haimjima, why didn't you use the rock breathing stances? I asked curiously. Haimjima was breathing deeply but answered me. I remind you that this is a friendly fight, Kamado, he told me. I immediately realized why I don't use them. In a common katana, the rock techniques focused on robust, effective, and powerful movements compared to the elegance of the others. However, with the weaponry Haimjima carried, it was obvious that if he used any of them, he would destroy everything around him. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he had created completely different techniques for his weapons. My children, you have already seen Kamado Tanjiro's feat. I hope that this has convinced you. The boss, who was observing the entire fight, spoke. The pillars looked at each other and nodded. It pisses me off to have to accept someone who's been protecting a demon, but we could use your help, Kamado, Obanai remarked. Are you kidding me? Her movements had style, so much style. So this means Tomioka and the demon are forgiven, right? Tenjin remarked. Kaya, Kamado is amazing. I'd love to have him as a partner. Kenroji added. Tomioka nodded in approval as he crossed his arms, as always saying little but deep down relieved that there would be no consequences for his actions. Tusk, whatever, Shinazugawa muttered. However, young Kamado, what is the name of your breathing style? Rengoku asked. Everyone looked at me again with intrigue. My breathing, it might sound pretentious or strange, but this breathing, I positioned the katana in front of me. Solar breathing was a dead thing, forgotten by all and only alive in the guise of a dance. But that's its name, the ultimate weapon of hunters. You can call it solar breathing. Then it's official. Kamado Tanjiro, as patron and leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, I hereby appoint you Sun Pillar. Tanjiro. After the battle, Shinobu took me to her estate, the Butterfly Estate, after everything had calmed down with each of the pillars withdrawing. It served as their home, but also as a healing and training center for the hunters. Zenitsu, I see you're recovering well. Are you kidding me? My limbs have shrinked, my body has shrinked, and I've lost so much hair. Do you know how disgusting it is to hear my arms and legs grow back? And on top of that, I have to take this super disgusting medicine. Of course, I'm sorry. Zenitsu apparently tried to find us in the mountains and ended up being poisoned by one of Rui's brothers. By the way, Zenitsu, where's Inosuke? Inosuke, he's training, he replied. Training? Yes, well, more like rehabilitating. He was somewhat injured and is now rehabilitating. I see. I think if he had been more seriously injured, he would still be on the stretcher. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17, Dangers. Shinobu was kind enough to lend Nezuko and me a room at the Butterfly Estate. It contained a bed and a chest of drawers. Leave Nezuko at the back of the room, where the sun's rays wouldn't reach her. She slowly crawled out of the box with a somewhat lost look in her eyes. For my part, I sat on my bed, and finally I was able to let out a long sigh that I had been holding in all day. I looked at the ceiling and began to recap the events of the past few days. If Rui's words were true, the moons will begin to reach their maximum from the start by direct orders from Muzan. It seems that my presence has completely alerted him. Once again, I could do nothing but blame myself for my inability to kill him. Like the pillars, the moons have been those who have kept the hunters at bay, and vice versa, the pillars have actively hunted the moons and demons. It was a vicious cycle kept at bay only by the demons' overconfidence, their underestimation of humans. Their arrogance ultimately became their downfall. But now that that fatal weakness has disappeared, there was no doubt that the hunters were probably entering one of their darkest eras. I cannot allow that. My train of thought was interrupted when I heard a crow croak. When I turned my gaze to the source of the sound, my Kasugai crow was perched on the window. Ka Kamado Tanjiro, as a pillar, you must attend the pillars meeting. Tonight pillars meeting. Several people were sitting in a small room lit only by 2 candles. Each pillar awaited one last person while the boss waited patiently. Finally, slide the door open and go inside. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze to me. I, who felt slightly intimidated, found a place to sit on the right. When I finally performed the action, I heard words coming out of my group. You're finally here, don't ever keep the boss waiting like that again or I'll cut your wrists, kid, Shinazugawa warned me. It seems this is something I should start getting used to. Shinazugawa, you shouldn't treat the new guy like that. The master chose him for a reason, don't you think? Shinobu argued. Shinazugawa simply clicked his tongue and looked away. Be quiet, the master is going to speak, Haimjima ordered in his gruff voice. Thank you, Haimjima. According to your reports, demon-related casualties have been steadily increasing. Our lives have never seemed to be in such danger. Therefore, it is urgent to recruit more members. Do you agree? The master spoke calmly as he explained the dire situation. What we saw on Mount Natagumo makes it obvious what's happening. The quality of our troops has plummeted, they're worthless. The instructors these days approve of any idiot. They can't tell who's worthwhile and who isn't, Shinazugawa complained. The more members we recruit, the harder it will be to maintain the organization's unity. To make matters worse, we're in the midst of a changing era, Shinobu explained. Some join out of revenge, having lost loved ones, while others come from lineages of renowned demon hunters. It's cruel to demand the same performance and willpower from the first group, Haimjima commented. The situation won't get better in any case, I added abruptly. Everyone looked at me with a mixture of surprise and confusion. Would you mind elaborating, Kamado? Rengoku asked. When I encountered the 5th lower moon, she gave me a very important revelation. The moons will no longer play with us. It seems that from now on, the group of demonic moons will be more active than ever. The group opened their eyes in surprise, and a few sighed in surprise. Just what we needed, Aguro clicked his finger. Yes, that's terrible news. The moons are a horrible danger. The boss rested his chin on his hand and reflected for a moment. Given the circumstances, from now on, whenever a demonic moon is seen, 2 pillars must attend the mission, the master said with complete seriousness. Master, are you sure about that decision? We pillars are important for the extermination of the demons. Sending 2 on a single mission sounds like a waste of resources, Yuzui questioned. Although it may sound pretentious, it's true. The pillars are called pillars for a reason, considering that the group is relatively small. If it sounded like a waste of resources. My children, I know it sounds drastic, but times change. If young Kamado is telling the truth, we can't let our guard down. From the comments of the few who survived a confrontation with a demon moon, many said that each and every one of them was terribly overconfident, and yet they are capable of completely subduing the organization if they so desired. Now that they are prepared to fight seriously from the very first second, we cannot be complacent. All the pillars looked at each other, thinking about the boss's words. Seeing his team's morale, he spoke once more. I believe that each and every one of the pillars here present are the best pillars since the pioneers of the Sengoku era. Yuzui Tenjin, Kyojuro Rengoku Kacho Shinobu Kenroji Mitsuri Tquito Muakairo, Haimjima Jaiomai, Shinazugawa Seinmi, Aguro Obanai Tomioka Jiu and Kamado Tanjiro. He smiled proudly. You have my blessing. The day after the meeting I was free to do more missions because I didn't receive any serious injuries. However, Zenitsu and Inosuke will stay longer and begin rehabilitation training. Upon hearing this, I personally asked Shinobu to let me stay at the estate longer. I wanted to help Inosuke and Zenitsu with their training and help unlock their potential. In addition, I wanted the estate's helpers to assist them both in training to unlock continuous focused breathing. Kamado, you don't have to ask me to tell the master you're a pillar. You're supposed to be free to tell the master anything you need. She placed 2 fingers on my forehead while looking at me with a slightly mocking expression. Of course I'll keep that in mind. However, could you let me stay longer? I insisted as I moved his arm away. Well, seeing as you really want to do it, I don't see why not. I think those 2 could use a little help with their training. And about the continuous breathing, yes, I suppose we can push them a bit with that. So tomorrow Inosuke's training would begin, since Zenitsu still had to recover from the spider's poison. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18, Decisions. Inosuke has been rehabilitating for some time with the assistants at the Butterfly Estate, practicing his breathing to master the continuous breathing technique, a basic requirement to even have a chance to be among the pillars. This technique allows hunters to maintain a constant state of superhuman capabilities due to the high amount of air passing through the body. Normally, he would return to the cot to rest after training, however, as agreed with Shinobu, I took him to train him. Today is the first day of training. Inosuke already looked extremely emaciated from the continuous breathing training. Hey, why don't you have to train? I protested. I already used the continuous breathing technique, Inosuke. Inosuke remained silent for a moment before letting out a shout of surprise. Is that why you're so strong? Since when do you know how to use it? I was born with it, a detail I ignored for a while. Because I was already so used to using it, my body would involuntarily use it even when there was no real threat. Well, that doesn't matter. If you're feeling better now, it's time to train. Do we really have to do this? Yeah, now, if you have the energy to complain, I'm sure you have the energy to train. There was no time to lose. The demons are more active than ever, indirectly due to my own existence in this era. I can't help but feel responsible, so I have to fix this. My training would plant the seeds of various skills besides improving Inosuke's innate characteristics and covering his flaws, not to mention greatly increasing his physical capabilities. Continuous breathing training is already covered, so the next step would be Kairo. Yeah, why are we meditating? Repetitive movement 1, a technique that fully opens the 5 senses by concentrating on a repetitive action. Whether praying or repeating chants, as long as it is repetitive, allows you to access it, increases concentration and improves control over concentrated breathing. Along with continuous breathing, this technique opens the door to the Hunter's Mark, an essential element in a final battle against the Demon King. Plus the improved concentration, which will allow access to the transparent world. Besides, concentration is something Inosuke needs. Inosuke, I've already explained it to you, we're training repetitive movements. What are you telling me? You haven't explained anything, you idiot. He explained it twice. I sighed and thought again. Inosuke is a daredevil who needs action to concentrate action. Meditation is repetitive but boring for Inosuke, so something intense will allow him to unlock this. Training katanas, of course, we have several bakken around here. My Tsuguko uses them often, Shinobu explained. Oh, you have a Tsuguko Shinobu. Yep, her name is Tsuyuri. She's currently taking a break from missions. She must be very talented to be a Tsuguko. You bet. The few times she can train are when I come here and have nothing to do. Basic training is useless for her now. Shinobu looked at the ground momentarily, as if she were reflecting on something. Kamado, I don't know if it's too much to ask, but I'd like you to help her too when you're done with Inosuke. This caught me a bit off guard. I was originally going to continue with Zenitsu, but letting him rest longer is probably a good idea, even so. As I've already mentioned, you can only train, meaning a friendly match, when I, a pillar, am present. As you know, we pillars are busy people, but since we're still making some arrangements and investigating more of your background, you're not as busy with missions. Besides, I already know your capabilities. You'll be a great boost to your skills. It made sense. The thought of being investigated was unsettling. But aside from that, a Tsuguko at full capacity is crucial in case the pillar dies. Their position needs to be filled quickly to maintain the balance of power between demons and demon slayers. But I felt there was something more. I can train her without any problems, yes, but well, I don't want to sound nosy, but is there anything else? I asked. She looked at me innocently before taking something out of her pocket, a coin. Heads, Shinobu said, tossing the coin into the air. Cruz, I replied. She quickly grabbed the coin, and it's a cross. It seems luck is on your side, Tanjiro, Shinobu explained with her usual cheerfulness. I suppose so. But what are you trying to get at? I questioned. Kano has been using this heads or tails method her whole life. She makes every decision by flipping a coin, and depending on the result, she'll obviously do one thing or another. Has he been using this method his whole life? Are you speaking figuratively, or has he really done it this way? Yep, at least since my sister Kacho Kani and I took her in. Oh, where is she now? I haven't heard from her. Obviously, she is no longer with us. A slight pressure and a feeling of remorse formed in my stomach. Asking something like that so casually. My sincerest condolences. It's nothing, it's been a while. The thing is, when we took her in, she was incapable of doing anything for herself unless ordered to, due to her background. Kani then gave her a coin which, when she saw fit, she could use to take any action she wanted. And he hasn't stopped since. Bingo, although I've already explained it to you twice. This limits it to 2 actions between black and white. She looked up at the ceiling for a moment with a somewhat embarrassed smile. You must know that the world isn't just black and white. That's what I want you to teach him, Tanjiro. I want you to show him a world of gray.
I just stared at her. She had basically just asked me to teach a young girl how to form her own morals and independent thought. I sighed with a smile. Sure, no problem, I'll teach him to see a gray world, I affirmed. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19, The Beast.
I threw a bakken at Inosuke, which he caught without any problems. Huh. Are we going to fight with this contraption? He complained. It's training after all. It's simple, you block me and I'll unleash a barrage of attacks. That way you'll have to concentrate and you'll also improve your kendo skills. Bah, why do I have to be the one to block? Why can't I attack? I looked at him calmly and did nothing more than get into position. Ready? I asked Yuko without letting him finish his sentence. I launched an attack on Inosuke, which he effectively blocked. What was that? That attack barely had any power. Precise speed and force are needed to prevent the training from becoming excessively intense. I don't want to improve your physical capabilities, but rather your concentration. By applying minimal force, the impact doesn't numb the body. That's the idea, Inosuke, come on. Then I began the barrage of attacks. Inosuke managed to block them all while complaining about not being the attacker, so he increased the speed of his blows. Little by little, Inosuke began to quiet down, concentrating more on blocking me. The training begins. Exactly 3 hours have passed, and during all this time, Inosuke has surprisingly managed to remain silent and concentrate on training. I don't think he noticed, but during these 2 hours I've been progressively increasing my speed. It becomes somewhat complicated to maintain the same strength, but I'm able to do it. That will conclude today's session. We both separated by sliding backwards. It's cold, Inosuke commented. The comment surprised me. It was out of context, and he said it in a much calmer tone than usual. I don't like the cold. In winter, the strong go to their caves and it's hard to stay warm. He continued. He looked up. Tanjiro, has the girl with purple hair ever sung to me? I was even more confused. He said my name correctly. Perhaps during all this time in silence, Inosuke had been able to concentrate and start thinking more. The cold probably evokes sad feelings in him, something that caught me completely off guard. No, not that I recall. Miss Shinobu has never sung to you. Inosuke continued, staring at the orange sky. It was late and the sun was setting. I'm hungry. I've spent who knows how many hours blocking your bucking attacks and I'm sweating. For the next 5 days we have been repeating this training. I could slowly notice how Inosuke's blocking speed was increasing. The seed of repetitive movement had been planted and its shoots were beginning to emerge. Along with continuous breathing training, his heart rate was always high and his body temperature was also high. This accustoms his body to the requirements of the hunter brand. On the last day, I decided to invite Inosuke to a friendly match. We were both facing each other. This time I gave Inosuke 2 bakken so that he could fight naturally. We looked at each other for a few seconds before Inosuke immediately jumped towards me, typical of his frenetic style. We started exchanging attacks. Don't hold back, Inosuke, go all out.
Beast's Breath, Third Fang, Sting and Tear.
Inosuke launched 2 horizontal slashes that I deflected. Fourth Fang chopped into pieces. He quickly jumped into the air and launched several slashes at me. I quickly dodged them completely. We stayed like that for a while, Inosuke trying to hit me while I dodged or blocked them, but he didn't need to hit me. During my training, I steadily increased my speed. My speed has reached Rui's level. That is, its speed is already comparable to that of Rui, the 5th lower moon. That's what I find interesting. Rui was tremendously stronger than a lower moon 5. Without a doubt, he would be a lower moon 1. It's something that has left me confused. In any case, Inosuke has not stopped training. Even though each day he looked more and more emaciated from the intense continuous breathing training and mine, it has all been worth it. Inosuke is already able to keep pace with a demon moon. At a certain point in the fight, Inosuke began to increase his ferocity, his attacks became faster and his strength increased. Suddenly, a burst of force. I was able to block his attack, but he slid me backward, leaving marks on the ground. He had done it. He had indeed done it. A feeling of pride and satisfaction arose within me. Inosuke has managed to master repetitive movement. Tanjiro. Zenitsu had finally recovered and started his rehabilitation. However, because I asked him to add continuous breathing training, it became much more intense. What are you doing? I already had enough watching my arms and legs grow little by little. And now you telling me you've asked 4-hour training to be harder. Inosuke was currently still training his continuous breathing, but from what I was told, he would achieve it at any moment. Meanwhile, Zenitsu has barely begun to train him. Under normal circumstances, I would have started his training, something I really want to do. His talent and potential are something I would love to exploit in him. However, Miss Shinobu has asked me for something and I have promised her. You can do it, Zenitsu, you'll get used to it. What are you telling me? You're the one who got me into this hell. Zenitsu continued complaining while he uttered rhetoric beneath my feet. Seriously, Tanjiro, how can you stand it? A female voice asked. When I turned my head, it was AI Kanzaki AI. Ah, Kanzaki, have they been causing you a lot of trouble? Call me by my name, Tanjiro, and yes, you too are something else. Kanao, me and the 3 little ones get tired of how much you complain. Although lately Inosuke has been improving a lot.
One day, it just seemed like his abilities improved exponentially without explanation. That makes sense. Repetitive motion is not something to underestimate. Oh, by the way, Miss Shinobu told me that you're going to train Kanao, isn't that right? AI explained. Yes, I've heard that he uses a variant of water breathing. I'm excited to learn about his abilities. A excited. You don't seem very excited with that serious face. Ahem, anyway, treat her well. Kanao is someone we appreciate a lot around here. Yes, don't worry, I'll make sure of it. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, The Flower. In the courtyard of the butterfly farm, a young girl was carefully observing the butterflies flying above her. His observation was interrupted by a young man with long red hair tied back in a ponytail. You're Tsuyuri Kana, aren't you? The girl just nodded. As the insect pillar agreed, at this moment she would train the young Tsugiko on a path to become stronger and learn to make decisions for herself. But that's probably the biggest problem. How do I teach him something like that? What? For the moment we both went inside the rehabilitation area where Kano has been helping Inosuke and Zenitsu. For the moment neither of them had said a single word. The silence was slightly comforting. I threw a bakken and she caught it without any trouble. We both quickly got into position. Show me your skills, please, I asked. She quickly charged towards me and began to attack, attacks that I managed to block. As I expected from a Tsugiko, she's very talented, her learning curve is promising, and her strength surpasses that of Miss Shinobu. She's definitely more powerful than Zenitsu or Inosuke were back then. I stopped her by counterattacking abruptly, our bakken clashing together. My strength seemed to overwhelm her, and so she stopped. Well, based on your current progress, physical training should be more than enough. I assume you've already mastered the continuous breathing technique, right? She nodded slightly. With that, I started thinking about a training program for her. Her temperament is much better than Inosuke's, so it will be much simpler for her to unlock the repetitive movement, other than that. Apart from that, the hardest part remained. For the time being, I would start with repetitive movement training along with physical training. No sooner said than done. During the following days, we held several friendly matches, correcting errors in their movements and covering their weaknesses. The training was basic enough, at least for a pillar, maybe a bit tough for a pillar apprentice, but you could expect less from one. Each day we climbed a nearby mountain, and once at the top we descended by jumping between the tree branches. This improves cardiovascular endurance as well as leg strength and agility. Then we did several lifting exercises. There's not much to explain here, it strengthens the muscles. Next, we did meditation exercises and similar activities to train the repetitive movement. After all that, kendo exercises, whether it's sparring, correcting movements, or practicing against a tatami. Finally, after each day, she observed her breathing, the breathing of the flowers. According to what I heard from AI, it was originally a breathing technique invented by Kacho Kani, her adoptive sister. In this last step, he helped her refine her breathing, either by making it more faithful to the original intention or by making it more effective. Her last position, Scarlet Spider Lily Eyes. A technique that enhances the user's kinetic vision, allowing them to see everything in slow motion, but at the same time poses an extreme danger as it puts great pressure on the veins in the eyes, which can cause them to burst, leaving the user blind. It is a technique that was tremendously useful in practice, even more so against high-speed opponents like the Demon Moons. But the risk is too high, but over the course of several days, I came up with a way to make the technique more effective. You don't need to put all the tension on at once. She looked at me slightly confused as she sweated and tried to catch her breath after the whole day. If I understand correctly, your eyes can turn red due to all the blood flowing through them at once, right? But you don't have to put all that pressure on at once. You can increase the amount of blood gradually and as needed. She opened her eyes in surprise. She seemed to have understood what he was trying to do. Try it now. Kanao seemed hesitant about whether to do it or not, but she gave a big sigh and closed her eyes. He quickly opened them. Instead of the intense crimson color he expected, it was a simple, dull red. I smiled, seeing that my theory was effective. I quickly put it to the test. With a swift movement, I attacked her with my bakken at high speeds. The girl managed to react in time and completely blocked the attack. A feeling of pride coursed through my body and I couldn't help but smile. Under normal conditions, the movement would have hit her directly, but in this case, she must have seen my movements more slowly and that's why she blocked it. I'm happy for you, Kano. Now, whenever you feel overwhelmed, you don't have to completely lose sight of your goals. I'm happy for you. For the first time in a long time, I could see a smile of excitement form on her face, which she quickly noticed and covered her face. I let out a slight giggle. The next day, Kanao met me as usual. Expecting the routine, however, I stopped her dead in her tracks before heading to the mountain. There's a small festival happening in a nearby town. I think it would be a good idea to go, I suggested. Kanao looked at me with complete confusion, but before she could do anything, I started moving in the direction of the village. Still confused, she started following me. It was a festival that lasted all day. That was all the information I could get. It's an event that Shinobu, Kani, and Kano used to go to when they were younger, according to AI. Beyond that, I had no knowledge. Kano, do you know what people are celebrating at this festival? I asked. They celebrate the day on which the avatar of Amaterasu saved the people from a vile creature. Ho, the avatar of Amaterasu? I questioned. A swordsman with long hair tipped with red, tied back in a ponytail and dressed in red. According to the villagers, his movements were like a dance, and the fire he breathed was as warm as the sun. Long hair, ponytail, red clothing, swordsman, huh? Are you talking about me? And no, it could have been anyone. Is there any more detail? I asked nervously. Kano looked at me, puzzled by my curiosity about the identity of this swordsman, but continued. They mentioned that she was wearing Hanafuda earrings. They're referring entirely to me. It felt strange to be at a festival that was being celebrated in the name of my past life. However, this would not change my original goal here. Teach Kano to make her own decisions. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21, Shopping. We went into a ramen place. It was empty, so it was just the two of us. The shop assistant greeted us warmly and we sat down at the table. This place had menus where you could see the entire menu available, so we grabbed the menu and started reviewing the contents. I'm going to order a ramen with beef, nari seaweed, and a hard-boiled egg. What are you going to order? I looked up from the menu. Kano, as usual, took out a coin and threw it. Before he could grab her, she disappeared from his sight. He looked around to make sure it hadn't fallen to the ground. When he looked up again, he could see me playing the coin. So what will you order? I felt somewhat bad forcing her to make a decision this way, but honestly, mentally, I was completely out of ideas. Oh, this. I nervously checked the letter again. I think I'll order rice noodles with pork. I guess she looked at me again, waiting for some kind of approval. Instead, simply raise your voice. A beef ramen and pork rice noodles, coming right up, replied the clerk. Kano looked at me with wide eyes, as if she hadn't expected me to simply tell the clerk what I had chosen without prior approval. Soon our food arrived, and all this time Kano tried to remain calm. Is it okay if I spend my money on you? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have any money on me right now. This has all happened so suddenly, I ask myself and explain. It's okay. Besides, after becoming pillar, I received a generous bonus courtesy of the boss. With a poker face, I discreetly took out a few bills. A drop of sweat trickled down his cheek as he wore a surprised expression. Why are we doing this? I wonder. Rest is a crucial part of training. It regenerates muscles and reduces fatigue, making workouts more effective. We both ate our noodles in silence. I paid the required amount with a discount since it was the festival. During this time, we visited antique shops and spoke with locals. They explained the festival to me in more detail. It is said that the swordsman defeated a creature that fed on humans and threatened the existence of the village, but that, with the flames of his katana, he skillfully cut the creature's neck. This experience was passed down from generation to generation, and the festival was formed in celebration of such a hero. I couldn't help but blush from time to time. Finally, night fell and the festival reached its peak. The streets were filled with people from outside because the legends of that swordsman reached more towns that were also saved by similar creatures. By this time, people were coming just to sell products and socialize, not exactly in the name of that swordsman. Even so, with each passing moment I blushed more. Are you alright, Kamado? Kano asked. Why, yes, it's nothing. From time to time we would stop at stalls to buy small souvenirs. At one stall we both bought a mask. I bought a fox mask and she bought a cat mask. It took her a long time to decide between this one or the other. We entered a large tailor shop. They had several suits and kimonos worthy of the 20th century. I couldn't resist the temptation to look at a few. Luxury is a word that's foreign to me, but I'm very happy to be able to enjoy it in this life. In the past, even for someone so important, the luxuries of that time are not comparable to the technology of today. When I turned around, I noticed Kano staring intently at a white kimono with cherry blossom prints. Do you want it? I approached her and asked, No, it wouldn't be useful to me anyway. After all, I always have to wear the uniform, and kimonos don't allow much mobility. I took out the wad of bills again. Do you want it? I asked again. Kano looked at the ground. A decision of such magnitude seemed impossible without the help of the coin, but a murmured yes could be heard. These days they have something called fitting rooms where you can try on clothes directly or just see if they were suitable for you. Kano left silently, wearing her kimono. Do you like it? I asked again. Yes, Kano said softly. I quickly gave the money to the saleswoman. Ho. I mean thank you for your purchase. The shop assistant quickly took the money and checked the amount. We left the store. Kano still had her usual smile, but this time it seemed sincere. Tanjiro, I think this was a bad purchase. I've already said it's fine, even if it's just for tonight, keep it on. When we left, it was already very late at night and there was a beautiful crescent moon that day. We decided it was time to return to the estate, so we both started walking back, she in the kimono and mask and I in just the mask. When we had already moved a little way away, a loud noise could be heard. When we turned our heads, we could see that they were fireworks, but all I could see was the crescent moon. A moon that brought back several memories, more specifically Michikatsu, my twin brother. I couldn't help but wonder why had he done that? To die in that final battle against the mere memory twists my heart. I frowned. I was planning to finish it with my own hands. I planned to put an end to his sins with my own Nichiren, and after that I planned to finish my work. The only job I was born to do, my only destiny, in which I failed spectacularly. I'm going to kill the Demon King. That is a responsibility I have to bear without complaint. I clenched my fists. Is something wrong? A female voice pulled me from my thoughts. When I looked, it was Kanao, who seemed slightly worried about me. The rockets continued to illuminate, more specifically Kanao's face. Now that I look at it, isn't she cute? Do I have something on my face? Kanao seemed to be getting more nervous. When I realized what I was thinking, I snapped out of my trance. No, it's nothing, let's go back. What am I thinking? I'm 10 times older than her. I can't be thinking about that. Am I that old? A new question came to my mind. In this body with the memories of a past life, am I Tsugikuni Yoriichi or am I Kamado Tanjiro? End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22, An Impending Storm. Hey Tanjiro, do you think that kind of training is normal? Shinobu started drumming my forehead with her index and middle fingers. The veins on her forehead were visible. Well, you asked me to train her and… Yes, I did. She looked at me with empty eyes. I simply looked away, she sighed. Well, you did your job anyway, so I guess I'll let it slide. This morning she didn't use the coin to decide on her breakfast after all. I turned my gaze towards her. Thank you, Tanjiro. I returned his serene smile, so flirting. Ehhhh. Zenitsu was uncomfortably close to my face as he yelled at me. Do you think it's normal to go to a festival with a girl? Zenitsu, you just trained, resting might be. To hell with rest. Why are you so popular with the girls? I keep hearing girls whispering about how handsome you are. Whyyyyyy. With a firm look I answered him, become strong and find out. With the firmest, most confident gaze she could muster, she said to me. Tanjiro, I already have enough with rehabilitation. How are you going to make me train? Without any response, I continued walking to the rehabilitation room. I opened the door and we went in. Zenitsu, I called him seriously. Zenitsu seemed surprised by my sudden seriousness. I can teach you all the lightning positions. Zenitsu opened his eyes wide. For a moment they shone with hope. Oh me, all of them, what's up? Hope quickly vanished from her eyes and she looked at me with a very confused expression. So far you've only been able to master the first position, right? Why do you think that is? I questioned. Why, it's obvious I have no talent whatsoever. I could die any minute now. Tanjiro, is this what this is about? You just want to make fun of me? Zenitsu got way too close to me again. No, I didn't mean that. Why didn't you learn the other positions? Zenitsu seemed to calm down seeing my serious reaction, so he looked at the ground, mentally preparing to explain his story. I always ran away from training, so I didn't have time to learn all the stances and ended up stuck on the first one. My teacher told me that even if I only knew one, I should make the most of it. But how are you going to teach me the rest? You use that sun breath thing. How could it be possible that… Before I could finish, her eyes began to open in surprise, watching the flashes of lightning coming from me. Lightning breathing, second form, thunderball. 5 simultaneous attacks all around me forming a kind of ball. With this demonstration, Zenitsu would have no more doubts. I can teach him. Zenitsu's mouth was open, a drop of sweat running down his face. Tanjiro, how did you? Why you? What's going on? Zenitsu grabbed me by the shoulders and started shaking me in exasperation. The point is that I can teach you the other positions. After all, the first one is the basis for the others. You even know that, don't you use any other breathing technique? Answer me, he continued to shake me. We will follow a routine to strengthen your kendo technique and progress with your breathing. The rehabilitation should be sufficient for you in terms of physical improvement. Stop ignoring me. At that moment we were meditating. We were in a clearing in a small forest sitting cross-legged. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, why are we meditating? That's 2 people asking me the same thing now. It improves concentration, something crucial in lightning breathing which requires precise movements. That was true, but only half true. I was using this moment too. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Am I Tanjiro or am I Yoriichi? On the surface the answer may seem obvious, but it depends on the person. Some will say that I am Yoriichi because I have my memories, morals, and ethics. Others will say that I am Tanjiro, that my past is old water and this new body is an opportunity not to fix Yoriichi's mistakes but to have another chance. And I am confused. Why is the question coming up now? So what should I choose? The other night I thought Kanao was cute. Of course, being an adult doesn't mean you can't recognize the beauty of youth, but it feels strange to have these thoughts. Is this body that is of that age? I feel like my head is going to explode from all the doubts. Tanjiro. My bubble burst in an instant when I heard Zenitsu's voice calling me. Yes, I asked. Do you really think I'm capable of more? The The question caught me off guard as it came from some thoughts that were difficult to digest. Yes, I firmly believe that. Every time I see Zenitsu, I can't help but remember the day I saw him perform his first lightning form. A terrifying speed, refined and deadly. But it always struck me that he did that while asleep. When he was asleep, he had a serious, firm expression as if he was not afraid of anything. Perhaps that was the key. Zenitsu, do you know what you're capable of when you sleep? Huh, what do you mean? What am I supposed to do while I'm asleep? Do you remember how you survived the spider demon on Mount Natagumo? Well, Miss Shinobu rescued me when I was on my last legs. Did she defeat the demon? Well, now that you mention it, I'm not sure. I fainted, and when I woke up, I was nowhere to be found. And you don't know how he died. You're not implying that I did it, are you? But think about it, if no one else was there and Miss Shinobu appeared much later, who could have done it? Seriously, Tanjiro, I don't know what you see in me, but I wouldn't be capable of something like that. Zenitsu remembered absolutely nothing of what he did in that state, so I decided to force that state in order to investigate further. I brought some Bakken with me for when we finished meditating. Zenitsu grabbed him by the hair. Are we already? Are we going to Tanjiro? I began to approach slowly, Bakken in hand, progressively unleashing more of my killer instinct. Tanjiro, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. I'm so sorry. Ignoring his words, I got closer and closer. Zenitsu fell on his butt to the ground and tried to get away from me, crashing into a tree. I'm going to die. I'm going to die for the person I thought was my friend. I want my grandpa back. Amid Zenitsu's extreme panic, he fainted, white eyes and drool coming out of his mouth. I slowly got into a fighting stance. The battle could begin at any moment. End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23, The Storm. Zenitsu began to stand up, gripping his Bakken tightly. I inhale a large amount of air before making my first move. Lightning breath, first form, lightning flash. I managed to move aside before he reached me. During this time, I haven't stopped bringing out my killer instinct so that Zenitsu's state doesn't go away. He got into position again to attack me. I quickly slid across and delivered a direct blow to his neck. In that position, he was defenseless against those attacks. That was one of the problems with only knowing one pose. The lack of flexibility you have in combat. All your weak points are not covered, and once you learn the same attack, it won't work. But he knew that Zenitsu made up for it in other ways. Lightning breathing, first form, lightning flash 6 times. He has created several variations of the same pose. With this attack, he maintained the speed of his stance while allowing himself to change trajectory. Taking advantage of the fact that we were surrounded by trees, Zenitsu used them to change course and attack me. I was able to dodge the first 4 and I had to counterattack the last 2. We were both back to square zero. But compared to that mountain, this is nothing. Referring to Gyomai, I remember our extremely tough battle. We were both undoubtedly the strongest at the time. But a new problem arose. How could Zenitsu take advantage of this state? It's mildly exasperating to see Zenitsu with such low self-esteem and not realizing his tremendous power. Perhaps this beast has been awakened too soon. I need to investigate further. I need to learn more about Zenitsu and understand him so I can help him on the ruthless path of a demon hunter. It's my responsibility. Quickly, I appeared behind him and knocked him out with the Bakken. Zenitsu collapsed. It's good to see you again, Tanjiro. How is Nezuko? The master sat on his knees while his wife, Amin Yubayashiki, served us tea. I left Zenitsu on the stretcher, then attached a request for a private meeting between the master and me in order to learn more about Zenitsu's background. My position as a pillar allowed me to do this. We met in a room with a table in the middle next to a view of the outside, more specifically the outdoor courtyard of the hunter's headquarters. I can say the same, master. Nezuko has been good. These last few days she's done nothing but sleep. The experience on the mountain probably left her exhausted. I've come to you to ask you a few things about a hunter. I imagine it will be Inosuke or Zenitsu, won't it? The boss took a sip from his cup. Yes, more precisely Zenitsu. I want to learn more about him. So you want to learn about his background and references. Sure, I can give you the documents we have stored here at headquarters. Everything we know about him, his birthplace, and his cultivation should be there. Thank you, boss. Now, I wanted to ask you, what is your opinion of him? I took a sip from my teacup. Interesting, I wasn't expecting that question. Zenitsu seems curious, to say the least. His talent has been confirmed by his cultivator, Kyojima Jigoro, but his attitude doesn't help matters at all. Beyond that, I know very little about him. He took a sip. Basically, he knows the superficial aspects of Zenitsu, nothing relevant about his psyche. I understand, thank you very much, boss. That's not all, is it? I was surprised by his interruption, but he was right, that wasn't all. It just didn't seem like a good time to tell him my concerns, especially with the boss. Well, I have a few things I'd like to talk about, but I think I'd rather not bother you. I took one last deep sip from my cup. If you have any worries, you have to say them. Maintaining a calm mind is crucial for a hunter. I looked at the boss firmly, then turned my head to the courtyard of the estate. It was a lovely sight, which reflected well the calming voice that the boss had. If you're truly willing to listen to me, I think I'd like another cup of tea. Amin, out of habit, served me the glass. The atmosphere was serene, calm, and quiet, the only sounds that accompanied us in that room being the wind, the birds, and our breathing. First of all, I think it will be necessary to train this generation of hunters, I said, resting my head on my arm as I continued to look outside. Oh, elaborate. The ferocity of the hunters has never diminished, but their skills, as we discussed at the Pillars meeting, have declined. My proposal is to train them all in intensive training among the Pillars, the most capable at headquarters. I understand, I see your point, but we can't do that. Even if we force them all, the demons would still be active. We can't afford to summon everyone to one place. The boss was right, but training right now is crucial, the solution I could think of. Then I suppose we don't have to train them all at once. We can do it in groups. Ah, that sounds more promising. Still, are you implying that all the Pillars will gather in one place to train a small group? I see your concern. We are called the Pillars for a reason. We are the foundation of the corporation, but that doesn't mean there aren't others capable of defeating demons. What I propose is to start gradually from the strongest to the weakest, that is, from the Pillars to the Mizunodo. The boss remained silent for a moment to take a final sip of tea. Amin served him another cup. You want to start with the Pillars? The boss raised his head, looked intently at the boss. Yeah. He turned his head outwards. Even though at this moment the Yubayashiki generational disease had blinded him, it seemed as if he were truly seeing. I don't doubt your abilities, but you're not inherently superior to them. Yes, it's impressive that you're on par with Gyomai, but I think you're overestimating yourself. Well, that's where you're wrong, boss. The boss seemed slightly surprised for the first time. Strength isn't just in the body, it's also in the mind. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24, Against the Clock. So you're claiming you're smarter than a 27-year veteran? The boss asked. That's right, I affirmed. The boss took a deep gulp of his tea. What do you have to offer? I ask myself. First of all the Pillars have mastered continuous breathing and repetitive movement, right? The elite cannot lack arsenal, so yes. How would you feel if I told you they can unlock another weapon that will give them the power to face the upper moons on equal footing? The boss rested his arm on his head while he seemed to be looking at his cup. The boss didn't seem to be doing anything relevant when I noticed the hand he was holding the glass with. At that moment, the glass shattered into pieces. Oh, sorry, I must have gotten too excited. Sick or not, emotions remain an important factor. It seems that in this case, the patron had enough strength to squeeze the glass and break it. Although surprised, I simply took a sip from the glass. You don't need to bring another glass, Amin Tanjiro. I really hope you're not pulling my leg. Not at all. I want to give you a task. When you can, review the files and documents related to the history of the hunters, paying special attention to the Sengoku era. In the golden age of hunters. It seems like it will be arduous, but we will look at it hard. The last time I was only able to hear about this time through my father. Once that's done, let me know when we can start training. You seem very confident about this, but of course I won't ignore your requests. You're one of the corporation's greatest assets right now, and I hope you can continue to be of service to us. Of course now, if you'll excuse me. Oh, there's something else I wanted to tell you. The boss took me by surprise. I looked up and stared directly at him. Muzan has begun to deal with humans. I opened my eyes wide. What do you mean, boss? Muzan has amassed a great fortune over time. Apparently his main source of income is the vases he sells. Don't ask me too much about it. Anyway, with this money, he started hiring mercenaries to kill demon hunters. Knowing demons, this must disgust him, but something has changed. Muzan has never been so alert. Something has intimidated him. I covered my mouth and looked at the ground, quietly thinking about the boss's words. Normal humans wouldn't be much of a problem for a hunter, even a Mizunodo. However, they outnumbered us. The clock has started to tick faster. I can't stray from my destiny. I must face Muzan Kibutsuji as soon as possible. I slowly got up from the room and left in silence. Damn, everything was too quiet, but aside from that, this has taken a weight off my shoulders. Now I just have to go visit Zenitsu's cultivator, after which I must return to duty immediately. What? It was already late, the sun was setting. An old man was sweeping the ground of leaves that had fallen from the trees. He sighed as he continued sweeping when he looked up and noticed my presence. And you are? He asked me. Mr. Kiwajima, you don't know me, but I know you. I need to talk to you. Jigoro sat on his knees just like me. He served me and then proceeded to serve himself. Who would have thought the sun pillar? I haven't heard of that breathing technique anywhere. Did you create it yourself? Is it a derivative of the flame breathing technique? Jigoro said cheerfully as he finished pouring himself a drink. Not exactly, but yes, I created it myself. I see him. Yes, its name is quite pretentious. After all, the sun is the greatest weakness of demons. It's easy to make the connection. Jigoro took a sip of his tea. So what do you want to talk about? It's about his disciple Zenitsu. Don't tell me. Has he done something stupid? That boy. No, it's so you can tell me about him. Oh, and what do you want to know about him? Well, I suppose I'll give you some context. Basically, I'm personally training him so that he can reach his full potential. However, his attitude towards himself, that is, his low self-esteem, has been difficult to deal with. Jigoro looked at me intently, sighed, and stroked his mustache as he seemed to be reflecting on something. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Zenitsu is special even from the beginning, Jigoro explained. Please tell me about it. Jigoro was momentarily worried, then sighed in defeat. Get ready, it's a rather long story. I have all the time in the world, sir. Okay, I suppose we'll start by talking a little bit about your family. Did he have personal connections with them? Yes, they came from a wealthy family of expert artisans of all kinds, from carpentry to blacksmithing. It just so happened that one night I saved the youngest member of the family, Tomoko Ishikawa, from a demon. She invited me to her family's estate, and I had no choice but to go. They insisted I become Tomoko's bodyguard and spy, as they had recently suspected she was seeing a villager, and that I help her with the demon attacks since the family has a long history with them. I obviously could not accept, as I had to take care of my position as Pillar Relampagoan, so I refused immediately. As time went on, it just so happened that I always ended up running into her being hunted by demons, and of course it was going to be her. It turned out that she had the rare Merchai blood that attracts demons but makes them clumsy. So I always ended up having dinner with the family. Through these visits, I was able to learn more about what was happening within the family, and it was clear that Tomoko's parents were becoming increasingly displeased with her because she kept spending time with that villager. Because I ended up extremely exhausted from the battle against a group of demons who gathered to hunt Tomoko, the corporation gave me a month off. During this time, the family kept begging me to be Tomoko's bodyguard and report absolutely everything I saw and heard. All of this obviously behind her back. Since I had nothing better to do, I accepted. The next day, I secretly watched Tomoko and soon discovered that she was indeed seeing someone, Ryusuke Agatsuma. End of Chapter 24. Chapter 25, Loves. Ryusuke and Tomoko clearly loved each other very much. I knew my mission was to inform them that their suspicions were true, but at the same time, seeing them so happy. Hunters almost never allow themselves to fall in love because the hunter will almost always die in combat. Seeing such a happy couple hit me right in my weak spot, I couldn't help but let them be. Love is something very important, and I would never forgive myself for separating them like that, but perhaps that was a fatal mistake. So throughout the week I watched as the two lovebirds seemed to love each other more and more each day, and finally the day arrived. I lied to the parents, saying their daughter wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary, and I left. About 2 months passed before I encountered her again, as always, being attacked by a demon. When I saved her, I instantly noticed the lump in her belly. She became pregnant and was forming Zenitsu inside her. Right now she was exiled from the family and lived with Ryusuke in his house. It was much worse than the estate where she lived, but they were both happy and soon they would have their child. Obviously they were already married, and they asked me for a favor I wouldn't expect for ages. They asked me that if anything happened to them, I should please take care of Zenitsu. Knowing my position, I was very tempted to refuse, but Tomoko was already a friend to me, and Ryusuke was an amazing guy, so I couldn't help but accept. Weeks passed, months, about 2 years, and one night what I feared most happened. I was unable to save Tomoko. In turn, Ryusuke was hunted down by Tomoko's family and killed. And Zenitsu, just a baby, found himself alone in the world. No matter how much I promised to take care of him, I couldn't, so I had no choice but to leave him in an orphanage. My heart ached for several years, but in the end I retired from being a hunter to becoming a cultivator, training future generations of hunters. Thanks to this, I was finally able to take a look at Zenitsu. And I could describe the sight as nothing more than depressing. Seeing him used in that way by the girl he thought was in love with him, it was truly heartbreaking. Beyond that, I thought I would simply continue to grow up, perhaps to work in the rice fields or open some kind of job. It was a humble destination, but if I managed to start a family, I would be more than happy. That is, until one night I saw him walking slowly. When I tried to approach, I noticed that his eyes were open. He was asleep. Don't ask me about the science behind it because I don't know it either. The important thing is that he encountered some thugs very late at night. At that moment, I thought I would act to protect him, but to my surprise, he didn't need any kind of protection. He began attacking them swiftly and with great force. It almost seemed choreographed. His punches and kicks were nothing to underestimate. It was then that I realized the tremendous potential I possessed. When that damn girl scammed him and left him in the red, he paid off his debt in exchange for her becoming my disciple. The rest is history. Observe Jigoro, surprised at Zenitsu's deep background. And you didn't tell Zenitsu about any of this? I asked. I was afraid that if he knew, he would blame me for not being there for him after promising his parents. I suppose his low self-esteem stems from having been alone for so long. I think so, but in part, it was also because of his companion and another disciple of mine. Do you have any other disciples besides Zenitsu? His name is Kaigaku. Unlike Zenitsu, he was able to learn the other lightning forms, but ironically he was completely unable to learn the first one. What? And you say that it was partly your fault because of Zenitsu's low self-esteem. I don't like to admit it, but Kaigaku and Zenitsu didn't get along at all. A complicated relationship can cause a lot of problems for a single person. And have you never considered telling him? Tanjiro, I've considered it so many times, thousands of times, but I never ever find the courage to do it. Then perhaps it's time to do it. Jigoro looked at me fearfully, but he saw my serious face. I suppose that gave him a feeling of confidence, and he sighed. I'm not going to tell the same story twice. You'll have to be the one to tell it. If you do, please give this to Zenitsu. Jigoro stood up and opened a nearby drawer, from which he seemed to take out a piece of paper. When he came back and handed it to me, I realized it was a black and white photo of a happy woman and man. These are Zenitsu's parents. I'm sure they would have wanted Zenitsu to live a happy and proud life, Jigoro confessed. I carefully took the photo and stored it inside my Hayori. Jigoro, I'm sure Zenitsu wouldn't hate him. Jigoro glanced at me momentarily, his eyes becoming glassy, and quickly turned away. If you have nothing left to do, leave, Jigoro shouted. With a sigh, I proceeded to get up and say goodbye to Jigoro. Yoriichi had already moved away from the cultivator Jigoro's hut, but small sobs began to be heard inside. Tomoko, Ryosuke, your son is destined for glory. Zenitsu looked at the photo carefully. So these are my parents. I wonder. I did nothing more than nod and say yes. So the old man was a friend of theirs, and is that why he taught me, basically? But I don't understand. See, can I fight when I'm asleep? What's the point of that? I grabbed Zenitsu's shoulder. Zenitsu, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I think we can have a day off. Zenitsu couldn't hold it in any longer and began to shed tears. Tanjiro, did you investigate so much for me? You spoke with the master and with the grandfather, so I. Zenitsu was probably very confused at this moment, but at the same time he couldn't be happier. She sat on her knees while hunching over, holding the photo close to her chest. Mom, Dad, I murmured. Soon Zenitsu began to cry completely. I simply sat beside him while stroking his back in consolation. End of Chapter 25. Chapter 26, Motivation. It was around 6 in the morning when I woke up. I looked in the corner and saw the box in which Nezuko was still sleeping peacefully. I quickly got up and stretched a little. I did my usual morning hygiene routine and went out to warm up a bit. Today training with Zenitsu resumes. After that revelation, I hoped he would feel a little more confident. Then out of nowhere, I heard a sound behind me. When I turned around, I saw that it was Zenitsu. I heard you washing up and it woke me up. I'm ready, he told me. The confidence and seriousness that Zenitsu exuded was completely new and refreshing. In a way, it was contagious, so I smiled and looked at him confidently. Just in time, WWIT, Tianj. Zenitsu was crawling on the ground, pale and completely exhausted. The confidence I had before completely vanished after 2 hours of physical training. Don't worry, when we get to the clearing we'll focus on repetitive movement training. It'll be more enjoyable than physical training. Eno. At the shout, the birds that were resting in the treetops flew away. We were in the clearing, both of us meditating. Tanjiro, yeah, is it true that I fight better when I'm asleep? I've already told you yes. Zenitsu looked at his hands, questioning whether those statements were even remotely close to the truth. But he clenched his fists in a brief moment of lucidity, recalling the image of his parents. I heard you had a training partner, I told him. Huh, oh yes, I suppose you mean Kaigaku. I also heard that he didn't treat you exactly well. He lowered his head and let out a small sound of sadness. I especially remember this phrase he used to say. He told me it was the same as Earth, and do you believe his words? He looked at me confused, but again he shrank back and didn't say a single word. Zenitsu, what you have to do is prove him wrong. You have to prove him that you are millions of times better than Earth. I know, it's just that it's easier said than done. I sighed and stood up. I brought the Bakken with me again, so I threw one to Zenitsu. Huh, wait, no. Tell me you're going to do that again. Indeed, I began to emanate murderous intentions through every pore of my body. Why are you doing that? It's horrible, please. Prove you're a million times better than dirt, Zenitsu. Seize that rage you feel because of those words. Will you let them call you dirt? Will you let the world make you suffer for so long? Guardia Zenitsu. He was still terrified by my murderous intentions, but unlike last time, he finally got into a fighting stance, trembling, but it was an incredible improvement. I already told you, it's easier said than done. I smiled proudly. Quickly we both lunged at each other, and no more. Zenitsu lay defeated on the ground, almost foaming at the mouth. Putting that aside, the fight he put on was a pleasant surprise for me. His skill was still far from its dormant state, but it was approaching at a monstrous pace. He was able to use his variations of the first pose, and if I'm not mistaken, I've seen him trying to use the other poses. The timid boy every day looked more and more like a real hunter. So for 1 week, train Zenitsu in everything you already taught Kano and Inosuke. Physical training, kendo training, and repetitive movement training. In the long run, all three were at a comparable level. After so long, I was proud of the changes I made to the three of them. Inosuke seemed more focused than usual, Kanao learned to make decisions, and Zenitsu stopped being so fearful. And of course, they have become very strong. Finally, our rehabilitation period has ended and we could go on missions again. Inosuke, Zenitsu, and I have been called for a mission after so long. We would meet with the Flame Pillar Rengoku to investigate recent disappearances involving a vehicle from that era that called itself a train. I put Nezuko's box on my back and equipped my Nichiren sword. Now that I'm ready, I left the room. To my surprise, I ran into a familiar face in the hallway. He had a serious, almost angry face with several scars and a massive body, if my mind wasn't deceiving me. He was one of the participants who passed the hunter exam, but his face reminded me of someone I harbored a slight resentment towards. Could be. Hey, this angry boy turned his head to look at me. Huh, what do you want? I questioned myself. Are you related to Shinazugawa? Finally, I piqued the interest of the boy who looked at me in surprise. You what? Whatever, don't ever ask a stranger questions like that again. And so, the boy left. I'll have to ask one of the pillars if they know him. WOAH, look at that beast, yellow little ranch, yellow ranchito, and it's not a beast. Just so you know, it's a tree. Shut up, I plan to defeat you. Hey, wait, Inosuke. Zenitsu grabbed Inosuke with his arms while trying to prevent him from attacking the train. I personally took the opportunity to research the vehicle further. With every paragraph I read and every piece of context I received, I just realized how overwhelming 400 years of difference can be. I almost fried my brain right there. Despite everything, we prepared to board the train. Well, hide your Nichiren blades somehow. As you know, the government doesn't approve of the corporation. I was abruptly interrupted by a shout from Inosuke. Before I knew it, Inosuke had run headfirst into the train, still believing it was a beast. For obvious reasons, the guards noticed us immediately, and consequently our Nichiren swords. In the end, we ended up running away from them. End of Chapter 26. Chapter 27, Aflame. Finally, we got on the blessed train car. A warm light illuminated the seats that families and colleagues occupied on that train. We started walking, looking for the pillar of the flame that would accompany us on this mission. The search, which we assumed would take longer, was quickly resolved when we began to hear thunderous screams from a familiar voice. Uma. My ears, who's yelling like that? Zenitsu complained. I recognized the voice instantly. It was Kyojuro Rengoku Flame Pillar. I quickly started walking in the direction of the shouts and my companions instinctively followed me. Yuma. Zenitsu shrank back as he stared with a mixture of surprise and fear at the pillar who was enjoying a box of bentos. Meanwhile, the passengers offered looks of shame. Rengoku, I called to him. Uma. He turned his head to shout it directly in our faces. Ahaha Rengoku, we came here on a mission. A mission, you say? I haven't been informed of this, fellow pillars. Rengoku began staring straight ahead into nothingness. They say there have been recent disappearances on this specific train, and we've been sent to assist you. I understand. Except anyone would think that 2 pillars would be enough. Why have the other young people come? HUUH, do you think we're not strong enough? Inosuke protested angrily. Shut up, Inosuke, we've already attracted enough attention, and it's true, why did you bring us here, Tanjiro? Now everyone was looking at me curiously. I thought it was obvious to train your skills when fighting demons. I replied, training for rookies then, now I understand everything. Rengoku patted the seat next to him. You can sit here, he suggested to me. Zenitsu and Inosuke were in other seats. Zenitsu was keeping an eye on Inosuke so he wouldn't draw too much attention. Meanwhile, Rengoku and I were sitting without talking much. You know. After doing some more research on you, I'm not surprised you rose to pillar so quickly. Taking down the lower moon one and killing so many demons in just a few months is quite an achievement. Kyojuro remarked to me. Oh, has the boss informed everyone about my time as a secret hunter? I asked. Yes. Although it confuses me that I decided to keep your identity a secret until a few weeks ago. From what I understand and assume, they considered me an important asset because of my talent, so I would be a target for the demons. That explains it. You know, young Tquito is also exceptionally talented. But he didn't count on the plot of dragging a demon around everywhere. Hiding your identity was wise. Young Tquito, the pillar of the mist. That boy gives me a strange feeling, a sense of familiarity as if we had something in common. What could it be? He looks out the window thoughtfully, thinking about it for a while. Is something wrong? The pillar asked me. Oh no, it's nothing, I was just thinking about my own things. Anyway, you're from the Rengoku family, right? Indeed, a long-standing lineage of demon hunters. Our tree is composed of proud pillars. I can confirm that firsthand. There are few families of demon hunters, the only relevant one being the Rengoku family itself. Even so, hunter lineages are valued by the corporation due to the potential and talent of their descendants thanks to inherited knowledge. and according to the records I was able to read, there have been more than a few occasions where the pillars were only occupied by these families. Thanks to this, all these families receive significant financial support from the corporation and from the hunters who come from these communities. If that's the case, do you already know who you want to marry, Mr. Rengoku? I asked curiously, and no, not yet, I haven't met the person I'm interested in spending time with and maintaining the bloodline. My little brother is supposed to take my place. Do you have a brother? Yes, his name is Tanjuro Rengoku. I imagine he must be quite talented. I had 6'5", I had 5 siblings including Nezuko. He's a smart boy, yes. Suddenly Rengoku seemed to become slightly discouraged. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing, Kamado, it's none of your business, don't worry. Judging by his reaction, I assumed it was his brother. Do they have a difficult relationship? My thoughts were interrupted when I heard Zenitsu and Inosuke arguing, or rather Zenitsu trying to stop Inosuke from jumping off the train to race against it. Inosuke, don't be stupid, that's dangerous. Zenitsu warned, that's right, the demon could appear at any moment. Is the devil on the train? Yes, more than 40 people have already disappeared and we've sent several investigators but none of them have returned. That's why we the pillars have been sent, to combat the threat. Don't bother me, those things. Zenitsu looked like he was about to cry, however, contrary to usual, he swallowed his saliva and sat down angrily. Those things should be announced in advance. Zenitsu crossed his arms as he closed his eyes and showed a nervous expression, however, a clear improvement from his screams of fear. Meanwhile, a pale and scrawny man slowly entered the carriage, muttering something I couldn't understand. That gentleman, the ticket inspector, isn't he? I looked at Rengoku for confirmation. That's right, it's as simple as handing him the ticket and he marks it. With an awkward slowness, the inspector approached us and we began to hand over the tickets, finally handing over mine. At that moment the lights began to blink more than usual. It was when, restoring its constant light, a malignant smell invaded my nostrils. That smell. I muttered under my breath. Rengoku also seemed to have noticed and was about to get up when I stopped him. Kamado. For the first time, Rengoku gave me an expression different from his usual smile, this time one of confusion. The lights flickered once, and in an instant, as if nothing had happened, a demon with an amorphous appearance was revealed. Attention, Zenitsu, I want that demon removed from you. Zenitsu looked at me, sweating profusely. For a moment he was clearly hesitating, but quickly he swallowed and revealed his Nichiren sword, gripping it firmly. Okay, she answered me as best she could. I did nothing but smile. End of Chapter 27. Chapter 28, The Fruits of Hard Work. Zenitsu stared intently at the demon while the demon remained motionless, appreciating the victims in front of him. The young man with yellow eyes took a deep breath and got into position. The tension was building, and at the instant the demon marched towards us, Zenitsu drew his Nichiren sword. Lightning breath, first form, lightning flash. With tremendous speed, Zenitsu successfully sliced off the demon's head, crashing through and breaking the door behind him, ending up in the other carriage. The passengers became alarmed and looked fearfully at Zenitsu. He turned around and saw the demon vanish. How did I kill him? He muttered to himself. A huge smile spread across his face. I did it, Tanjiro, Inosuke, Arienjoku, I killed a demon. Why are you so excited? And what was all that tension about? I'd kill that demon Amarillo with my bare hands. All of Zenitsu's efforts vanished with Inosuke's harsh words, which sadly hid a certain truth behind them. Shut you, I killed a demon. What about you? You haven't done anything yet. Even so, Zenitsu was able to decapitate the demon with a single blow. That has been great progress that already puts them on par with high ranks within the corporation. Don't get distracted, Inosuke, Zenitsu. There's another demon in the next car, you take care of them. They both looked at me and then at each other, nodding in unison. Yes, they answered at the same time, and so they ran to the next car. I sighed and turned around to get a clear view of all the passengers. At the back of this carriage were the civilians, ordinary people, but a few of them remained seated. I knew we were going to get into something really weird. An unfamiliar voice spoke and stood up from one of the seats. But what the hell was that thing? A man with his face covered by a headscarf and wearing light military clothing stood up. And why are you asking us? As if we knew who that monster was. That guy clearly told us who we should attack. Another man in similar attire, the only difference being his completely shaved head. And one by one, several men began to get up from their seats. Listen carefully, we're mercenaries, and if you don't want to die in the crossfire, you'd better move to another carriage. This confirmed my suspicions. The master had already warned me about this, that Muzan had begun hiring several mercenaries to get rid of the demon hunters. The mercenaries began to pull out firearms of all kinds. From pistols to rifles, they all started pointing them at us. Even though they're mercenaries, we can't kill them, they're still human after all, so Rengoku, don't draw your Nichiren blade. Instead, knock them all out, either with the sheathed Nichiren blade or with your bare hands. Received. Kyojiro replied energetically. In any other case, we would have no other option but to succumb to the fearsome firearms, wonders and terrors of this future in which I am living. He has plenty of these and his speed too. If we had to surrender to these firearms, we wouldn't stand a chance against the upper moons. I quickly ducked down and ran towards one of the mercenaries who had come out into the aisle between the seats. I hit him on the back of the neck with my hands and was able to knock him out. Rengoku, seeing my action, did something similar, jumping over the seats and momentarily running along the wall to begin knocking out several of them. For obvious reasons, the mercenaries started shooting at us, but because we were a moving target, it was very difficult for them to hit us, and our speed alone overwhelmed them. Shit, they didn't tell us that bastard HANAFUDAS would be so fast. The mercenary who spoke first and who seemed to be the leader started shooting at us desperately with his rifle. Before he knew it, I was already behind him, knocking him out instantly. And finally, we got rid of them all. They were on the floor with their eyes rolled back. We then heard some voices. Tanjiro, we got rid of the other demons so fast. Zenitsu ran towards us excitedly, clearly proud of having successfully killed another demon. You mean I got rid of the other demon? Inosuke tried to take all the credit. Huh, what are you saying, you borehead? We both did it. Hey, borehead, do you have a problem with my mother? Inosuke started fighting with Zenitsu and he did the same. Ignoring the fact that Inosuke implied that the borehead he always carries is that of his mother, I sighed in relief that no civilians were harmed. When everything started to seem calmer, I began to approach the two of them to separate them. Kamado, something's wrong. Rengoku broke out in a cold sweat and gripped his Nichiren sword tightly, looking around. At the same time, Zenitsu and Inosuke seemed to feel the same sensation. Something was brewing. We all started to panic when the lights began to flicker. Again, what is it that I have sleep? First it was both of them. Inosuke and Zenitsu collapsed to the ground, one on top of the other. While Kyojiro and I tried to fight the temptation to sleep. Rengoku looked me in the eyes before collapsing completely. For my part, I continued fighting when I fell to my knees, subsequently supporting myself on the ground. What's happening? Finally, I closed my eyes and began to dream. I would have liked you to have gone to sleep more peacefully, but my lord is getting impatient. You'd better work well, children. A demon, the lower moon one, was talking to himself as he watched the changing landscape on the roof of the train. At the same time, about 3 young people got up from their seats. Around them, all the passengers had collapsed. Let's end this, announced a girl in pink clothes. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29, Sweet Dreams. The axe fell on the tree trunk, splitting it in two. He was cutting wood to later turn it into charcoal. I needed it to sell in town. I have to get the money. After my father died, I became the man of the house. I heard snow crunching and turned my head to see the source of the sound, which was my sister Nezuko. Working hard as always, Tanjiro, he told me. Yes, I replied while continuing to cut. You should take a break once in a while. You can't stress yourself out about this all the time. Not at all, I have to do it. It's my responsibility. Don't you want us to help you? Really, Nezuko, there's no need. I can do this myself. I see. Then perhaps you should look into those times when you were truly alone. That comment surprised me a lot. What do you mean, Nezuko? I think you know what I'm talking about, Yoriichi. Before I knew it, Muzan was standing right in front of me. I started to sweat. He looked around confused, and I turned my gaze towards him. This time I won't let him get away. This time I intend to finish him. Muzan, I yelled at the top of my lungs. Yoriichi. An extremely familiar voice echoed behind me. When I turned around startled, it was my brother Michikatsu. Michikatsu, you please brother, help me in this battle. I quickly turned to look at Muzan only to find Michikatsu now transformed into a demon. Yoriichi, if you couldn't win back then, what makes you think you can win now? Michikatsu. No, if I'm able to train everyone, create an army capable of facing them then. Give up, Yoriichi. No, I can't. I started breathing heavily, 1,000 thoughts per second. Just before I completely broke down, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Tamayo. You have a chance, Yoriichi. I looked her in the eyes and swallowed. Yes, you're right, Tamayo. I can't let myself be influenced by them. When I got back into position, I felt a strange sensation. When I looked at my hands, they were those of an old man. My hands when I was an old man. What? Your time is up, brother. When I looked up, Kokoshibo immediately cut off my head. As my head fell to the ground, I emerged from the snow with Nezuko in front of me again. Tanjiro, are you all right? He smiled kindly. Tanjiro, no, I'm Yoriichi. Yoriichi, who is that? You're Tanjiro. Tanjiro, Nezuko affirmed with even more confidence. I suppose you're right. Yoriichi, this time there were 2 voices. It was Muzan and Tamayo this time as they appear in this era. You are Yoriichi. Yoriichi, Tamayo told me. I don't intend to let you win, Yoriichi, Muzan concluded. Is something wrong, Tanjiro? Well, I turned my head to the other side to see Nezuko again. And no, I'm Tanjiro. Yoriichi. Who am I? Everything started to get blurry. I could only hear beeps. I started to sweat and feel dizzy. I grabbed my head and staggered around the area. Tanjiro, no, Yoriichi, I am he and he. I am one person. Maybe I'm 2. That's when I heard the snow crunch once more. At this point, I was extremely confused. Everything was too unreal. Everything was too confusing. I turned my head, almost crying, while sweat continued to pour out. Yoriichi, for now you're Yoriichi. This time it was me, or at least it was almost identical to me, the only difference being that I didn't have my characteristic ponytail, instead I had short hair. As if it were a different self. Your mission isn't over, Yoriichi, it never was. You were born with that sole purpose, to kill Muzan. That's the only reason for your superhuman abilities. But in the end you're still human. You made a mistake and now you have another chance. This copy of me came closer and hugged me. I know you'll take good care of Nezuko and the others. They seem like amazing people for now. Stay Yoriichi, and when you're finished, become Tanjiro. You can do it, after all you are Yoriichi Tsugikuni. I took a deep breath when I suddenly opened my eyes. I quickly began to assess the situation. Everyone was on the ground asleep, even Rengoku was the only one awake. Or so I thought when I heard an adorable noise next to me. When I turned around, it was Nezuko, who seemed worried about my sudden awakening. Nezuko, I murmured to myself. I began to recall in great detail the dream I had just had, and questions began to assail me. What the hell just happened? Why did I dream that now? What was that clone of me? One of my questions slowly began to clear up when I noticed a faint demonic smell. I took out my train ticket and smelled it, confirming the demonic smell. It must have been demonic art. Was the ticket connected? Even so, perhaps it can only induce sleep. After all, that dream was too unreal. Or perhaps they were simply in a hurry, but apart from that. It was a burnt rope on my wrist. Finally, I got up from my seat and saw that they all had the same rope connected to some young people who also seemed to be asleep. Nezuko, burn the ropes and wake them up. I'll end this here. Nezuko looked at me confused but nodded slightly. Right now it was in its tiny form because it seemed to have just come out of the box, so instinctively I couldn't pet it. Good girl, now don't follow me, please. With a quick jump, I destroyed the roof of the train car and quickly landed on top of it. The wind rushed past my face, whipping my ponytail aggressively, but on the other hand, a violent, demonic smell invaded me. It must be the devil. No, wait, there are multiple smells. There's more than one devil here. Well, judging by their smell, they must be inferior demonic moons. 5 of these, Muzan had sent, all knowing about me. All were in the first carriage. Once again, Muzan was showing signs of paranoia and wanted to get rid of me as soon as possible, but I wouldn't give him the luxury. Okay, here we go. I drew my Nichiren sword and ran off, shooting towards the demons. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30, Bizarre Situation. It wasn't long before I came across the group of demons who seemed to be observing the landscape. It was then that a demon noticed my presence and alerted the others. The guy with the earrings is here. Since there are only 5 of them, they must not have found a replacement for the lower 5th one. Even though that doesn't matter, I'm going to exterminate them all here. Damn, if what our Lord says is true, this is the guy who defeated Shokusen. Shit, we mustn't hold back. The speaker had his face and arms covered with colored vein-shaped markings, a beard covering his entire chin, and his eyes said second in line. The second lower one quickly appeared to form an exoskeleton of rocks around its arms. The third from the bottom, a young man with cross-shaped scars on his forehead and cheeks, had pointed ears and wore a pair of gold ring-shaped earrings. His hair was short and black and his eyes were small and orange. The air around him began to fluctuate strangely. If my instincts were correct, it was the same air that was controlling him. The fourth from the bottom, a woman with pale and yellow skin. Her eyes were gray while her sclerae were red, and her hair was medium length and white. Protruding from her forehead were 2 horns. This time she didn't seem to be using any demonic art like the others, simply changing her pose to a battle stance. Finally, the 6th from the bottom, this one had a tattoo of green lines around his face. His brown hair was tied up in 4 pigtails, which had orange tips at the bottom. Using his demonic art, he opened his hand, and on the palm of it was a small red ball, which, judging by the smell, appeared to be blood. Meanwhile, the first inferior didn't seem to be preparing for combat, and instead seemed almost calm if it weren't for the fact that I am who I am. The first to attack was the 6th one, who used that blood ball as a projectile that I reflected with my Nichiren sword. Then the 3rd one below went straight towards me. With the help of her demonic art that seemed to let her manipulate the air, she had a great increase in speed, but nothing that I couldn't handle. We started exchanging blows, the lower 3rd moving around me quickly. When I saw an opening, I cut her neck like butter. His body fell to the ground, and instead of disintegrating, both his head and body seemed to merge with the train. This obviously left me puzzled. When I turned to the other moons, they seemed nervous, while the first one continued to maintain her neutral expression. The second lower moon, the 4th, and the 6th began attacking me simultaneously. The 2nd and 4th attacked me together with their limbs, while the 6th shot more blood. At this moment, I understood the technique of the 4th better. Its strength and resistance were unnatural for a lower 4th, taking as a reference the former lower 5th and the former lower 1st. That wasn't a problem either, so I quickly cut his throat again, merging with the train, which was confusing me even more. The second one below looked at the situation in terror, so in a fit of rage she began to attack me wildly. Shit, 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 die, die please, I don't want to die. Without letting her say another word, he cut her throat, repeating the same situation. The way she melted away was almost grotesque. All that remained were her clothes, and the flesh of the moons melted away. Finally, there was the sixth and first. The sixth one looked at me terrified, and the first one finally changed her expression to one of surprise. Damn it, take this. Again, the sixth one tried to fire a blood projectile, but instead he fell to his knees while coughing. Damn it, ENMU. Better use our blood wisely. The sixth shot channels a larger blood blast than the previous ones, firing it directly at me. But since it had taken so long to fire, I was able to predict its direction and size. I dodged it by moving to the side, and at full speed I sliced his neck. As the body melted, I turned my head to the lower first moon and we looked at each other face to face. Ah, who would have thought they'd be so useless? I interrupted his sentence by slicing the throat of the one who called himself Enmu. For better or worse, he neither disappeared nor melted. Instead, his grotesque mass of purple flesh began to grow from the base of his severed neck. The head rose as the mass grew larger. Ha ha ha, Yoriichi. Right now I possess the power of each of my fellow moons. I am stronger than any lower moon that has ever existed. Do you want to know how I obtained their strength? Again, without letting him continue, I cut the mass of flesh that seemed to act as a neck. Idiot, good luck trying to kill me, now. By sheer chance, as his head fell, we looked directly into each other's eyes again. Sweet dreams, he whispered to me. I fell asleep again with an overwhelming urge to sleep. I tried to resist as much as I could, but I completely gave in. This time I found myself on one of the many roads I crossed when I escaped as a child, but this one was more familiar than usual. Before I knew it, I was in a rice field, this rice field. It was the same rice field where I met my love and wife. This is where I met Yuta. Walking a little further, I found her there, same situation, same expression, same everything. I guess you never forget your first time after all. Yuta turned towards me and looked at me with the same sad eyes as before. I stood there frozen. I wanted to stay longer, for much, much longer, but he had a task to complete. With a little reasoning, I knew what to do. Many times when I dreamed, every time it ended when only one thing happened. When he was dying, so I grabbed my Nichiren knife and put it around my neck. This version of Yuta looked at me confused and surprised, but I could only silently shed tears. It was good to see you again, I told him. She looked at me, lowered her gaze for a moment, and then raised it again with a smile. Yes, I hope to see you soon, darling, she replied. Shedding more tears and holding back my urge to sob, I cut my throat. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31, The Ill-Born Train. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the roof of the train car. With enough effort and against the strong wind, I got up and looked around. The carriage was completely surrounded by pustular purple flesh with an uncomfortable wet feeling. But I quickly grabbed my Nichiren knife again firmly and got into position. All demons have a neck. No matter what, there will always be something that connects your brain to the rest of your body, and if there isn't, you're simply dead. And the most obvious point at which a neck could be in this condition. On the locomotive, it's the border section of the whole train, and besides, I have it in plain sight so I can see perfectly that this part has a smaller amount of the fleshy mass than the rest of the train, apart from the foul smell it gives off. I quickly jumped and landed on the roof of the locomotive, grabbing onto the edge and quickly infiltrating only to see a civilian. This caught me off guard as the demonic smell masked all other smells. He looked at me in surprise and quickly pulled out a pointed weapon ready to attack me. Anyway, I knocked him out and left him on the wagon that was carrying the coal. Without further distractions, I got back into the locomotive and was about to cut through all the machinery in a single 360-degree turn. At that moment, I felt something grab my legs. It was a tentacle of that now all too familiar fleshy mass. The cut was quick, and that's when a flurry of these things started trying to grab my limbs. In a strangely familiar way, I began to cut each of these quickly. It was clear that this lower moon had consumed a large amount of blood. Its movements were faster and more ferocious, but nothing I should worry about. In this brief moment of trance, I couldn't help but think about the many things that have happened to me in this whole second life. The number of acquaintances I've been able to see and meet, my sister Zenitsu, Inosuke and Kanao, the pillars, Yuriko, my family, everyone. My reunion with Tamayo and Muzan's bastard. But more importantly, my conflict with my identity about who I was, Tanjiro or Yoriichi. And that dream, that strange dream has given me a convincing answer. Maybe it wasn't the right one, or maybe it wasn't the most suitable, but it worked for me, and that's what I needed. Several things have happened, and I fear that my actions have caused a significant change that will lead to an important outcome. After thinking about all this, I realized that all this time I've been cutting the tentacles of the lower moon without thinking. I've been distracted enough already. Just as I thought I was going to end this, I heard a scream behind me. I turned my eyes in the direction of the scream, and it was Inosuke, who seemed to have come to the same conclusion that the neck must be here. Hey, Redi. After thinking about it for a while, I figured this was a good opportunity. I stepped back and jumped backward until I ended up next to Inosuke. Red, do we have a plan? Inosuke asked me. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and sheathed my Nichirin. I turned my head towards Inosuke and in the most serious tone possible said, "Take care of everything." With that said, we just looked at each other, mostly because of Inosuke. Huh, he exclaimed. I remained silent and instead sat down. Hey, you piece of shit, what do you mean I'm in charge of everything? Aren't you the pillar? I thought you didn't like orders. An obvious provocation, Inosuke clenched his fist and glared at me angrily. Of course I don't like it, he reaffirmed, letting out smoke from his snout. And with that, he turned towards the locomotive and nimbly reached it to attack it. Beast breath, second fang, tear and rip. Making two X-shaped cuts, Inosuke pierced the floor of the locomotive with speed that gave the moon no time to react. This ended up revealing some vertebrae that were obviously the vertebrae of a neck. At that moment, just when it seemed that Inosuke was about to deliver the final blow, the mass of flesh began to regenerate with extreme speed. Inosuke quickly jumped back, leaping high into the coal car I was in. Then the lower moon created a bizarre bowl of flesh from which several tentacles with eyes began to emerge, a truly grotesque sight. You damn demon, now you think you can help me, huh? He turned his gaze to me, who at this point had already begun to meditate. My response was silence. I would let Inosuke handle this alone. I trusted his training. Besides, my plan here was that, by defeating the first lower moon alone, one of the conditions of being a pillar would be fulfilled. At first glance, it might seem like I took care of quite a lot, when in reality I only made the moon stronger. Since this moon has consumed the blood of its comrades, this means that right now Inosuke is fighting a demonic moon at 200% power. With a little charisma, he could convince the pillars and the master to make Inosuke a suitable candidate for pillar, the beast pillar. Hey, can you hear me? Shit. Fine, I'll take care of everything. Now angrier and more determined than ever, Inosuke jumped straight into the lion's mouth. Several tentacles quickly appeared above him, ready to use the demonic technique and put Inosuke into a trance. Idiot. Good luck guessing where I'm looking with my amazing mask. End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32, Upper Moon. With rapid frenetic slashes, the tentacles paled in comparison to Inosuke's mask, which surprisingly gave him a great advantage in this fight. It's incredible, Inosuke thought. It's been a few weeks, but my cuts have become so beastly that I cut these things like it's nothing. Right now the beast was reflecting on its tremendous improvement in this relatively short span of time. Inosuke began to laugh ecstatically. It began to move around the grotesque bowl with acrobatic movements, cutting the tentacles whenever it could. It seemed as if he had almost forgotten his objective, concentrating solely on having fun cutting. It doesn't surprise me, Inosuke seems to be the type of person who focuses more on the fun of the action than the result. Regardless, Inosuke leaped into the air, raising his two Nichirin blades and aiming directly at where the vertebrae were. Beast breath, fourth fang, chopped to pieces. Just before landing on the ground, Inosuke tore away all the flesh around him, revealing the vertebrae once again. I knew Inosuke could do it. I was never a fan of fighting, but I never denied my gifts. So I can confidently say that this demonic moon. It was slightly disappointing. Without anything else to add, Inosuke, without giving him time to regenerate, cut the vertebrae with a clean, dry cut, without anything noteworthy. Inside and outside the carriages, a heartrending scream was heard as the train somehow jumped and began to derail. Just before everything went off the rails, I grabbed the train driver and together with Inosuke we jumped to land on the static ground. A loud crash echoed throughout the area and the train moved further from where we fell. Finally, it stopped and the purple mass of flesh began to disintegrate. Inosuke sighed as he laid the still unconscious train driver down. We looked at each other and stood up. At the same time, we heard some screams. Tanjiro, Inosuke, here. A shrill voice almost on the verge of tears. It could be no one other than Zenitsu. Nezuko walked beside him while Rengoku accompanied him. I sighed with relief seeing that the three of them were all right, especially Nezuko. When they arrived, Nezuko quickly rushed towards me, hugging me tightly. It's good to see you, Kamado. I expected nothing less from a pillar. You took him out without a single wound. Kyojiro congratulated me. Thank you, Rengoku, but the truth is I didn't do much. I should give the credit to my pupil here. I turned my head towards Inosuke. Exclaimed the boar. Did your Inosuke defeat him? What I wouldn't give to be that strong. Zenitsu murmured. Is that so, young boar? I questioned the pillar of fire. Inosuke seemed to think about it for a moment but quickly realized the opportunity to glorify himself. Of course I did. What do you think? I defeated that thing quickly and cleanly. Rengoku nodded contentedly and with his typical smile. Very good, yes, you're really creating powerful Kamado soldiers. This blonde boy is no slouch either. He protected the civilians flawlessly. No, of course not, Rengoku. I didn't do much, to be honest. Actually, Nezuko did quite a lot. Zenitsu looked at me, seemingly trying to get me to get him out of this situation, but I just smiled while sighing. Zenitsu, I'm sure your parents would be very proud. He looked at me in surprise, then quickly looked away. That's a low blow, Tanjiro. A slight smile could be seen on his face. But the young man is right, Kamado. His sister did an exceptional job. I admit that our first impressions may have been wrong. Well, Nezuko did nothing but make proud sounds which made me smile. Don't worry, it doesn't surprise me that you think. I couldn't finish my sentence. An intense aura was about to arrive. Inosuke, Zenitsu, take Nezuko with you and go check that the passengers are safe. Rengoku, help me with this. The first ones mentioned seemed surprised by my sudden seriousness, while Rengoku quickly got into a fighting stance, obviously noticing the same presence as me. A great roar echoed across the land, and through a curtain of dust 2 bright yellow eyes could be seen. So you are the one our Lord is seeking. Upper Moon 3, a higher moon was visible. His imposing aura denoted his tremendous power. For the first time in a long time, I would have to exert myself in a fight. The moon rose and her smile quickly faded into a much more serious expression. You know, a few weeks ago, all the demons noticed something. We felt terror, fear, a chill down our spines, and a few hours later we were summoned by our Lord. The moon clenched her fists as she seemed to assume a fighting stance. I've never seen our Lord so angry, so frightened. With a heavy stomp on the ground, the shape of a snowflake formed beneath the demon, a bright, intense blue color. Unleash destructive art compass needle. You've caused us moons a lot of trouble. Tsugikuni Yoriichi, our Lord, has never been so demanding, and yet he doesn't waste a single one of us. Tsugikuni Yoriichi, Zenitsu murmured in confusion. I never believed in reincarnation, but if our Lord truly wants you dead, so be it. Our orders are clear and concise, do not hold back. Another loud bang, but it wasn't something hitting something else. A sonic explosion. This demon has just broken the sound barrier. His punch went straight to Rengoku, who fortunately was able to block his attack with his Nichiren sword, but not without being sent flying. He landed on his feet, and the instant he looked up, the moon was coming for him again without giving him a second. I'm going to get rid of you first, exclaimed the moon. Before he could throw another punch at Rengoku, I was able to block it and make him back slightly. Tanjiro, Arianjoku, Zenitsu shouted. Nezuko immediately started running in my direction to try to help me. Don't stay here, go and protect the remaining passengers, you're not ready for this yet, I ordered Zenitsu. The 3 of them looked at me with sweat on their foreheads. In the end, Zenitsu took the reins. Shit, let's go Inosuke. W, what are you saying? We have to help Gonpan Kairo and Orange. Inosuke complained. Idiot, didn't you see what happened to Rengoku? He flew away, we'll be a nuisance here. Come on, Nezuko. Inosuke, obviously angry, clenched his fists, resigned, and together with Zenitsu and Nezuko they went to the train to look for survivors. Now that the weakest have left, it's just you and me. Remember my name, for it will be the last you hear. Akaza. With cold stares, the 3 of us got back into position, the tension as heavy as a mountain. End of Chapter 32. Chapter 33, The Mark. None of them seemed to be making any move, and in an instant Akaza cut through all the tension like tofu, heading straight for Rengoku. Rengoku barely had time to react, the blow sent him reeling back again. I swiftly severed Akaza's arms, but it was useless as he regenerated instantly. We started exchanging attacks, both defending and counterattacking. From behind, Rengoku tried to cut Akaza's neck, but it was immediately blocked by Akaza's arm. At that moment we began to attack him together, the 2 of us against Akaza. Finally, he began to retreat, busy defending himself against our combined attack. Although it's hard to admit, it was undoubtedly a battle with intense choreography. Sparks flew from our Nichiren torches, while Akaza maintained a serious and almost enraged expression. That's when I inevitably took a hit. He threw a kick straight at me, which I managed to block with my arms, sending me flying a few meters. I quickly stood up again without pausing for a second, joining Rengoku in the combined attack. Meanwhile, he continued trying to hold his own against Akaza, who seemed to overwhelm him more and more. Just as he was about to slash at him, Akaza jumped, reaching several meters in the air. Destructive art, form of emptiness. He started throwing several punches in the air. At first we were both confused when I noticed the fluctuation in the air. I quickly defended myself with the blade of the Nichiren sword, a metallic sound echoing. Upon seeing this, Rengoku quickly understood what was happening. Breath of flames, 4th form, flame dizziness. With a circular cut, the flames one protected him. Akaza's demonic technique appears to be capable of creating shockwaves. This specific attack was able to create projectiles from them. We both managed to protect ourselves and attacked again. Sun breathing, 4th posture, rainbow parhelion. In an instant, Akaza seemed to connect with a right against me, when in reality it was a mirage generated by my attack. At that moment I appeared behind him, about to cut his throat. But instead, I received a full-force attack from his left arm that sent me flying again, immediately throwing a punch at Rengoku, who blocked it, retreating. The battle was dragging on. We finished with the lower moon relatively early, so dawn was still a ways off. I could keep fighting for hours if necessary, but Rengoku was clearly starting to feel fatigued. He was breathing heavily. What's worse, I hadn't felt so powerless in a long time. Every attack was almost immediately deflected, blocked, or dodged almost instantaneously, and if we were able to inflict a cut, it was immediately regenerated. Akaza had the advantage against the two of us. Had I really fallen so far back? For a moment I was lost in my thoughts. I regained my senses when I saw a curtain of dust where Akaza was. He was running directly towards Rengoku. Destructive art, destructive style. Akaza running towards Rengoku at high speeds, his fists ready to strike directly at him. Rengoku! I yelled. Rengoku seemed to try to defend himself, but it was too late. His body probably felt heavy. He had already received extremely powerful impacts, and in the worst-case scenario, he might have a broken rib. Was he going to die here? With all my strength, I moved my body at speeds I hadn't reached in a long time. My heart was racing, my body was burning, but I noticed it. He had to protect them all. Rengoku is a strong man and therefore a key figure in this war. A fire I had forgotten spreads over my body. The dust settled, and I stood before Rengoku, protecting him from Akaza's attack with my Nichiren sword. My Nichiren sword trembled, as did the demon's arm, trying to counter the power of both. However, I suddenly began to take control. Akaza let out a sound of surprise. In an instant, I cut off Akaza's arms again. Faced with this sudden, unnatural force on my part, I took a step back. Kamado, Rengoku asked, worried and surprised. It doesn't surprise me, even I noticed I was different. After all, after so much time, I have recovered one of the most important tools. The Hunter's Mark. I didn't know what it looked like or where it was, but I didn't care. It was almost refreshing to rediscover this. A much-needed power in such a situation, the power of the moon fully unleashed, was terrifying. Hopefully this would make the battle much fairer. You, what the hell have you done now? Akaza asked. I looked him in the eyes without the slightest hint of fear. I took a deep breath, placed my Nichiren blade in front of me and gripped the handle tightly. The leaf quickly turned crimson red. I closed my eyes momentarily. Even with my eyes closed, I could perfectly hear Akaza taking off from the ground directly towards me. Idiot, who closes their eyes in a battle? Akaza thought. I immediately opened them wide. The transparent world was revealed to me. Every movement of its muscles, every organ, bone, I saw everything, and with more slowness. From the moment I was born, I had the mark of a demon hunter with all its benefits. It was simply natural for me to be able to use each and every one of them. Akaza caught up with me and we started exchanging blows. Rengoku, quickly regaining his senses, got behind him and aimed for his neck, which was useless, as Akaza deflected the attack once again. To his surprise, I was able to drive my Nichiren directly into his heart. He spat out blood, probably noticing how his regeneration was useless. You bastard, what the hell have you done? The demon questioned me. Without a word from me, he managed to get out and back away, covering his still bleeding wound. Rengoku stood beside me, looking at my face with a drop of sweat on his forehead. Rengoku, can you continue? He gritted his teeth and looked back at Akaza. Of course, she replied with a huge smile. Smiling, the three of us got back into position. The second round was beginning. Destructive art, style of chaos. Akaza punched the air, sending shockwaves in our direction. I defended them while Rengoku decided to go ahead and approach Akaza. Breath of Flames, 6th form, Fire Tornado. 2. Rengoku spun around while still running, slashing through Akaza, cutting from his waist down. As his torso fell to the ground with his arms, he braced himself on the ground and propelled himself with them into the sky, regenerating his legs. When he was able to look ahead again, he saw it leaping directly towards him. Sun Breath, 2nd stance, Blue Sky. In midair, I was able to rotate my body, making a 360-degree cut that aimed at Akaza's neck. When we both landed, I could see her covering her neck, blood trickling under her hands. I was able to touch him. My excitement was interrupted when Akaza let out a powerful scream. Aagh, bastard, you think a mere human will be able to defeat us? The demons, this caught me completely off guard. Throughout this entire fight, Akaza seemed more stoic than anything, but now he was furious. Perhaps it wasn't Akaza at all. Destructive art, Doubleyarid, demonic mecha. Akaza generated powerful fluid waves around him towards me. Sun Breath, 6th stance, Blazing Sun. By creating a vortex, I was able to block and deflect the waves. Rengoku intervened again. Together with him, we began attacking Akaza as a group. Enraged, he slapped both of us hard, sending us back. Rengoku was breathing heavily, and I was starting to feel numb from the impacts I had received. It was then a light, the warmth of the sun. Dawn was breaking. Upon seeing this, Akaza adopted an open pose. Let us end this, he shouted at us. He began to break the ground beneath him, preparing for a powerful final attack. In response, we both did the same. Breath of the Flames, 9th stance, Purgatory. Sun Breathing, 11th form, Solar Dragon Halo. The two of us shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, charged at Akaza, leaving fire in our wake, charging at tremendous speeds, forming an immense dragon's head made of fire. Destructive art, final style, epitome of blue chaos. 3. Akaza charged at us, extending his arms behind him. With each step he destroyed the ground, an immense shockwave forming around him. We all screamed in unison. The climax is getting closer. Within the chaos of lights and flames, our attacks impacted, Akaza counterattacking our Nichiren blades individually with his hands. The sun was getting brighter. Akaza began to take the lead. Our combined attack was beginning to be overshadowed by his sheer brute force. Farewell. Akaza shouted. I began to open my eyes weakly. I was lying on the floor. Looking to my side, I saw Rengoku lying face down with his head slightly raised and spitting blood, staring straight ahead. When I turned my head towards where Rengoku was looking, I saw Akaza on his knees, his neck almost severed, covering the wound. He saw how the sunlight was about to touch him. Looking up at the sky, I saw her mouth move weakly, and then out of nowhere she disappeared. It appears that with the 3-impact attack, Akaza was able to send us flying while he received our cuts. Tired and weak, I fainted. End of Chapter 33. Chapter 34, Aftermaths. I felt something wet and cold on my forehead. Trying to decipher and remove whatever was on my forehead, I instinctively moved my hand, unintentionally touching a soft human hand. Noticing this, I began to open my eyes with some effort, moving my gaze to one side. There was Ai, who had put a wet towel on my forehead, probably because of a fever. I took my hand away and rested it again. I was on a stretcher. Ai, I stammered weakly. She covered her mouth in surprise, relaxed her eyes, and quickly turned towards the door. He's awake. She started shouting down the hallway. In an instant, I heard several footsteps approaching quickly, opening the door rapidly. Behind it were Zenitsu, Inosuke, Kano, and the 3 little girls, Sumi, Kyo, and Naho. Zenitsu quickly came to my side, bent down, and grabbed my hand with tears in his eyes. Tanjiro, you're finally awake. God, I couldn't stand Inosuke's nonsense anymore. I needed your seriousness. Zenitsu confessed to me. Huh, what did you say to me, Yellow? Inosuke threatened. You heard me, you damn bore. You haven't stopped being a pain in the ass since Tanjiro fainted. They both fiercely grabbed the white hospital clothing provided by Finca Mariposa. Kano and the girls tried to stop the fight, but they were overshadowed by the intensity of both of them. And Nezuko? I asked, dismayed. My words quickly stopped the fight, and both Inosuke and Zenitsu looked at me. Your demon sister is sleeping in a room on the estate right now. Don't worry, she's fine. A cheerful, fiery voice spoke from behind me. When I turned around, I saw Rengoku lying on the stretcher, smiling at me. Quickly, a joy flowed throughout my body. I'm glad you're okay, Tanjiro, Kano said softly with her usual small smile. I started to smile and let out a sigh of relief. Everyone was fine. Ara ara. I see you've finally woken up, Tanjiro. I moved my head again, confirming my suspicions. It was Shinobu. Everyone stepped aside and let Shinobu pass, who appeared to be carrying a mirror in her hand. Seriously, you've been sleeping for almost 3 days, Shinobu explained. Really? Now that you mention it, I do notice my throat is dry. She sighed at my nonchalant reaction. You really are full of surprises, Tanjiro. First you become a pillar overnight, then you defeat almost all the lower moons single-handedly, and then you almost defeat an upper moon alongside Kyojuro. How do you know that? I asked. Have you forgotten? The Kasugai crows watch the hunters every second. No wonder we know what you got, but the master has called a meeting of pillars, and all because of this. She finally lifted the mirror, revealing my face. In this one I could see flame marks across my forehead, the mark of a demon hunter. We have a lot to discuss, Tanjiro, Shinobu told me. Night had just arrived. In an ostentatious room on the tatami, we found almost all the pillars. In front of us stood El Patron along with his 2 sons and his wife. The silence that filled the room was broken when the footsteps of Shinazugawa, the last missing pillar, finally entered. I apologize for the delay, boss. Contrary to his usual reluctant attitude, he appeared calm and respectful towards the boss at this hour. Unlike the last time, when he looked at me, he did nothing but look away. He sat on his knees next to us. Thank you for coming, my children. Today we gather to discuss today's star, the sun pillar Kamado Tanjiro. The master turned his gaze toward me. His face was slightly worse. The Yubayashiki curse had now spread across almost the entire right half of his face. Everyone turned their gaze towards me. First of all, I wanted to congratulate you and Kyojuro. We've never been so close to defeating an upper moon before, especially with minor injuries like broken bones. Congratulations are not necessary, boss, Kyojuro said, now with all his spirits restored. I have to admit, if it weren't for Kamado, I don't think I could have done anything against him. With an act of humility, Rengoku admitted his powerlessness, lowering his gaze, something rare for him. I couldn't believe it the first time I heard it, but your wounds don't seem to lie. You really did have a battle against an upper moon, the serpent pillar told us. It's incredible. Seriously, you two are amazing. I expected nothing less from you. Kenroji told us excitedly, almost shouting with excitement. Kenroji is right, truly extravagant. You were already on par with Himejima from the start. I give you my approval. Kamado, Rengoku, Tenjin the sound pillar congratulated us enthusiastically. The words of the others seemed to rekindle Rengoku's flame, forming a wide grin on his face. At the same time, Himejima murmured suddenly, The pillar's attention quickly turned to the one who until now seemed to have been the undisputed number one. Himejima, Shinazugawa blurted out. At the same time, no, I don't think it's pointless anymore. Kamado has indisputably become the strongest hunter of this generation. The room fell into a deep silence. Some opened their mouths in shock, others simply closed their eyes in silence. I think it's time to talk about the main issue, the boss said, breaking the silence. I suppose many of you have noticed, or perhaps not, but Kamado currently has a mark resembling a flame across his entire forehead that appeared during his battle alongside Rengoku. Kamado, please come here, the master requested. With pleasure, I replied. I stood up silently and revealed myself to all my colleagues who began to analyze me. The boss coughed unexpectedly, yet we remained silent, but this only showed that he was progressively worsening. Amin, the boss was referring to his wife. She came forward next to him and me. There is scant information and documentation that in the Sengoku era, the Pillars, the demon slayers who came closest to defeating Muzan, and the golden age of demon slayers shared this mark that resembles those of demons. This took several of them by surprise, such as Kanroji, Shinzugawa, and Obanai. But I've never heard or read about these brands. Are they hiding them? Shinazugawa asked. These brands never reappeared after a certain period of time, so their information and documentation vary. It was lost over time. But one thing we do know is that once this brand appears, it begins to spread like a plague. All the pillars looked thoughtful, glancing at me from time to time. A plague. Muakairo finally stammered a few words. If that's the case, several of us should have them, especially Rengoku. There must be prerequisites, Tomioka stated. That's what we've been thinking. Mr. Kamado, please can you confirm something like that? Amin asked. At first I didn't know how I got the mark either. Since I was born with it, I didn't know of any prerequisites. Everything I know comes from the words of my former colleagues who obtained the mark. They felt their hearts pounding at impossible speeds. They felt fire throughout their entire bodies, increased heart rate and high body temperature. That was all I knew, but nowadays Japan has studied sophisticated measurement methods together with our brothers from across the sea. My heart was probably beating 200 times a minute. My body reached temperatures of 40, maybe 39 degrees. I felt this the moment I got the mark. Shinobu, the most intelligent person in medicine in this room, spoke in surprise. Is it even possible to survive those conditions? Anyone else would have come out more hurt than helped. If what he said was right and true, I had no explanation for it whatsoever. There are mysteries even for me, but of one thing I was certain. Either way I benefited, my strength and speed have increased. Himejima probably noticed, didn't he? I turned my head towards where Himejima was. He did nothing but nod. And I'm sure of one thing, every single one of you, every pillar in this room, can obtain this mark. The pillars looked at me in disbelief. Something like that, something with which we would be able to face the upper moons. Shinobu covered her mouth with her hands as she spoke her thoughts aloud. We are in a dangerous era. The demons have increased their activity tremendously. The final hour is drawing ever closer, the final battle. I began to deliver a speech. The pillars raised their gaze towards me. Thanks to the transparent world, he could see perfectly how his heart rate increased. We're running out of time and we must start preparing. The quality of the hunters has been declining in recent years. It's time to exercise our authority as pillars and rekindle their flame. Hey, you're not going to insinuate. Tenjin seemed to release a drop of sweat on his forehead with a nervous smile. We have to train each and every one of these warriors who fight on the front lines almost daily. Are you out of your mind? We can't do that, you said it yourself. The demons are more active than ever. We can't start training each one of them at once. Shinazugawa stood up quickly. That's why my proposal is this. There are several ranks throughout the organization. We'll start with the Kino and work our way down to the Mizunodo. We'll train each rank one by one, so any missing hunters will be covered by the others. It's an interesting proposal, but I think Shinzugawa was referring to us, the pillars. We can't stop our work without us. The hunters will lose too much power all at once, Obanai said. He was right, and I quickly started thinking of a solution. I decided to take the most brutal option. Then I'll train them all myself, I proposed. End of Chapter 34. Chapter 35, Rengoku Part 1. I was sitting on the tatami mat in the recovery room of the Butterfly Estate, staring at the broken edge of my Nichiren blade. I took a deep breath as I picked up the letter that had arrived. I'm not going to make you another sword, Dai. Last time after defeating the lower fifth, Hagenzuka also reacted extremely angrily and now was no exception. I haven't even broken it 3 times, I muttered dejectedly. Inosuke and Zenitsu, who were sparring with Bakans, noticed my discouragement. What's wrong with you now? Inosuke asked. Zenitsu delivered a vertical slash that Inosuke blocked. Yes, it's not usual for you to be so discouraged, Zenitsu added. They were both still training even while they were talking to me. Hagenzuka, my blacksmith, refuses to make me another Nichiren sword, I replied. Also, in about 2 weeks I'll be receiving all the Kino ranks in the country for training. Continue. So what? You did a great job with us, but isn't it too much responsibility for you alone? Zenitsu commented, responsibility that was all I carried on my shoulders. I didn't care about having more at this point. I began to recall the events of about 4 nights ago at the meeting. Flashback. Train them all by yourself. Tomioka repeated, surprised. As the bearer of this mark, I will pass it on to the hunters, and although perhaps the lowest ranks will not be able to acquire it, I trust that some Kino, Kinodo, and perhaps even Hino and Hinodo will be able to acquire it. That's true, but still, do you think your training will be effective? Shinazugawa questioned. I understand your concern about my methods, which is why I propose that each of you prepare a training program and pass it on to me. I will use your methods alongside my own. Of course, that way no one will have any doubts about the training if we ourselves created it. Yuzui concluded, I understand perhaps it really could work considering everything you've mentioned. Obanai concluded. I expected nothing less from Kamado. This will be beneficial for the organization. Rengoku told me, incredible, but can you do it alone? Kenroji asked me worriedly. Kenroji is right, training a large group by yourself sounds complicated, Kamado, Shinobu commented. Hearing this made me think about it for a moment. But this compared to my responsibility to defeat Muzan was not even remotely comparable. Of course I can, please trust me, I asked everyone present in the room. Very well then, barring any further objections, in 3 weeks Kamado Tanjiro, the Sun Pillar, will personally take charge of training all the Kino in the country. Anything to add, announced the master. The room remained silent, signifying that there were no major objections. Very well then, I'll adjourn the meeting, you may leave, end of flashback. I sighed again purely on a whim, there was no reason. At that moment the door opened, revealing Rengoku to be in his hospital uniform. Ah, Kamado students, you were already here. Rengoku, what brings you here, I asked. I was looking for Miss Shinobuya Kamado, but it seems I got lost for a moment. He confessed, are you lost? Zenitsu questioned, that's right, since I'm here, how about a sparring session? Kamado students, Rengoku proposed, who's against you, I think I'll let it go. Zenitsu became extremely nervous. Of course, I want to see just how good Kamado's training can be. He said, do you doubt my methods, Rengoku? I said with a smile. Of all the pillars, I'm the one who has the most confidence in you, I have no doubts about you. That's why I want to see how good you really are. Rengoku let out a laugh while I simply closed my eyes with a smile. Ah, they seem like old friends and all. Zenitsu murmured, all right, pillar. The king of the mountains, Inosuke, accept your challenge. Inosuke, who was carrying 2 bakens, threw one to Rengoku, who caught it without any problems. Inosuke. Zenitsu complained, very good, Inosuke. Rengoku affirmed. They both took their positions and silently observed each other. Tension began to build as they stared at each other. Inosuke broke the mood by taking the initiative, launching a horizontal attack to Rengoku's torso. He quickly turned and blocked the attack from an angle. Rengoku's eyes widened in surprise, but his smile remained. Amazing, I stammered. Rengoku used his strength to push back Inosuke, who still held the baken in his hand. Rengoku then made a slanted cut on Inosuke, who managed to block it. They continued like this for a while, both counterattacking and defending themselves, but Rengoku clearly had the advantage. Until finally Inosuke lost his composure for an instant that the flame pillar took advantage of and sent Inosuke's baken flying, ending the sparring. Shit. Inosuke yelled loudly. While he was fuming and Zenitsu was patting him on the back, Rengoku took a deep breath. Is something wrong? I asked him. Kamado, this has only increased my trust in you. Why do you say that? This poor boy, Inosuke, what rank is he? The question caught me off guard and Rengoku gradually looked more serious. Last time I checked, it was just Mizunodo, but at this point it's probably Kano, the 4th rank. I explained. You underestimate him. No, you underestimate yourselves. Inosuke isn't far behind Hino's level, Rengoku stated. The statement surprised me even more. I turned my gaze towards Inosuke, who seemed to have finally relaxed, talking to Zenitsu. Perhaps it is the fact that my standards of rank are higher than those of this era. My memories of my past life still affect my perception of the present. If Rengoku, a pillar, stated that Inosuke should be in such a high rank, he must have had a reason. I couldn't help but feel proud. I see, by the way, why were you looking for Shinobuya me? I reminded him. Ah, I needed to let you know that I'm leaving the farm. I have to go back home and talk to my father, he explained. Is there a particular reason? My father summoned me, and as for the reason he was looking for you, it was because he asked me to bring you with me. It was one surprise after another, so I quickly asked him the question. Me, why? News travels fast. It's already common knowledge within the organization that a new pillar has risen and that he came very close to defeating an upper moon. My father, for some reason, wants to talk to you about your breathing technique. And what about you? I meant, was Rengoku okay with inviting me to his home? I'm not going to lie to you, Kamado, I have questions about you too. End of Chapter 35. Chapter 36, Rengoku Part 2. We were in the village where Rengoku was born and grew up to become the hunter he is now. The path with Rengoku was peaceful and even pleasant. The sun shone with a nostalgic warmth and some leaves fell from the sturdy trees. We soon arrived at the gate of the Rengoku home, which, unlike the other things, was noticeably larger and more spacious, although that was to be expected considering our salaries. We both walked past without fear, and on one side in the courtyard was a boy with the characteristic orange hair of the Rengoku clan sweeping leaves, looking at the ground with a slightly dejected face. That discouragement quickly disappeared when he looked up and saw both of us, but more specifically Kyojiro. Kyojiro. I shouted happily. He quickly dropped the broom and ran towards Rengoku, giving him a tight hug. I thought you'd take longer, he said, stepping aside to give Rengoku some space. Rengoku simply smiled and placed his hand on the boy's head, stroking him. Your brother, I asked. That's right, Senjuro. Senjuro seemed to finally notice my presence and quickly gave a small bow. Nice to meet you, my name is Rengoku Senjuro. Who are you? He asked. Nice to meet you, Senjuro. I'm Kamado Tanjiro. I extended my hand and Senjuro took it in return. You must be the new pillar then. Come in, Dad's in his room. Senjuro led us to a room with a view of the outside courtyard. There was another Rengoku resting on a futon, drinking a brew from a ceramic jug. Father, Rengoku called. The man did not turn his gaze from the vase, however he opened his mouth. Kyojiro, he answered. I have brought the sun pillar here, Rengoku announced. When I hear this, the man finally deigns to turn his gaze, staring at me intently. So the breath of the sun has truly been reborn, he affirmed. This has caught me off guard once again. When I heard the words rebirth, I quickly deduced that this man, Kyojiro's father, knew that the breath of the sun was from many moons ago and not from this era. Senjuro, Kyojiro, please withdraw. I need to speak with this guy, he said aggressively. Rengoku's gaze twitched, his smile vanishing the moment his father was mentioned, but he obeyed his orders and together with his brother withdrew to another part of the house. Once we were alone, we remained silent for a few moments before he spoke again. My name is Rengoku Shinjiro, introduce yourself, boy, he ordered. Kamado Tanjiro, I replied. Kamado tch, that's incorrect. Shinjiro grabbed his hair, frustrated by something. Are you sure it's Kamado? He asked, alarmed. Yes, sir, I reaffirmed. He seemed increasingly angry and frustrated, but quickly appeared to relax and began rubbing his forehead. Do you use sun breathing? I asked myself. Yes, answer quickly. Shinjiro looked out at the courtyard as he took a deep drink. Where did you learn that? I paused for a moment before answering his question. It was obvious I couldn't simply tell him, I'm the creator of this. He has the knowledge to know that's simply not true. My father performed a dance every year. All I did was use this dance in combat, I explained patiently. You saw your father dance and the first thing that came to mind was to use him in combat. Seen that way, it sounded strange. It happened in a desperate moment, I said as an excuse. He didn't seem to trust my words, but he seemed to let it go, taking another drink. You can leave now, he told me coldly. Hey, didn't you hear me? Get out, I ordered furiously. Is that all? I asked him. Brat, yes, that's all. He seemed to put an end to it by taking another drink. I noticed it a while ago. Anyone would notice. This is not a good man. You shouldn't drink so much, I told him. He stopped abruptly and slowly turned his head towards me. What did you say? Alcohol is not something to drink casually, I repeated, Mr. Rengoku, who was still holding his jug of drink in his hand, clenched his teeth and frowned. You. With great force, I squeezed his hand and smashed the jug. He quickly got up and ran towards me to give me some kind of physical punishment. In this short time, I noticed several things. The first thing I noticed was its speed, which, although slowed, was clearly that of a pillar. Second, the effects of alcohol were noticeable, as he seemed to have some difficulty coordinating his body. And finally, I knew immediately that this man is completely broken by the circumstances. Father. A loud and familiar shout interrupted Shinjiro's movements, who was about to put me in a hold and throw me to the ground. Rengoku stood behind the sliding door. Shinjiro simply clicked his teeth and returned to his futon. Tell Senjuro to bring me more alcohol when he can. Rengoku looked at his father silently again. For someone like him, this was even disconcerting. We both left the room, but I took the opportunity to say something to Shinjiro. If you have the time, I'd like to speak with you personally, I told him. Rengoku looked at me for a few moments, but in the end we left. My intention was not to intimidate him. I genuinely wanted to know more about him. Right now we were sitting on the porch of the outside garden, eating some sweets that Senjuro had left for us before going to get the alcohol that his father had demanded. Slowly, the sky began to turn orange. So how did it go? Rengoku began the conversation. We were just arguing about my breathings. Sun's breath, right? I'm personally curious about your breathing too. First of all, it looks extremely similar to flame breathing, however, its movements are much more elegant and its cuts seem more powerful. Is it a derivative of flame breathing? Well, at this moment, I had to choose my words carefully. I ate the sweets for a moment, and as I swallowed, I finally spoke. The truth is, I learned it from my father. It was a dance he did every year, and in a particularly difficult fight in a moment of epiphany, I used the dance as a breathing technique. Did you use the dance your father used to fight? Again, the strangeness of that was highlighted. Desperate times, Rengoku.
You don't need to call me Rengoku. Kyojiro is fine, Tanjiro, Kyojiro told me. I looked at him for a few moments and I noticed how my eyes momentarily lit up. Yes, of course, Kyojiro, I ate another sweet. By the way, Tanjiro, the reason you want to talk to my father. Relax, I really just want to chat with him for a while. Kyojiro looked at me again, puzzled but nodded, as if he were giving me permission. After my mother's death, my father slowly ended up like this. I won't lie to you, it was extremely disheartening, especially having to leave Senjuro alone for so long. I silently nodded, acknowledging Kyojiro's problems. I was glad to know that he was still alive for his brother, and probably deep down for his father. Perhaps he simply reminded me a lot of his ancestor. That man who killed the demon who murdered my wife and son, that man who introduced me to the hunters, and that man who defended me until the end. It was impossible not to feel affection for his descendants, and in a way, I felt responsible for helping them however I could. End of Chapter 36. Chapter 37, Prelude. Inosuke, Zenitsu, and I were walking leisurely out of the butterfly estate. Nezuko was sleeping peacefully inside the box. The three of us turned around and looked at the farm. Why the hell have we been put on separate missions? Zenitsu complained while sighing. Meh, this works out great for me, that way I don't have to worry about you too. Inosuke said proudly. Well, I guess I'll say goodbye to you all, I reminded them. I suppose so. I've never been to the Blacksmith's Village, but I heard they have some luxurious hot springs. I'd definitely go there if I were you. Zenitsu recommended. Yes, well, I guess I'll take a look. Guys, a female voice called to us from afar. When we turned around, we saw AI coming back from running some errands. He caught up with us running and started talking. Are you three leaving already? I asked while exhaling from having run. I've been sent with a squad to the north. Apparently, there have been sightings of several demons accompanied by humans, the yellow one explained. I've been sent to exterminate a bunch of pathetic demons all by myself in a remote little village. Inosuke declared, and I need to repair my Nichiren sword. I heard the village leader is willing to make me one. I spoke calmly. I understand, although your mission is strange, Zenitsu. Demons accompanied by humans. AI questioned with a confused face. Mercenaries, can you believe it? It seems they've been hiring mercenaries to help kill us. Zenitsu looked utterly dismayed. What, seriously? I wasn't expecting that at all. AI seemed worried. Suddenly, the four of us heard a door open. That's not all. It seems the demons have been increasing exponentially in power. Another female voice was heard. When we turned towards the entrance of the estate, we saw Shinobu, who had just come out. Be careful, Inosuke. I've heard that the strongest demons have been concentrating in remote villages to hunt comfortably. Shinobu seemed to be aware of things that even I didn't know. Seriously, with how clumsy Inosuke is, will you be careful? AI approached Inosuke. Oh yeah, well, whatever you say. Inosuke replied listlessly. Don't lie to me, this is serious, you could die. Now she began to lecture him. Yes, I suppose. In contrast to his usual attitude, Inosuke seemed more bored than anything else. And why don't I see you without any rations? I wouldn't be surprised if you're starving out there, gluttonous as you are. Stay here, I'll get you something. AI continued. No, there's no need, I'll just hunt a bear somewhere, and Inosuke insisted. Bear? Inosuke, you can't just eat meat. How far is the village? I'll make you some rations or something. What? Inosuke and AI continued like that while Shinobu, Zenitsu, and I watched. Hey Tanjiro, Zenitsu called my attention. Why does Inosuke get more dates than me? We looked at each other, she seemed about to cry. Shinobu, I haven't seen Kano anywhere. Is she on a mission? I said goodbye to the three girls and AI, but she didn't seem to be anywhere. Kano? I suppose she felt bad saying goodbye to you. Grief. She thinks you've helped her a lot without wanting anything in return. She appreciates you a lot, so she didn't want to say goodbye. I understand. I was about to say something else when I felt a penetrating gaze pierce my body and soul. Tanjiro, so you like Kano, huh? Zenitsu murmured in a hoarse voice. A pleasure, Pillar del Sol. I am the Kakashi who will guide you to the Blacksmith's Village. The Blacksmith's Village, a crucial site for the organization and its security, is a top priority. Without it, the production of Nichiren blades would be impossible, which is why in order to prevent any leaks about their location, the way to get there is complicated and extensive. To reach this place, we hunters must cover our eyes with a blindfold while a Kakashi carries us on its back. Also, at several points along the way, the Kakashi carrying you is replaced by another Kakashi. All of them are guided by a Kasugai crow that is also changed, to prevent any information about their location from being leaked to the demons. In my case, because the organization had obtained information that my sense of smell was extremely superior, they had to put plugs in my nose, which honestly didn't bother me much. In short, the trip was calm and without many complications, quiet above all. In my past life, I had the opportunity to visit the Blacksmith's Village. The method of arrival has not changed much over the years, it seems. It was a village that was clearly dedicated solely and exclusively to the production of Nichiren. However, traces of businesses and services such as restaurants and even schools could still be seen.
They slowly unveiled my eyes, and before me was revealed a large villa. We had arrived. What immediately caught my attention were the people in the village, each of them wearing a Hayatoko mask. Well, that's all, Pillar del Sol. Have a good stay. Yes, thank you for your work. We both gave each other a small bow and Kakashi turned away. I turned around to take in the village a little more. It was completely different from how I remembered it. Although I didn't have time to worry about that, two men from the village approached me. Kamado, Tanjiro, follow us. The village leader wants to see you. It seemed they were bodyguards, so with little reason to refuse, I nodded. They started walking while I followed behind them. We soon arrived at a building that particularly caught our attention. We entered and went up a few floors before arriving at a room with tatami mats. In front of us was a short old man. Both bodyguards quickly got behind him. Come in, come in. Sit down, young man. The old man gestured to me, so I walked a little further and knelt in front of him. I'm Tekikawahara Tekken, the leader of the village. It's a pleasure to meet you, son. Pillar. I quickly bowed, placing my forehead on the ground. The pleasure is all mine, sir. Speak respectfully. Oh ho ho, what a respectful boy. I didn't even have to tell him to bow. I may be the smallest in the village, but I'm certainly the most skilled here. Have some sweets. The escort handed a basket to the leader, who then gave it to me. I reluctantly agreed, but I didn't resist much, so I started eating them. So Hataru is currently missing. We're doing everything we can to find him, so we ask that you please be patient. Although I preferred not to wait, there wasn't much to do. Besides, I was worried about something else. Lost? Has something happened? You ask, worried. Don't worry, he's always been like this. He throws a tantrum and immediately goes somewhere. Even to this day, he still speaks badly to me. What am I going to do with this boy? The leader spoke in a condescending tone. Is he Hataru's father? I ask because of the way he speaks. Behind his words, a paternal affection was evident. Well, you could say I'm his guardian. Don't worry. When we find him, he'll get what he deserves. Please, there's no need. After all, I'm always the one who breaks them. No, it's their fault for creating a Nichiren blade capable of breaking. The leader's tone changed to a much more grim one. The vibes in the room quickly changed to a more uncomfortable silence. I guess I should have expected this. Even in my past life, there was something more characteristic of blacksmiths than their masks. It's about the intensity they have in their craft. They need each Nichiren blade to be perfect, without mistakes, and to constantly improve their skills like a blacksmith, treating each edge as a masterpiece. Such was the situation that it was not surprising that those less interested, or those who simply refused to do blacksmithing, were treated as outcasts in the most serious cases. That is why they get so upset when one of their creations breaks, like Hagenzuka itself. Well, I heard you faced Upper Moon 3 and almost defeated him. That's incredible, you know. As a pillar, you'll be treated very well here. Please give us some time to find Hagenzuka. If we don't find him within a certain time, we'll make sure someone else makes your Nichiren blade. In the meantime, take some time out in the hot springs. I'm sure a little rest will do you good. Yes, thank you very much for your work, so we both said goodbye. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38, A Reunions. So for the time I am in the village, they have allowed me to stay in one of their buildings, specifically made for hunters who come here. An assistant to the leader guided me through the village towards the thermal baths. These could be reached by going up some stairs, indicated by a sign next to it, so it was understood that the bathrooms were outdoors. The hot springs are at the top of this hill. They have all sorts of medicinal effects. Meanwhile, I'll be preparing your food. Please enjoy. And without another word, the assistant simply left. I climbed the hill silently, arriving at the thermal bath. As I was going up, I could see the silhouette of a young man sitting underwater enjoying the bath with his eyes closed. This guy, he seems familiar, I thought to myself, trying to remember who it was. That's when images of the final selection flashed through my mind. It's the same boy whose arm I grabbed since he was attacking the boss's daughter. In turn, his face reminded me of someone, Sanemi Shinazugawa. I didn't have a good impression of the Wind Pillar after what he did to Nezuko, but I could understand it to some extent. I've met more than one person who hates demons with all their soul. The boy seemed to notice my presence and opened his eyes. We both made eye contact. We looked at each other for a few moments. When he seemed to recognize me, he simply clicked his teeth and looked away. The atmosphere had become murky, but since he was here, he preferred not to waste the opportunity. I undressed simply and slowly entered the warm water. Since the sun was setting when I arrived, it was already night, so I thought it was a good idea to let Nezuko out for a while to enjoy the bath. The boy looked at me curiously as I opened the box. Nezuko slowly stepped out, observing the steam rising from the water. The boy was absolutely petrified when he saw a girl come out. These are hot springs, would you like to go in? I asked politely. Nezuko made a sound of approval and her eyes lit up, quickly taking off her clothes and entering the water. Hey, wait, don't you have even the slightest bit of shame or something? I looked at him confused as Nezuko simply enjoyed the water, swimming thanks to her small form. I quickly came to the conclusion that because of his age, he was embarrassed to be around women. Ah, I see him. Young people these days, I said with a small smile. You talk like you're an old man. He seemed to be getting angrier and angrier. But his attention was quickly diverted when Nezuko approached him to look at him more intently. At that moment he stood still, he seemed frozen. In a moment of stress, the body has two reactions, attack or escape. In this case, he simply placed his hand on Nezuko's head. It seemed as if he had tried to stroke her head. The three of us remained silent, the only sound being the warm water. Her face began to turn red with embarrassment. I continued to watch him silently. Sorry, I murmured. Oh, don't worry, I understand perfectly. Nezuko is so cute, it's irresistible to just stroke her and squeeze her cheeks. I'm Genya Shinazugawa. We ended up having a conversation. Nezuko was resting next to me. Tanjiro Kamado, Sun Pillar, a pleasure Shinazugawa. This confirms my suspicions, he's related to Sanemi. What is your relationship with Sanemi? I asked. Hey, don't use his first name like it's nothing. And when I tried to answer my question, he just looked down. What's it to you what my relationship with him is? Brother, a striking male voice shouts out of nowhere. From the shadows of the trees surrounding the hot springs emerged a tall, muscular male figure. Dressed as he was born, Yuzui Tenjin emerged from the shadows, leaping into the water. Quickly, the bomb Tenjin made created a large splash that momentarily blinded us all, except for Nezuko, whom I protected with my body. WWHAT the hell. Who the hell are you and how do you know my relationship with my brother? Genya stood up angrily and began yelling at the sound pillar. Ah, well, Shinazugawa mentions you from time to time, that's why everyone knows about you. Besides, with that face, no one can deny that you two are related. Yuzui, what are you doing here? The situation had become completely surreal. I followed you. Yuzui snapped his fingers as he answered me. I was completely incredulous. Ever since you got on the first Kakashi, I've been following you all day, you know. I heard that Yuzui had an interesting background, born into one of the last ninja families. He grew up designed for stealth, but isn't it a little ridiculous? HHEY, are you just going to ignore me like that? Genya still looked extremely angry. You see, Kamado, Yuzui was really going to ignore him. I want your help. Yuzui's voice quickly turned serious and cold, which made Genya and me look at him curiously. My help. Some time ago, I sent my 3 wives to the Red Light District. I don't know if you've heard of it, but basically there were reports of a powerful demon and I wanted to gather information, so I sent them there. However, I've been told that suddenly all demonic traces disappeared, as if the demon had left the area. And where do I fit into all this? I questioned. Well, you see, Yuzui's sentence was quickly interrupted when we heard a female voice. Ah, but it's Tanjiro, Tenjin, and Sanemi's brother. What a surprise to find you here. Braids and pink hair, it wasn't just another Kenroji Mitsuri. Miss Kenroji. The surprise is all ours. What are you doing around here? Yuzui completely ignored my question to talk to Kenroji. I came to enjoy the hot springs. I'm so glad to see so many familiar faces. Kenroji didn't hesitate for 2 seconds and undressed, getting into the water with us. Genya turned bright red while Yuzui continued talking to her. You must be Nezuko, right? Kenroji began talking to Nezuko. Your sister is so cute, Tanjiro. I just want to pet her and pinch her cheeks. In the end, he was right. The situation had now simply become more ridiculous. Now 3 pillars were gathered in one place, but that was about to change. We all heard a few more footsteps, slow and muffled. Muikairo, what happened to you? Kenroji almost screamed in fright. Kenroji. As always, Muikairo spoke in a low tone, but that didn't matter against the multiple cuts and bruises all over Muikairo's body. And so, 6 curious people were gathered in a single thermal bath. Chapter 39, A Relaxing Night. It appears that both Kenroji and Tquito were in the village, as they both ended up engaging in combat against powerful demons who were able to destroy their Nichiren swords. Tquito was left extremely injured, as the demon's technique caught him off guard and he ended up like this, so he went to the hot springs for their healing properties. This is getting ridiculous. The demons are getting exponentially stronger at way too fast, Kenroji pouted. Absolutely agree, Miss Kenroji. There was a time not long ago when a demon almost seemed able to keep up with me. Although, well, it didn't last more than 30 seconds, Yuzui boasted, which is probably true. Besides, the casualties have been increasing more and more. At this rate, we'll run out of hunters, Muikairo added. It seems I have to start the training program as soon as possible, I said regretfully. The 4 pillars sighed in unison. Nezuko was sitting on Kenroji's lap. Genya remained silent throughout this time, listening to our conversations while we enjoyed the thermal bath. Their presence was tremendously ignored compared to us. Ah, by the way, Genya, what are you doing here? Yuzui decided to address the elephant in the room. And no, don't use my first name so freely, Mr. Yuzui, because of the weapon I use, I have to come back here often, Genya explained. And what kind of weapon do you use, Genya? Kenroji asked. Genya, embarrassed, reached for his belongings, revealing the weapon he was using. A shotgun, Tquito questioned. I have to go back to the village several times every so often to get shotgun shells. Genya seemed to fiddle with it for a while. How extravagant, young Genya. The organization has been considering switching to firearms for some time now, but the investment is simply unacceptable. The ore used to make Nichiren blades is already rare, and now we have to mass-produce bullets. We'd be exploiting the poor blacksmiths. Yuzui explained in his typical condescending tone. By the way, if you're Shinazugawa's brother, why don't we see you with him more often? Tquito asked. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, mostly because Genya said nothing and simply put his shotgun back in its place. If you're so keen to see me with a pillar, talk to Jiomai, he'll at least give me some time, Genya whispered. We all stared at him, thinking about his words, when Yuzui slammed his fist into his hand. I understand now, you two have family problems. Yuzui shouted without the slightest empathy. Tenjin, don't say things like that abruptly, it's rude, Kanroji said worriedly. No, it's okay, he's not going far. Genya's tone was now simply depressing. We all remained silent. It's been a while, they've probably finished cooking dinner, I mentioned, trying to lighten the mood. Why yes, that's right, come on guys, I'm starving. Kanroji jumped up excitedly, forgetting that she was still naked. Sorry. Kanroji was eating large amounts of food while apologizing. The attendants were more busy clearing and bringing plates than anything else. And no worries, Miss Kanroji, it's my fault for looking. I guess because Kanroji jumped like that, Genya got a nosebleed and fainted for a moment, but thankfully recovered soon after. However, Kanroji still felt guilty. Tquito, Yuzui, and I watched as Genya tried to comfort her. That boy, he really is a total pubescent, huh? Yuzui commented as he finished drinking miso soup. You can't blame him after all, Miss Kanroji's appeal is undeniable, I remarked while eating fried prawns. I agree with him, it's his fault for looking. Tquito affirmed, eating from a bowl of rice. Well anyway, I'm sleepy now, I'm going to sleep. Yuzui got up. Didn't you want to ask me for help? I reminded Yuzui. I'm not in the mood anymore, I'll tell you tomorrow, my 3 wives are waiting for me. Yuzui said, sounding tired. Did you bring your handcuffs with you? Tquito asked. Clearly, they love me and I love them, it's natural, kid, Yuzui said to Tquito with an air of superiority. Finally he left, leaving me, Tquito, Kanroji and Genya. Sorry guys, Kanroji said somewhat dejectedly, stopping eating for a moment. What, you still feel guilty about me? Genya asked nervously. No, that's not it. Or well, my mood kind of ruined the moment, didn't it? Kanroji tried to hide her embarrassment by laughing a little. I did nothing but sigh and smile. It's nobody's fault, this was all just an accident. Blaming us for things beyond our control is pointless. After saying this, they stared at me. I looked back at them confused. Did I say something weird? I asked. We all remained silent for a moment. At that moment, Kanroji couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Wow, you really do talk like an old man, Tanjiro, Genya said, placing a hand on his forehead. He reminds me of a grandfather, Tquito added. I did nothing more than let out a small, awkward laugh. Don't take it the wrong way, Tanjiro, it's just that your words have a certain air of wisdom, you know. Kanroji explained. Wisdom? Now I just felt more confused. Yes. It feels like we're talking to someone with a lot of life experience. It's kind of funny, Kanroji confessed. Is that so? I haven't really noticed, although to be honest, all I've been doing since I rejoined the corporation is dealing with various teenagers. I'll tell you something you didn't know, Tanjiro. Kanroji seemed much more cheerful now. It is said that there is a super powerful secret weapon in this village. I don't know where to look, so I'm entrusting this information to you, Tanjiro, the strongest demon slayer now. Super powerful weapon. I couldn't imagine what such a weapon could be. On second thought, it must have been an unusually high-quality Nichiren blade. Although I would think about that later, for the moment, I was exhausted from this day, even though it was a relatively quiet one. I suppose I'll explore the village a bit more next day. Chapter 40, A Growing Danger. The sunlight shone with warm intensity. I woke up a little while ago and was walking down the hallways of the building to explore the village a bit more, primarily to find that so-called super-powerful weapon. Although it sounded somewhat ridiculous, it is true that in the Sengoku era there were Nichiren blades that were superior to the others, whether because of their sharpness, their lightness, or the history behind them. Within the families of demon hunters, many of these weapons are inherited by their descendants, by ritual and convenience. As I continued my journey outside, I encountered Yuzui walking slowly, looking out the windows, lost in thought. Good morning, Yuzui, I greeted him cordially. Young Kamado, just the person I was looking for. Yes, what do you need me for? It's about yesterday's conversation. I'm already in the mood, so I'd like you to come with me to my room. Again, his tone became more serious. Without much reason to object, I nodded. He smiled at me and turned away. When Yuzui opened the door to his room, it was noticeably larger than mine, probably because of what was most striking about the scene. His 3 wives were lying down, sleeping peacefully on their futons. A young girl with golden bangs, another with waist-length hair and a mole under her left eye, and finally a girl with long but shorter hair without any other distinguishing features. It was surreal to think that he actually had 3 wives who had accompanied him here. Yuzui sat down, leaning against the wall, while I decided to sit on my knees. So what's this about? The conversation had been going on since the previous day, it was about time. Yes, don't rush me, didn't I tell you yesterday that I sent my 3 wives to the red light district? Didn't I? Yes, you told me. You said they suddenly lost track of them, as if the demon that inhabited that area suddenly disappeared. Exactly, but that was a separate matter. My wives informed me of something more important. The tension began to slowly increase. It seemed that whatever they had discovered was something significant. Yuzui looked at the ground momentarily, possibly thinking about what words to say. Kamado, people have started to realize. Yuzui said this without any apparent context. What do you mean? I asked. The people, the civilians, the citizens whom we are protecting have begun to realize the existence of the demon hunters. When I heard these words, I was initially worried, but after thinking about it a little more. Doesn't that mean more people will join the organization? If more people know about the existence of demons, more people will be willing to fight their threat. That was my conclusion. Yes, well, that's what one would think at first, but the rumors have gone much further, you see. As you know, the power of the demons has begun to increase exponentially, the casualties keep mounting, and it's becoming harder to keep up. As you said in that meeting a while back, the threat is growing just as you predicted. Throughout these days, there have been several signs of this. First, humans collaborating with demons, probably mercenaries or people who need something. Then demons who have been concentrating in remote villages to eat people without the danger of the word getting out and increase their power. And more recently, the reason why 4 pillars are here. Kenroji faced a demon with the ability to harden his skin, so his Nichiren sword was broken after cutting his neck. Tquito was caught off guard by a demon's technique, receiving several cuts and bruises. I myself had my Nichiren sword destroyed by a deadly battle against an upper moon demon. And finally Yuzui, who came here to talk to me about all these things. It's as if they were strategically building up their power for a killing blow. Things have been looking rough for a while now, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon. But I've also come to give you some much more important information. It concerns the government itself. The Japanese government is starting to take notice of us hunters, mainly because of rumors that have been spreading beyond our control, but also because demons have become more and more visible. Basically, it's a runaway domino effect. I explained, the government, is it really going that far? I asked, worried. Several media outlets have already reported on this. The truth is, we suspect we'll soon begin making contact with the government. For centuries, the hunters were not recognized by the government. Over time, it ignored us until we remained as mere legends and rumors. But now, with the presence of demons making themselves more noticeable, our organization will soon begin to be taken more seriously. Isn't that good news? If the government finally recognizes the organization, we could start receiving better funding, and there could be a boom in manpower. My idea of bringing about a second golden age of hunters seemed more possible than ever, and perhaps far superior to the Sengoku era. That would be ideal, but demons are ruthless, Kamado. They're not easy to kill, and they're always on the move. If the government recognizes us, Kibutsuji Muzan definitely won't stay still. Do you understand what's about to happen, Tanjiro? Yuzui looked me straight in the eyes with great intensity and concern. I started thinking about your question. Kibutsuji Muzan appears to have always been a man who moved in the shadows. But with my arrival, stealth seems to be something he's forgetting, his actions becoming increasingly daring. My eyes quickly opened when I understood what would happen if the entire country united against the demons. The truth is, I wouldn't have blamed you if you didn't understand, but your eyes tell me you understood perfectly. Yuzui looked at the ground again. The scale of our battle against the demons was going to become bigger than we expected. A war, the whole country will be engulfed in flames, and a war will break out across the nation against the demon race, Yuzui concluded. End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41, A Glimpse into the Past. My mind was in a slightly cloudy state. After the conversation with Yuzui, I began to seriously consider the current situation and what was coming for the organization, and if it ended up happening for the entire country of Japan. Therefore, I decided to go out for a while to the forest in the village to reflect and clear my mind. In some ways, this could benefit us. If the government realized the danger posed by demons, we could receive more resources. But on the other hand, this would mean that the country's military would begin to be involved. In every corner, everyone would be on alert for the threat of the demons. Kibutsuji Muzan and the demons in general would not stand idly by. Demonic activity would rise exponentially, and deaths would also increase. To the demons, we are nothing more than annoying insects. The hunters are the only real threat to them. Conventional weapons would be useless. The mineral itself is rare, and mass-producing things is almost impossible. However, this is an entire nation united against a single enemy that cannot be underestimated. I sighed deeply. Whenever I thought of some benefit, another disadvantage would appear, and so cyclically it was exhausting. But my thoughts were quickly interrupted when I heard shouts in the distance. Never, I won't give you the key, not even as a joke. A child's voice. It was a boy from the village, wearing a mask and a ponytail. You're wasting your time arguing with me. A familiar voice, none other than Tquito, the mist pillar. Seeing that it was an argument between the two of them, I decided to approach to see if I could act as a mediator. As I approached, the trees that blocked my view and I noticed a third silhouette. My gaze quickly turned to this person whom I had not noticed. When I finally noticed what he looked like, my eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, I stopped dead in my tracks, almost paralyzed. It was me, or at least it looked like me. I could only see her back, but that hair was unforgettable, the long ponytail and the red lollipop that always covered me. Many questions ran through my mind, but soon an answer began to appear in my mind. Just when it seemed that it was about to appear in me, I was quickly brought back to reality when I heard a loud noise. Turning my gaze back to the two boys, I could see the younger one lying on the ground in the pillar with his hand raised. Without giving the boy a moment's respite, Tquito bent down and grabbed him by the collar of his robes, forcibly lifting him up. By the time Tquito realized what was happening, I was already grabbing her wrist. Tquito let him go, I ordered firmly. He stared at me with his typical blurry vision. The instant he tried to open his mouth, I clenched my hand. This seemed to catch him off guard, as he quickly let go of the boy while staring at my hand. When I saw that he let go, I simply pulled my hand away. What a reckless attitude, I thought to myself. Such a young boy, and yet he abused his power like that. For some reason, I felt responsible for her attitude. I decided to investigate the situation further. Tquito, what has this boy done to you? I asked. Tquito silently observed my eyes, probably processing what to say. I'm telling you, this guy wants me to give him the key, but I'm not giving it to him. No, 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 and 1,000 times no, even if they torture me one more time and he's destroyed forever. The boy, who was on the ground, slowly got up with some effort while explaining his situation to me. The key, I murmured. I connected the dots and looked at him. Well, this copy of me, this doll of my former self, it was like taking a look back at the past. Judging by its appearance, it probably had several joints, meaning it could be moved. The key is probably one that allows the doll to be set in motion. Tquito turned to the boy. Have you ever been tortured? Not even the most hardened adults can endure it, let alone a child like you. Saying that is incredibly stupid of you. What does it matter if it breaks? Just make another one. How many people will die because you're worrying about something so trivial? That's what obstructing the path of a pillar means. Our time is infinitely more valuable than yours, you blacksmiths. Enough, Tquito Muakiro. I abruptly interrupted Tquito, who turned to face me. My full name. Tquito seemed surprised by this. Is it necessary to act like this, Tquito? That's simply cruel. Listen, maybe the blacksmiths aren't trained for combat, but they are OUR blacksmiths, therefore you must give them more respect. They are vital to our work as hunters. Kamado, your speech bores me. The pillar said coldly. Young man, what's your name? I addressed the boy who was observing this whole situation. K Kotsu, are you upset? Kotsu, give me the key, I ordered. Oh, no way, I thought you were on my side. I'm not giving you the key. Think of it this way, we're going to teach him a lesson, I explained. What? Kotsu exclaimed. Let's teach the pillar of mist a lesson. My words, which were always serious but warm, were now an abyss of coldness. Here you go. Kotsu timidly pulled a wind-up key from his pocket. Whatever the reason she gave it to me, I gladly accepted it. Kamado, I don't know what you mean by lesson, but let me tell you that again. Tquito was interrupted. Silence. I slowly approached the doll and stood behind it. It's been a long time, a very long time in fact, since I last touched on this subject, but now I remember. Yoriichi Type 0. A long time ago, they finally finished forging my Nichiren sword, the most beautiful of all I ever had and the most beautiful according to the other blacksmiths. A fine piece of art forged with sweat, tears, and blood. According to the blacksmiths, such a work of art was meant to last forever. And so, they spoke to me personally, discussed the details with me, and designed it with me. Honestly, it was something I actually ignored quite easily. Back then, I didn't realize how valuable it really was to the blacksmiths. A replica of me that tries to replicate my movements with the katana. 108 movements, far superior to the average human. Tquito just watched me curiously while Kotsu behind that mask he wore had a worried face. Tquito, why did you want to use this doll? I asked without taking my eyes off him. I heard it would be valuable training, he replied monotonously. Training, I see. Yes, I inserted the winding key into a hole in the dummy's back. We're going to give you some valuable training. At that moment, I activated the dummy by turning the key. Yoriichi Type 0 stood up straight and raised his katanas. On guard, Tquito Muakiro, I murmured. Tquito stammered. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42, Family. Tquito landed on the ground before propelling himself forward again, attacking Yoriichi Type 0. Yoriichi Type 0 blocked it, so Tquito quickly launched another slash when I appeared behind him. Noticing my presence, he blocked my blade, a blade I kindly took from Yoriichi Type 0. It's clear Kotsu wasn't happy about it, but it's all for what I planned to do. Yoriichi Type 0 was going to attack him again, this time from behind. With few options, he had to dodge, ducking and rolling to the side. Tquito looked up and watched us while breathing heavily. Yoriichi Type 0 kept attacking and blocking since he had no willpower, while I did have the luxury of stopping and looking back at him. We both stared intently at each other. This was interrupted when Yoriichi Type 0 launched an attack on Tquito, using his right hands to launch a succession of attacks. Tquito dodged it and went straight towards me, charging swiftly, trying to cut me, which I easily blocked with my Nichiren. Kamado, what are you doing? Aggression between hunters is forbidden, Tquito commented while pressing against my blade. Relax, we're just training, I replied, deflecting his attack. Training, practicing, coaching, or teaching, that's what we were doing. Yes, that sounded convincing. While all this was happening, Kotsu watched from a distance, mesmerized by our rapid movements. We had been like that for at least 5 minutes, but I didn't plan to lower the intensity even a little. I was already holding back too much. Yoriichi Type 0 again launched several slashes towards Tquito's body from behind, which Tquito was able to block each and every one of them. That was able to surprise me. In any other situation that would have been a sneaky and unpredictable move, but Tquito was able to block each and every one of them. I've heard a little about Tquito. He was a phenomenon within the organization, rising to the position of pillar in just a few months after passing the final exam at the young age of 14. A true prodigy. Even so, I was unable to surpass myself. But his talent resonated with me. It reminded me of myself in some way. Everything about Tquito resonated within me. I felt as if he were someone I was meant to meet. But at the same time, I felt a sense of superiority, in the sense that I was responsible for his actions and therefore needed to correct him. Tquito turned to defend himself against Yoriichi Type 0's next attacks. These didn't pose a real threat to him since, although they were fast and agile, they were predictable. All his effort fell on me. I was faster, more agile, more flexible, stronger, and in general superior to him. Mist breathing, fourth form, advection cut. Tquito took a low stance and propelled himself towards me to cut me. I simply dodged it nimbly, moving to the side. But seeing that he was starting to use positions, it was more than obvious that he wasn't holding back at all. I see you don't plan to hold back, I remarked to him. Tquito remained silent before lashing out at me, only to be interrupted by Yoriichi Type 0. They exchanged attacks before Tquito deflected them, pushing Yoriichi Type 0 to his left. But behind Yoriichi Type 0, I was pushing myself towards Tokyo the instant Yoriichi Type 0 moved out of my way. We both clashed blades, sparks flying from the collision. Tell me, Tquito, did you have parents? Parents, those people who guide and teach young people, it's their job to treat them with patience and virtue, so what on earth did they teach Tquito? He stared blankly at me before jumping back to create space between us. I don't remember, I answered myself. So he didn't remember if he had parents. It seems that whatever they had taught Tquito had faded away, which explained several things. If that was truly the case, there's only one thing to do: teach him from scratch. In the blink of an eye, I appeared in front of Tquito. He caught off guard, quickly moved to his left, but without giving him a chance, I made a successful feint, pretending to make a vertical cut, to which Tquito responded by raising his blade. Taking advantage of his lowered guard, I kicked him in the stomach, which made him stumble backward. He looked down, coughing a little before raising his eyes to rejoin the lesson. You don't remember your parents, so who taught you to treat people like that? The organization, did you figure it out on your own? I started with some questions. We as pillars have responsibilities to fulfill. If training with the dummy meant I could fulfill those responsibilities more effectively, it's only natural not to obstruct our path. Yoriichi Type 0 intercepted him, launching several slashes again with his multiple arms. And what about Kotsu? You have 3 pillars in this village and you just decide to torment a child. Haven't you considered asking us for a little of our time? I questioned him. As you said, pillars, asking for your valuable time wasn't something I considered. I countered, while creating distance between him and Yoriichi Type 0, dodging and consequently deflecting his attacks. Even so, that's no excuse for hitting Kotsu. Don't you feel even a little bit of remorse? I charged at Tquito, our swords clashing once again. He seemed to think about it for a second before blurting out his conclusion. He's just a child, she blurted out. What are you saying? I may be a child, but I have feelings. Kotsu shouted from a distance, his tone indignant. A comical little tear escaped from her eyes, further highlighting her hurt feelings. See, your words are too cruel, Tquito. He quickly created some distance to allow Yoriichi Type 0 to attack him. I don't understand your reasoning, Kamado, he said, clashing leaves and dodging them with Yoriichi Type 0. Tquito, what do you feel when you save someone? I expected an answer similar to his personality. I don't know. Bingo, I didn't know what I felt, he replied, moving to the side of Yoriichi Type 0 as he decided to exchange attacks with me. I see, then let me tell you what I feel. Satisfaction. I feel happy to be able to see that these people will be able to see one more day, to see the leaves longer, to feel the warmth of the sun once more, to be able to love a little more. I exchanged a few attacks as Tquito wanted, but while saying these words I had a warm smile. I couldn't help it. Tquito collided with my blade once more but stopped cutting to observe my face. Why worry about things like that? Why do you care so much about people? This time her tone of voice was more confused than anything else. Because I have the ability, you yourself have said it, as pillars, we have a responsibility, the responsibility to help people, protecting them from demons, because in the end what you do for others is returned to you. That was my ultimatum, this was my perception. For a moment there seemed to be no reaction, but instantly Tquito's eyes lit up. "EA, what did you say right now? What is it that?" To my surprise, his tone changed radically. He looked more like a child who had just discovered something amazing than a formidable swordsman. But it mattered little, as Yoriichi Type 0 appeared from behind Tquito. Without a shred of compassion, Tquito delivered a powerful slash to the doll's face, finally destroying it completely. It was as if he hadn't understood why I'd given him this whole lecture. Annoyed, I murmured the moment I finished making the cut. Another deathly silence. It was as if each one was more intense than the last. "No!" Kotsu screamed powerfully. He ran towards the doll that barely seemed able to stand up. With tears in his eyes, he fearfully approached the doll when we all noticed what it contained. "Huh, what is this?" Kotsu's sadness vanished, replaced by confusion. The three of us stared, but only I knew what it really was. A katana hilt covered in dust and looking old, but I could recognize it from anywhere. My Nichiren, or at least the one I used in the Sengoku era. Once again we met. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43, Old Companion. I approached the sword slowly. Both Kotsu and Tquito were looking at me without doing anything about it. Confidently grabbed the handle of this. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? That's my family's property." Kotsu grabbed me, trying to stop me, tears streaming down his face. I looked at him without bad intentions. I understood his stress, but my soul clearly screamed my intentions. "This is mine." My voice was commanding. Kotsu let go of me, surprised by the tone of my voice. I turned my gaze back to the Nichiren lamp. Finally, I raised it high in the sky, the sunlight blocked by my Nichiren lamp. I lowered it to get a clearer view of it, observing it for a few seconds, and immediately noticed something wrong with it. I unsheathed it a little to see some of the edge, and my fears came true. "It's rusty," I commented while sighing. "What? Give me that." Kotsu swiftly snatched my Nichiren sword from my hands. I unsheathed it a little just like me and stared intently at the rusty edge. This it can't be. Kotsu's spirits plummeted. The atmosphere turned melancholic, and quickly, Kotsu's mood could be felt from miles away. "My family has been taking care of that doll for generations now that my family recently passed away. It's just me, and now I couldn't even fulfill my family's legacy." Now I just felt guilty, a drop of sweat running down my forehead. I tried to approach him to comfort him. I couldn't leave him like that. But my intentions were interrupted when he spoke again. "And it's all your fault." Her voice changed from sad to serious and, if anything, furious. You too. I'll kill you." Kotsu raised my Nichiren sword with obvious intentions of using it as a blunt instrument. Tquito and I looked into each other's eyes and then turned our gaze back to Kotsu. "I will kill you all," he shouted to the sky, beginning to chase us furiously. Tquito tried to knock him out, but my hand quickly grabbed his and I decided to play along with Kotsu, running around the clearing we were in, dragging Tquito along, who was completely indifferent to the situation. "Kamado, I could easily." "I'm not going to knock out a child," I interrupted, Kotsu still chasing us while waving my Nichiren sword from side to side. The scene continued for several long seconds, the attacker releasing smoke everywhere as we resigned ourselves to escaping. Fortunately, everything came to a screeching halt when we heard some imposing and powerful stomping. The three of us looked towards the source of the sound. From the depths of the forest, an imposing, shadowy figure was revealed. Hagenzuka. I mumbled, and so, thanks to the sun, a half-naked Hagenzuka was revealed to us. "Give it to me," I ordered coldly. "What?" Kotsu said in confusion. "Give it to me." Hagenzuka walked toward the child in a decidedly unfriendly manner. "HAW, what are you doing?" Kotsu clung tightly to his only method of defense. "Give it to me." The blacksmith grabbed my Nichiren and began to struggle with Kotsu. "HHEY, this isn't yours. What the hell are you doing?" The little boy complained. What was most disturbing about the scene was not Hagenzuka being half-naked, but rather the fact that a child was struggling with a man with very defined musculature. But a child is a child. Quickly, I got behind him, holding him from behind to pull him away and let go of Kotsu. Hagenzuka let go of the boy. Fortunately, I was strong enough to push him away. "Give it to me, give it to me." Now he seemed like an animal, his only restraint being myself. I was able to stop him. "Hagenzuka, what do you need my Nichiren for?" "Nichiren that Kotsu reluctantly gave me." "What do I want it for?" "With the ancient Hagenzuka polishing technique, I'll make this Nichiren blade look as if it were just created. Anyone would notice the perfection and purity of that Nichiren blade." He boasted about the aforementioned technique. Thinking back now, I heard of a family whose polishing technique was exceptional among blacksmiths. I only remember one of the family's kanjis, more specifically the one for Zuka. I thought about it for a moment, but silently handed over the Nick. Good, you've left it in good hands." Hagenzuka confidently gripped the Nichiren blade. "Here, take a Nichiren blade while I finish polishing this one." He handed me one, which was obviously just for me to keep in the meantime. Seeing that I could get my Nichiren again, I made the decision right then and there. I would stay there a little longer. "Thank you, Hagenzuka." I thanked her as I took the substitute Nichiren blade. He said nothing and silently turned around and went back into the depths of the forest. I sighed and turned my gaze to Tquito and Kotsu.
Kotsu looked angry while Tquito just stared at me like a baby duck. Tquito. I began the conversation. Tanjiro. Muakiro replied back. First names. Oh, never mind, Muakiro. You've been following me for a while now. What? Muakiro stared into space for a few moments. We were back where the hunters were staying in the village, me heading to the dining room to have dinner with the others. At the same time, I was carrying Nezuko inside the box so that she could be with everyone for a while. I've heard and felt some interesting things today. I want to feel them again. Muakiro replied. I looked at him curiously for a moment but gave him a friendly smile. I hope you learn a lot from me, Muakiro, I told him. Muakiro let out a small sound of approval. We finally arrived at the dining room, and inside were Kanroji, Genya, Yuzui, and his 3 wives holding tightly to his back. It seemed they were all waiting for us. It felt like a dinner party with friends. The feeling was warm. Amidst the night mist was a jar with hypnotic patterns. A figure approached this jar. Hey, Jayako, we're here, a female voice said, slightly frustrated. A black-haired woman wearing an ostentatious red kimono with her hair tied up in Kanzashi's one, the upper moon 6. From the jar, an amorphous mass was expelled and began to writhe, eventually taking on a comprehensible shape, thus revealing itself as the upper 5th moon. Hayo, I'm glad to see you after so long, Miss Daki, said the demon named Jayako playfully. They were in a clearing in the forest surrounding the village. They weren't exactly far away. From the darkness of the trees, the rustling of leaves could be heard. Hey, Hantingu, we already know you're there. Miss Daki turned her gaze to the top of one of the trees, where a hunched figure of short stature and an old-looking appearance with a noticeable bump on his forehead could be seen, upper moon 4. Hiye, did you see me from over there? How scary, you're so scary. The so-called Hantingu shrank even more in his apparent fear. Hayo, oh Miss Daki, I don't see you anywhere. Jayako looked around as if searching for a certain person. On Daki's right side, a bulge began to form, expanding grotesquely until it revealed another identity, completely separating from the demon woman. Don't mess with me, Jayako. You know perfectly well where I was. A man with black hair that faded to green emerged from Daki, thin to the bone and hunched over in a horrifying way. The true upper moon 6. Yes, I suppose so, Mr. Jutero. Hayo. Jayako mocked. He summoned us here, didn't he? Haningu asked timidly from the treetop. That's right, the goal is to completely destroy the Blacksmith Village. Yoriichi and several other pillars are there, and at the same time we'll leave the hunters without weapons. It'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hayo. Jayako laughed, boasting about the plan. Kek, I've heard a lot about that guy Yoriichi. I heard he's very interesting. I'd like to meet him. Jutero seemed thirsty for the blood of the strongest. Undoubtedly. However, your role here is to destroy the village. Hantingu and I will be the ones to attack Yoriichi simultaneously, next time. Jayako seemed to be rubbing his leader's direct orders in Jutero's face. Are you making fun of me? Jutero quickly realized the tone Jayako was using. Hayo, do you have a problem with your superior? Jutero, I asked rhetorically. You want us to have a bloodbath right here, you bucking fish. Wow, that's no way to talk to your superior. The tension between them began to increase. Hantingu tried to hide deeper in the treetop as the 2 demons glared fiercely at each other. Hey, leave the damn fight for later, now we have to do the mission. Daki intervened. Both Jayako and Jutero obeyed, but not before exchanging a fierce glare. Hayo. These youngsters. Well, let's begin, shall we? Jayako climbed back into his jar. At the same time, Hantingu, Daki, and Jutero disappeared in the blink of an eye and began heading towards their destination. Thus, in the depths of the night, a threat loomed over the blacksmith's village. End of Chapter 43. Chapter 44, Invasion. What, was she really there? Kenroji exclaimed in surprise while stroking Nezuko's head, who was sitting happily on Kenroji's lap. What an extravagant way to find something like that. I'm jealous, Kamado. Yuzui said, laughing, accompanied by his 3 wives who smiled along with his laughter. We were all sitting enjoying the food. As always, the waiters kept bringing out food for Kenroji, who ate it all happily. We were still in our uniforms since we didn't have the opportunity to change. Today they finally finished forging Muakiro and Kenroji's Nichiren swords, meaning this would be our last night here, all our weapons resting beside us. It was strange having them there, as it felt like we could go into battle at any moment. I was comfortably explaining to them how I found the blessed super powerful weapon. It was a strange experience, undoubtedly, but what matters is that we have it in our possession, I commented. By none other than the strongest hunter. I'm sure you'll put it to good use, Kamado, Yuzui exclaimed proudly. Tanjiro, is Muakiro all right? Genya asked timidly with all the energy of the conversation, but his question was valid. At this moment, Muakiro basically had his tray next to me and our arms were touching. Well, it's been like this since we got back, I replied. Did you do something to him? The boy doesn't usually act like this, Yuzui questioned. Discreetly take a sip of tea, placing the cup back on the tray. We just had a friendly match, I stated calmly. Yuzui watched me for a few moments, trying to see any facial movement. Oh well, if you say so. It's good that younger people have friends their own age, the white-haired man said matter-of-factly. Hugh, I'm so full. Kenroji suddenly exclaimed, using her arms to support her body weight. It's very late, we should go to sleep, Kenroji suggested. Well, Miss Kenroji, since we're here you should enjoy the banquet a little longer, don't commented Hinetsuru, one of Yuzui's wives who stood out for her purple color palette. Upon hearing these words, the building's attendees who had already sighed were mortified, thinking that they would have to clear away and prepare more dishes. I don't know, I'm already a little full too, Kenroji explained with a slightly embarrassed face. Nezuko in protest raised her arms while making sounds of complaint. Kenroji observed Nezuko for a moment before letting out a small laugh. I guess I could stay a little longer, she announced cheerfully. Knock knock. The warm atmosphere was quickly interrupted. Oh, don't worry, I'll be right there, said one of the attendees. He hurriedly approached the sliding door. His hand reached for the small opening in these doors to open them. In the next instant, without time to have an appropriate reaction, the assistant's body was now filled with several stabs that pierced through him. When it fell to the ground, the presence behind the door opened it so naturally that it didn't seem as if it had just declared war on us. Short and muscular with short black hair that rises at various angles around his head. Large, bushy eyebrows, golden eyes with red sclera, and the kanji for Upper Moon 4 engraved in his eyes. Two prominent curved horns on its forehead, noticeably wrinkled and faded reddish-purple, and cracked marks under its eyes, with a serene but angry frown on its face. Behind him were several drums that seemed to float inexplicably, each containing the kanji for hate. In his right hand he held a spear with which he killed that assistant, a spear that slowly transformed into a kind of dagger made of bone. This path was taken slowly, inspecting the room until our eyes met. Your Sun Breath 7th Form Sunflower Spear. In one instant I grabbed my Nichiren sword, in the next instant I unsheathed it, then stood up and finally propelled myself across the room. For a moment there was an immense roar, raising a curtain of dust and smoke. Once this dissipated, it could be seen that the demon had his heart pierced by my blade, blood gushing from his mouth, and a dismayed look on his face. We are being INV. A voice announced, a voice that could be heard throughout the village, and bells that acted as an emergency signal began to ring. GNYA-KNROJITOKITO, in position. HINATSURUSUMA-MAKIO, help the citizens. Tenjin ordered quickly, grabbing his Nichiren. Two beautiful blades connected by a chain at the base of each handle. The others were not left behind. Muakairo proceeded to make a mist-breathing stance. Nezuko adopted her Uzula form and decided to confront the Upper Moon directly, while Kenroji copied her action and tried to move to the left side of the moon. Genya aimed his shotgun while holding a Nichiren blade in his other hand. Suma, Makio, and Hinetsuru separated from Yuzui and tried to escape by jumping out of the windows to comply with their husband's orders. The moon remained motionless, but it was nothing more than a facade. The upper fourth opened its mouth and let out a deafening scream. The magnitude of the scream was such that it destroyed the building. Everyone was thrown out except for Nezuko and Muakairo, who were able to hold onto the edge of what were the walls, while Yuzui's wives were able to get out of the area of effect. As for me, I was able to stay on the ground, being pushed to the edge of what used to be the room, leaving a trail of rubble beneath my feet. Tanjiro. Muakairo shouted, jumping back to the ground and getting into position. Nezuko took the example and did the same. When I regained my balance, I tried again to launch a pose towards the fourth when a bizarre laugh knocked me out of my senses. Hi-oh, hi-oh, hi. We finally found you, Tsugikuni Yoriichi. When I looked up, all I could see was a strange creature that vaguely resembled a human. I was stunned when I read upper fifth, 2 upper moons were attacking us. I hastily concluded that I had to attack the highest-ranking moon first, that is, the fourth highest. But my attention was interrupted again when another immense boom sounded. I turned my head outside to see several bloody sickles tearing through more buildings in the village. What on earth was going on in the village? End of Chapter 44. Chapter 45, Emotions, Fish, and Brotherhood. Damn it, that scream almost made me deaf with how sensitive my hearing is. Yuzui Tenjin, who had shot out, was running through the dense forest surrounding the village. Yuzui. An excited female voice could be heard from behind the sound pillar. It was none other than Kenroji Mitsuri. Miss Kenroji, it's a pleasure to see you alive. He then slowed his running pace so that Kenroji could catch up with him. Have you seen Tquito? Yuzui asked quickly. No, I think he's with Tanjiro and Nezuko and your 3 wives. Thankfully, they escaped the area of effect in time. They must be helping civilians right now. We need to hurry. Both seemed pressured and rushed. The situation had taken an unexpected 180-degree turn. Just moments ago, they were chatting comfortably over delicious food when they were suddenly taken by surprise by a higher moon. How did they find the village anyway? Yuzui wondered aloud, clicking his teeth. Well, even you've come this far, Yuzui Kenroji silently replied to the shinobi. There was a moment of silence between them as they continued running towards their goal. But the atmosphere was dispelled when the buildings of the village could be seen in the distance. Kenroji breathed a sigh of relief as she saw they were close, but her relieved expression vanished when what appeared to be sickle-shaped blood sliced the building in half. Damn it. I'm going ahead, Miss Kenroji.
Yuzui warned, immediately increasing his speed and leaving the love pillar behind. Before I knew it, the movement of the air alerted me that something was approaching me at high speeds. I was able to move my Nichiren sword in time to cut off the white demon's arm, which unlike other attacks seemed to want to touch me with the palm of its hands instead of a punch or scratch. I guess they weren't lying when they said you were different. Upper Moon 5, she slid her lower half back to create space and regenerate her arm. With this short window of time, take the opportunity to activate everything, the brand, Nichiren Crimson, and Transparent World. Nezuko and I will take care of the upper fifth, you take care of the most powerful one. Swiftly, Muakiro crossed to my side to attack the aforementioned moon, mist breathing fourth form, Advection Slash. A sliding movement that took a low posture. A clean cut that pointed towards the torso of the upper fifth to cut it in half. Unfortunately, he dodged it by sliding to the side at high speeds. I had heard Muakiro perfectly, I knew what he wanted to do, and yet I was still unable to move. The transparent world had just given me a revelation I hadn't expected. The physiological similarities, his talent, his strength, everything made more sense with each passing moment as he analyzed the boy's body more closely, down to the last fiber of his muscles. The blood was extremely diluted, but there was no doubt. This boy is a descendant of Tsugikuni. More importantly, Michikatsu's descendant. Tanjiro, Muakiro shouted at me. Once again, I came to my senses. A massive wooden dragon was heading towards me from the left. I miraculously managed to dodge it by ducking and rolling to the side. Muakiro turned his gaze back to his original target, which was no longer in its previous location. Instead, he stood behind Nezuko, the palms of his hands inches from her face. A demon helping hunters, what a disgusting sight, said the fifth superior. Nezuko, I shouted alertly. Immediately, I lunged at the moon that was threatening my sister, trying to cut it, but it disappeared. Nezuko, are you okay? I stood in front of my sister to try and check for any injuries. I don't think this is the time to worry about her, Yoriichi. A different voice, similar to that of a young boy. I turned my gaze towards the source of the sound, only to be met with the same wooden dragon that had narrowly avoided eating Nezuko and me alive. Sun breathing, 11th form, solar dragon halo. I unleashed a series of consecutive slashes that tore the dragon to pieces, pieces that vanished into ash. But behind the dragon was the fifth superior, bringing the palm of her hand close to my face. Mist breathing, first form, hanging sky, distant mist. Muakiro reacted quickly, leaping powerfully and delivering a powerful thrust to the side of the upper fifth. The upper fifth pushed the young pillar away with a punch that knocked his Nichiren blade out of his body and sent Muakiro crashing to the ground with great force. This raised a large smokescreen which was dissipated when he revealed that he quickly stood up and jumped back, leaving me, him and Nezuko grouped together. We were back to square one. My fight against the fully unleashed upper third was almost fatal, even with the help of Rengoku, the Hunter Mark, the Crimson Nichiren Blade, and even the Transparent World. Now we had two superiors. Shit, Tenjin finally arrived at the village only to see the houses destroyed and half-eaten bodies. These half-eaten bodies appeared to be the work of bizarre demons, fish with eyes that protruded far from their sockets, a jug on top of them, and most striking were their arms that acted as legs underneath them. These demons moved aimlessly and did not seem to have a clear objective. How disgusting, Tenjin murmured when he heard a human voice. Please, I don't want to die, I beg you, let me. His pleas were cut short by a clean cut across his neck, decapitating him. What a disappointment. They've left us with the dirty work, and why are we only the upper sixth? Said a horrible demon, hunched over and down to the bone with one eye closed, holding two sickles made of muscle and sinew. Meh, I'm not complaining either, to be honest. Our Lord gave us plenty of blood before coming here. A female demon with white hair, revealing clothing, and a grotesque yellow eye on her forehead, standing and observing the body of the recently killed blacksmith, boasted about how her power had increased greatly. Their conversation was interrupted when a massive blade was headed straight for the neck of the hunched demon, whose attack he blocked with one of his sickles. What do we have here? That speed? You're a pillar, aren't you? A twisted grin of happiness formed on the demon's face. Behind Tenjin, the aforementioned fish demons pounced on him. However, the hunched demon raised his other scythe. Scarlet cuts, chaos. Upon seeing this movement, Tenjin raised his blades and made an agile leap backwards. Sound breathing, fourth form, Avasaya's death sentence. The demon moved his scythes with extreme agility without any apparent technique, sending bloody scythes everywhere. Tenjin was able to defend himself against these cuts thanks to his sound stance, unleashing a storm of cuts that protected him from the blood. For a moment, a large amount of dirt and dust rose up, which Tenjin dispelled by moving his blades to his right and left. He scanned his surroundings, realizing that there were no demon fish. Yes, now they should be bothering us, damn, I'm going to kill Jayako after this, hee. You can call me Jutero, pillar. The look of disgust on his face transformed into one of happiness. What an uninspiring name, remarked the pillar of sound.
Hurry up with him, I don't want to deal with this anymore, the demon girl said in a condescending tone. Yes, yes, don't worry, Daki, my little sister. Jutero struck a pose, extending his slender arms. I'll finish this quickly and cleanly. End of Chapter 45. Chapter 46, Battle Against the Moons. Nezuko, Muakiro, and I were on guard, waiting for the next move from our opponents, the upper fifth and the upper fourth. In an environment as relatively small as this room, it was difficult for the three of us to move around and coordinate. In this situation, the best decision is to escape. I grabbed Nezuko and Muakiro by the arm, jumping out of the destroyed room and down. Tanjiro, Muakiro asked in confusion amidst the fall. Let's try to regroup with the others while we buy some time. If it really does end in a fight, at least we'll have more room to maneuver, I explained to both Muakiro and Nezuko. Once we landed on the ground, I let go of her hands and we immediately started running. Not long after, I heard a drum playing. Behind us emerged another wooden dragon that began to follow us. Above it was the upper fifth. So your plan is to escape? What a ridiculous idea. Hiyo, hiyo, hiyo. The fifth mocked as she enjoyed her mount. The dragon soon caught up with us, opening its jaws to swallow us. Nezuko quickly spun around 180 degrees, placed her hands on the ground, and immediately delivered a powerful kick to the dragon's lower jaw, destroying it and sending it reeling back. The three of us looked up and saw that he had two jugs in his hands, both of their openings pointing towards us. 10,000 slippery clay fish. In the blink of an eye, the vases propelled hundreds, if not thousands, of fish in our direction. That wouldn't be a problem for me, and I trusted Muakiro, but I was worried about Nezuko, who, although enhanced by her demon blood, had no technique to defend herself against such an attack. But my worries would be allayed when I heard brisk footsteps approaching in our direction. Kanroji revealed himself from the shadow of the trees, and with a leap he began to cut the fish with his Nichiren sword. A rather special Nichiren blade, as it seemed to act more like a refined whip that cut through everything in its path. The three pillars were able to defend themselves from the attack by cutting and deflecting the fish, although Muakiro and Kanroji could not avoid receiving a few bites around their bodies. Kanroji landed gracefully on the ground. Tanjiro, Tquito, Yuzui went in that direction. She informed us, then began running in that direction. We all decided to follow her and resumed our marathon. Drum sounds resonated again, and this time two dragons emerged. The fifth landed on one of them, and on the other the fourth stood with a serious face. Fortunately, it didn't take us long before we reached the center of the village where Yuzui was supposedly located. We were taken by surprise when Yuzui landed with a backward jump. He nimbly raised his two blades, which he used to defend himself against two blood sickles coming in his direction. The upper moon 6 is here, he announced hurriedly before propelling himself in the direction from which the sickles emerged. The situation had now become even more complicated again with the presence of three upper moons. But I couldn't reflect on this new information for long because the two wooden dragons caught up with us. Only one of these lunged towards us, which Kanroji destroyed with a stance. Breath of Love, third pose, shower of adorable kittens. Contrary to the name of the stance, Kanroji unleashed a series of devastating cuts thanks to the shape of her Nichiren sword, which sliced the dragon into several pieces, causing it to disappear into ashes. Just like last time, the upper fifth jumped to avoid the attack and landed in front of us. Aren't you tired of running? Yoriichi, the upper class, asked mockingly. Kanroji looked at the demon in confusion, obviously trying to understand who he was referring to. However, before anyone could do anything, in the blink of an eye, I was already standing in front of the upper fifth. Breath of the Sun, eighth form, immense flaming mist. A loaded cut that was headed straight for the moon's neck. For a moment, everyone was astonished by my speed, but the cut was avoided to my surprise. Upon closer inspection, I saw that the upper fifth had a grimace of terror and had been held to the ground by some obi that encircled his torso and emerged from below. Jayako, what are you doing? A female voice shouted from a distance. On top of some rubble, she looked like a demon in revealing clothing. She had a worried face and sweat dripping from her forehead. I jumped back to create space between the upper fifth and me. I've been running all this time because I feared the power of the upper moons, however. Compared to that time, they were so disappointing, I can't explain it, but their abilities were much lower than the third superior. Good heavens, our lord wasn't joking. Jayako was freed. Its speed is undoubtedly fearsome. A voice from the sky was heard. The fourth superior descended delicately thanks to wings on its back, wings that disappeared when it touched the ground, remaining to our right. Aren't two upper moons enough for one person? The fifth upper moon wondered. All these words caught me off guard. Am I so overwhelmingly powerful to the higher moons? No, it doesn't matter. Kanroji assist Yuzui, Tquito take care of the upper class, Nezuko take care of the female demon. I began to give orders. Huh, and you, Tanjiro? Kanroji asked worriedly. Hurry up, I asked him. Kanroji looked at me worriedly for a moment, took a moment, and nodded in affirmation. So he turned around and pushed off in the direction of Yuzui.
Tquito was not far behind as he quickly lunged at the upper fifth, whose reaction was to slide to the sides, beginning an exchange of cuts and movements between Tquito and her. Nezuko, who seemed to understand me, looked at me worriedly, as did Kenroji. In the end, she listened to me and left against the female demon. So I was left against the fourth superior, who soon reacted, playing 3 drums. 3 dragons emerged, heading straight for me. Without wasting any time, I surged in their direction, cutting their dragons cleanly with my Nichiren sword. The 4th division was astonished by my speed. I caught up to him and sent a direct slash to his neck. To my surprise, he didn't try to block or dodge it, and instead he took it full force. I walked past him and turned around, trying to understand his actions. My eyes widened in shock when I witnessed it not vanish into ash. Damn it, what kind of Nichiren sword do you have? My neck, it's regenerating so slowly. The upper 4th bent down to grab his head and tried to put it back in place. Keeping his hands on his head, he turned towards me to give me a hateful look. This demon. This body is not the original. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47, To Heaven. Well, that's problematic. The original body isn't that, and I have no idea where to start. If that's the case, it would all come down to a battle of endurance waiting for dawn. The demons may retreat, but that would at least give us some more time. But I'm worried about the others, especially Nezuko, for obvious reasons. I wasn't sure if they would all survive the siege, but I had no other choice. I have to trust them. The 4th one above began preparing another attack, opening her mouth. The air pressure changed suddenly. I knew what was coming. That scream that tore us all apart. Just as she was about to dodge it, bullets pierced the head of the 4th superior, interrupting her action. Don't you dare finish him off. This is my prey, do you understand? Genya posed with his shotgun still pointed atop the rubble of one of the buildings, but he looked different. His hair ended with yellow tips and the sclera of his eye was black with a yellow iris. His aura had also changed in a certain way, becoming more feral and animalistic. There were questions, but now was not the time. Genya, don't be stubborn now, you can't do this alone. Besides, this isn't the original body. We can't kill it the normal way. I warned while watching the moon regenerate with a furrowed brow of anger. Genya was perplexed for a few moments before clenching his teeth. He seemed to understand that he couldn't do everything alone, but something was bothering him. What are you waiting for? Go find him. He's an upper moon. Who knows how many more he'll kill if you let him live? Genya had a point. He couldn't just let him escape like that. I started thinking about some other solution. The original body shouldn't be far away, and for quite some time now a smell had been stinging my nose, a smell that didn't correspond to any of the demons I had seen so far. Just as I tried to concentrate to find the original body, the upper 4th played one of their drums. The drum released sparks of electricity, and a lightning bolt struck from the sky. I was fast enough to dodge it. The upper 4th then began to repeatedly strike that drum, sending a storm of lightning towards me and Genya. Damn it, do you know how to do anything else? Genya yelled, aiming his shotgun again and firing at the upper 4th, who dodged it simply by moving to the side. That split second gave me the window of time to approach him. Sun breath, 3rd stance, suffocating crimson mirror. 2 horizontal arc cuts directed straight towards his arms, cutting them cleanly. Og, groaned the upper 4th as she knelt on the ground. Thanks to the crimson Nichiren, his arms regenerated more slowly, giving me time to concentrate. The smell, I had to know where it was coming from. It couldn't be far away. Time was short. For a higher moon at this point, its arms should already be regenerating. But I couldn't. The smell of the hot springs overwhelmed my nose. This is bad. And in an instant, a massive blast of air was sent everywhere. The upper 4th had regenerated. I opened my eyes to see how it now had wings on its back, accompanied by its drums, and began to rise into the air. I see your Nichiren isn't like everyone else's. Your reputation is well established, Tsugikuni. The upper 4th resumed drumming. 2 wooden dragons emerged from the ground again. But the upper moon had given me an unexpected advantage. The gust of wind it caused was because it began to gain momentum. But at the same time, I cleared the area of the smell from the thermal baths. Out of nowhere, it had become much simpler. I could smell it perfectly. A small demon, surprisingly small, and it exuded fear from every pore of its body. Genya, the original body is to your southwest. At the same time as I said this, the 2 dragons lunged towards me. Genya, who was aiming at the upper 4th, noticed my scream and quickly climbed down from the rubble where they were. Upon seeing this, the 4th quickly sent one of the dragons towards Genya, playing one of its drums. The speed was intense, and in a few seconds he caught up with Genya, who was running at the same speed as a high-ranking hunter. Time seemed to have slowed down, the dragon's shadow illuminated by the moonlight stalking Genya, who was looking at the dragon, trying to aim his shotgun at it without enough agility. Sun breath. 5th form, wheel of fire. I jumped into the air to twist my body, cutting the dragon in half. Go! I yelled at Genya as I landed on the ground. When I looked up, the other wooden dragon was heading straight towards me. I reacted quickly and made several slashes that easily cut through the dragon. But as it faded into ashes, the figure of the 4th superior was revealed, swooping down like a bird to attack me with one of her bone daggers. We clashed blades. The intensity of the demon's attack coupled with the impulse from the sky made him retreat, all while the upper fourth continued to stay close to me. In this clash we made eye contact, and our eyes only expressed concentration but above all hatred. She opened her mouth and prepared another scream, the air around me heading towards her mouth. With my blade I applied force, slightly deflecting the upper fourth while at the same time making a swift movement to one side. Finally I let out the scream. It was still deafening, but I managed to escape its area of effect. In this process I managed to separate myself and the upper fourth crashed headlong into the ground, raising a curtain of dust. Within this curtain her figure rose again into the sky, extending and retracting her wings to remain motionless in the air while she stared at me. The battle is not over yet, and even though I couldn't fly, the fourth had to approach me to attack me, a direct combat style that he seemed to have decided to change. I pointed the tip of my Nichiren sword at him, getting into a fighting stance. You die tonight, Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Like a shooting star, the upper fourth lunged at me again. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 Elsewhere. Among the ruins of now a ruined village, a bloody sickle emerged from various wrecks, separating them from a horrifying entity. You're starting to test my patience, you scum of hunters. The moment the demon Jutero finished that sentence, a striking figure lunged at him at full speed. The demon, of course, did not remain still, raising his flesh sickle and clashing blades against the sound pillar Yuzui Tenjin. I can say the same to you, you bucking demon. Although his words were backed by a mocking smile, his fatigued appearance and the blood covering his forehead did not help to give an image of confidence. Breath of love, fifth posture, wavy ribbon ruined nails. With a leap the love pillar Mitsuri Kenroji, who looked infinitely better than her partner, emerged from the ground, raising her special Nichiren blade to prepare her attack. When the upper sixth moon finally realized what she was trying to do, she hurriedly pushed Yuzui aside, sending him flying into another pile of rubble. By the time he tried to counterattack, it was too late. Kenroji Mitsuri began sending out a flurry of quick, undulating slashes at a distance, creating a tornado of cuts. These cuts were received squarely by the upper sixth, who, although able to repel some attacks, was soon overwhelmed by them. The attack stopped, and it raised a curtain of dust that hid the upper moon. Yuzui Tenjin, who had quickly gotten up from the rubble, was looking ahead in the direction where the demon should be. Mitsuri shared the same reaction. Bastards. The moon's hoarse voice once again put them on alert. The moon cleared away all the dust, revealing a shocking scene. Jutero, although he had several limbs severed, including his head, had not fallen to the ground. Instead, another head began to grow from its severed neck. It can't be, Kenroji exclaimed, as I expected from an upper moon. Cutting off his head is not the way to defeat him. Yuzui's observation was grimly accurate. As Kenroji got back into battle position, the badly wounded Yuzui began to hear a striking noise. Of course, it was the noise of two women. Two women were having a creepily aggressive confrontation. Yuzui took a moment to listen more closely to who they were. Once analyzed, he opened his eyes wide. "MITSURA, try to keep up with me." The sound pillar's voice shook Kenroji. Yes, of course." Although taken aback by the sudden shout, she nodded and decided to follow Yuzui's plan. In the ninja's mind, a phrase that had been overlooked resurfaced. Yes, don't worry, Daki, my little sister." Aside from the strange idea that a family bond could be maintained after demonification, the important thing was whether perhaps the key to defeating the upper moon lay within her, the demon Daki. Tenjin quickly lashed out at Jutero, who defended himself with one of his sickles, the clash generating sparks. The ninja jumped to create space between them and began to move to one side. Surprised by this action of the pillar, the demon was confused for a moment, but a pink Nichiren interrupted his thoughts. With his sickle, this diverted the Nichiren pillar of love, who began to follow Yuzui. "You don't think you can escape me." Jutero, without wasting any time, began to chase them. The demon soon caught up with them. Yuzui, turning 180 degrees, clashed blades against Jutero. They exchanged blows for a moment before Kenroji leaped into the air and lunged at the upper sixth in midair. Jutero forcefully pushed Yuzui and blocked Kenroji's aerial attack. She reversed with a spin through the air, landing next to Yuzui. The hunters and the moon silently observed each other as they took their positions. Suddenly, a smile emerged from Yuzui. "It seems the reinforcements have arrived." The instant he finished the sentence, something hit the ground in the space between the two sides. Dust rose momentarily before dissipating, revealing a beautiful figure with several obi floating around the demon as she looked enraged. "Daki." Jutero's shout caught Daki's attention, who turned to her brother, confused. "Judah." Before she could finish her sentence, she jumped back, landing on a pile of rubble. What Daki was trying to avoid was Nezuko, who for some reason looked extremely grown up, with a body comparable to Daki's. The sister of the Sun Pillar salivated with rage as she glared furiously at Daki. Nezuko. The first to shout her name was of course Kenroji Mitsuri, whose face lit up when she saw her. Nezuko removed her furious expression and turned her head towards her, confused as to why they were there. "What do you think, Upper Moon? We've brought you together in one place to make sure we can kill you both." A mocking smile emerged again on Tenjin, as if it makes any difference. You've only screwed yourselves over more by putting the two of us together. Jutero covered his left eye with his hand. This action left Yuzui, Kenroji, and Nezuko confused. All right. Let's show who's superior here, little brother. Grotesquely, a yellowish eye popped out of Daki's forehead, who was smiling like a cunning fox. Don't hold back, little sister. With his right eye closed, Jutero resumed his battle stance, his face contorted in anger. Nezuko, Yuzui, and Mitsuri were not far behind. The three of them observed the demons with a serious expression. They all took a moment to observe each other before Nezuko finally broke the tension, lashing out at Jutero. In a dense forest, there was a young man with a mohawk desperately searching for something. Damn it, where's the real body? Genya complained as he pushed aside bushes and branches. As he continued searching, the image of Kamado Tanjiro, the sun pillar, appeared in his mind. That guy, he always seems like he knows something, and yet he doesn't seem to say anything. Genya's voice echoed in his own mind. He was someone terrifyingly powerful and talented, using a breathing style never seen before. He was the one who rediscovered the hunter's mark, and currently one could say that he has a pretty good life. It was at its peak right now, and yet. His eyes emanated only a nostalgic melancholy, as if there were something squeezing his heart tightly and keeping him bound to a higher obligation that he did not want to share. That guy drives me crazy, Genya confessed to himself, and yet he could not deny his absolute superiority over everyone else. Out of sheer frustration, Genya stomped his foot, which caused a sharp voice to catch his attention. Immediately he looked around, and inside a bush he could see a humanoid figure, and a smug smile formed on his face. I've got you. With a low murmur, Genya pointed his shotgun at the bush. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49. The battle was becoming endless. The upper fourth kept sending dragons and swooping down on me, and I was too busy defending myself against their constant attacks. But this didn't worry me at all. After all, I just wanted to buy time for Genya to kill the original body or for dawn to break. Soon the attacks from the upper fourth suddenly ceased. Seeing this, I didn't waste the opportunity and went straight for the upper moon. He reacted quickly, moving to the side to narrowly avoid me. He succeeded but received a cut at least 3 cm long on his neck. This wound, which did not heal, released warm blood that spilled down to the shoulder of the upper moon. The fourth superior glared at me with hatred as always, before summoning a wooden dragon and leaping onto it, then riding into the forest. I didn't hesitate and started chasing him inside. It seemed that he wanted to find something inside the forest, something important, and my intuition told me that Genya had found the original body and the upper fourth had gone to protect it. It didn't take long before he started to catch up with the wooden dragon of the upper fourth. How can a human be so overwhelmingly fast? The upper fourth's complaint was ignored. She tapped one of her drums and sent more dragons toward me. At this point, I was used to the dragon's repetitive attack, moving my Nikarin proficiently to cut them down once more and make them vanish into ashes. The drums started beating again, and this time several lightning bolts were sent against me. There were several, but they lacked any accuracy. It was more than clear that the 4th Division was launching a desperate attack. I had him cornered, but knowing that this wasn't his real body, I just dodged the lightning bolts and focused on following him as far as I could. A few seconds later, I heard a gunshot. "Stay still, you bucking dwarf." Genya's voice echoed throughout the forest. Genya. From a distance, I could make out her silhouette, so I called her attention. He turned his head towards me to see the 4th upper approaching him at alarming speeds. Tanjiro, he exclaimed in surprise. The wooden dragon with which the upper 4th was traveling lunged at Genya in an instant. Luckily, the latter reacted in time and jumped back to dodge it. Damn it, I've lost sight of the old dwarf again. Genya landed without incident, and I quickly reached his side. We observed the cloud of smoke that had been created when the dragon hit the ground. It wasn't long before the dust settled, revealing the imposing figure of the upper 4th hovering in the air with her wings, while in the palm of her left hand was a wooden ball. Is this possible? The damned thing is protecting the original body inside that ball. Genya exclaimed, looked silently at the ball. The upper 4th might be too much for Genya. I had to defeat him myself and prevent Genya from getting hurt. Genya, withdraw for now, I'll handle him myself, so please go help Yuzui, Kenroji, and my sister Nezuko. Without changing my firm expression, I took a step forward when a hand suddenly grabbed my arm. I turned my head to see a clearly annoyed Genya. So you think I'm going to let you take all the glory of the victory? Besides, don't be an idiot. Do you think you can solve everything on your own? The young Genya's voice echoed loudly in my mind. Do you think you can solve everything on your own? Since I returned to this world, in a way, I felt alone. It's not that I was in bad company, quite the opposite. I am grateful for all those who surround me in this new opportunity. But deep down, I knew that everything they were going through was my responsibility, that it was my fault for not killing him when I could. That notion hasn't gone away, but what Genya said has made me realize that maybe I don't have to solve it alone. I gave him a slight smile. Okay, then I'll force him down. You try to aim for the wooden ball. I explained my plan in a calm voice. It annoys me that you're ordering me around like this, but fine, I'll do as you say. Genya wiped a drop of sweat that was running down his forehead with his sleeve, a serious expression forming on his face. The upper fourth seemed to hear our conversation because the moment we finished talking, it began preparing a supersonic scream again. When he released it in our direction, it signaled the start of the second round. So we both dodged it, jumping in opposite directions. We started running around the upper fourth, waiting for their next attack. With his dark eyes, he followed our movements when he fixed his gaze on me. With a swift movement, he swooped down on me again, ready to plunge a bone dagger he held in his right hand into me. Sun breath, fourth posture, rainbow parhelion. Just as it seemed he was about to strike his dagger against my torso, I disappeared in a rainbow-colored mist, causing Hantingu to crash to the ground, raising dust. And in the blink of an eye, I appeared behind him, clearing away all the dust. The fourth superior was surprised, but reacted quickly and ascended into the air with its wings, its gaze fixed on me. But certain ripples in the wind caught the attention of the upper fourth, and when she finally realized it, bullets were heading towards the wooden ball she was still holding. The fourth superior was able to avoid them by extending her arm, but not without receiving the bullets in her arm, passing through it and leaving holes. "I'm not going to fail twice, you bird brain." A mocking smile came from Genya's mouth. A vein of rage appeared on the forehead of the upper fourth, who nevertheless remained silent and stoic. Beating the drums, the upper fourth summoned 3 more wooden dragons, but unlike the other times when these simply charged at me, these opened their mouths to begin throwing lightning in our direction. We both started dodging them, and they avoided me every time I got close. Seeing this, I quickly stopped and got into position. Sun breath, first posture, waltz. Waltz, waltz. Use the same stance 3 times, enough to reach and cut down all 3 dragons without any problem. But what? Genya was momentarily stunned by what he had just seen me do. When he finally realized what was happening, he seized the opportunity. He aimed for the top fourth and fired. The upper fourth noticed it much earlier this time and dodged it, unaware that this was a feint. With a leap into the air, I approached him, and with my Nichiren blade ready, I aimed directly at the wooden ball. Sun breath, 7th form, sunflower spear. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50, Cursed Blood. Several pink sashes with a beautiful floral pattern were headed towards Nezuko. Each and every one of them aimed directly to kill her. Daki, who was controlling these sashes, was interrupted when Nezuko simply used her claws to cut them in half. "It can't be!" Daki exclaimed in surprise. She who boasted of the durability of her girdles was overwhelmed by the sheer brute strength of the demon Nezuko. Nezuko, for her part, jumped and went for a knee strike against Daki's face. The latter raised both arms to block him, but the force of the knee strike sent her flying. I landed on my feet and quickly regained my balance, but when I opened my eyes, all I could see was that my arms were destroyed, revealing my bones and dripping blood in a disgusting way, to say the least. You damn girl." She cursed at the young girl she was facing, regenerating her arms quickly and charging at Nezuko again. However, this was stopped when Yuzui appeared out of the air and swooped down on her. Sound breathing, first stance, roar. Raising his twin swords above his head, Yuzui prepared to land with a powerful crash alongside his bombs, ready to strike both swords against the demon Daki. She quickly realized this and proceeded to grab a large piece of rubble that was nearby with her sashes and lifted it to throw it directly at Yuzui. The Pillar of Sound, seeing something larger than itself heading directly towards it, changed the direction of its attack towards the rubble, which was completely destroyed. Yuzui landed on the ground, but without being able to have a moment of rest, Jutero appeared to his left and charged at him. They clashed blades and began exchanging intense attacks. Daki, meanwhile, made a detour regarding those two and prepared to attack Nezuko. When she saw her running in her direction, she clenched her fist and blood began to flow from her palm. When Daki was just a few meters away from her, Nezuko quickly splashed Daki with her blood. What the hell? Before he could finish his sentence, the blood suddenly ignited and began to burn Daki's face. Daki. Although Jutero was busy with Yuzui, he somehow knew what was happening to Daki, suddenly letting out a cry of concern. Jutero dodged Yuzui's attacks and started running in the direction of where Daki was. The upper six took a powerful leap and watched as Nezuko cut through the sashes that Daki was desperately sending while her face continued to burn. Raising the 2 meat sickles he held in each hand, he landed squarely and plunged both into Nezuko's shoulders. The pain distracted Nezuko, causing the flames on Daki's face to go out. "Don't you dare touch her." A female voice that wasn't his sister called out to him. When Jutero looked up, he saw the love pillar Kanroji Mitsuri preparing to cut him with her special Nichiren sword. The sixth superior reacted quickly and grabbed her sister, leaping back to avoid the attack of the pillar, who landed where the demon should have been. "I'm sorry, Nezuko. It seems that demons' scythes have poison in them and ugh." Before she could finish her sentence, Kanroji pressed the palm of her left hand against a deep wound on the left side of her stomach. The poison in these sickles was weakening her.
Yuzui, who was a ninja master and expert in poison, had developed a resistance to them, but Kanroji, who had a much less violent origin, had no such resistance. Right now he was only able to stand thanks to the technique of constant breathing. While Kanroji was enduring the pain of the wound and the effects of the poison, a soft hand was placed on top of hers. When she looked up, she saw Nezuko staring at her. Kanroji somehow understood that she only wanted to help her and removed her hand from her wound, letting Nezuko touch it. The sensation of a foreign hand in such a vulnerable area was strange, but she did not resist. Suddenly, pink flames emerged from Nezuko's palm. At first, Kanroji thought Nezuko was trying to cauterize her wounds, but when she noticed that the fire didn't hurt, she began to notice something else. I noticed how the poison was leaving his system, or rather that the poison was being burned in a way. When the flames died down, Kanroji excitedly stroked Nezuko, even though she was now basically the same size as Kanroji. "Thank you so much, Nezuko, you just saved my life." Even though she was in pain a moment ago, Nezuko's flames calmed her. Nezuko returned an embarrassed smile. "Are you okay, girls?" Yuzui's gruff voice pulled them from their brief moment and they both turned their heads. "Yes, we're fine, but where are the demons?" Kanroji asked worriedly. "That's what I wanted to talk about. Look, are my eyes deceiving me?" Yuzui finished saying that, turning his gaze towards where the demons should be and pointing at them with his finger. The girls looked in that direction and saw an unexpected scene. The sixth superior was holding his head on his knees as if he were in agony, while his sister Daki held him by the shoulders with a look that was both angry and worried. Jutero, what's wrong with you?" Daki's worried cries were ignored as Jutero continued to hold his head. "What are you doing? You should have wiped out these hunters a long time ago. Are you holding back? My orders were clear. If you're going to be comforting your annoying sister, it's clear what I should do." This is what Jutero heard in his mind. And that was also what Muzan Kibutsuji told him. Jutero's arms fell to the ground. And in an instant, the demon Jutero aggressively grabbed his sister's neck with his right arm, strangling her. "Ugh, GG Jutero." Daki's face turned into one of terror and confusion as she saw her brother attack her out of nowhere. "I've always thought you were just a stupid girl." It was Jutero's voice, yet it was different at the same time. Colder, emptier, and it lacked the warmth with which the demon usually spoke to his sister. In a second, Daki could feel Jutero's fingers digging into her neck and beginning to be sucked out, more specifically her blood. Her skin lost color and turned grayish while her body wrinkled like a prune. The last thing the demons saw were Jutero's eyes. They were red eyes, and the pupils were sharp like those of a feline. SRM Muzan Daki's eyes lost their color and his body lost all life. Daki has died. Kanroji, Yuzui, and Nezuko, who witnessed this scene, were completely stunned, extremely confused by what had just happened. "I'd better finish you off as soon as possible. Dawn will break soon." The one who appeared to be Jutero said this without any emotion as he formed two sickles of blood. End of Chapter 50. Chapter 51, Possible Impossibilities. Sun Breath, 7th Form, Sunflower Spear. With a powerful thrust, I pierced the sphere that the sixth superior held in her hand, and almost at the same time I pierced her head, plunging my Nichiren sword into her brain. The wooden ball fell dramatically to the ground, while the fake body of the sixth superior began to turn to ash. It's disintegrating. Does that mean I've managed to pierce the head of the original body? I landed safely on the ground and took a few steps back. The fake body hit the ground at the same time as the wooden sphere touched the ground. As the fake body disintegrated, the ball split in two as if it were Momotaro's peach. Genya and I stared at the sphere expectant. However, a head peeked out from inside one of the halves. "Damn it all, I thought we were done." Genya's shout alerted the original body, which emerged from the middle of the ball and began to run even deeper into the forest. Genya tried to shoot, but missed completely, as the original body had already moved forward at an absurd speed. We both hurried and started chasing him into the woods. Genya was following me since I was the only one who could track her using my sense of smell. The speed for such a small body was surprising. I was having trouble keeping up. A loud noise caught my attention, and when I turned my head behind me, I saw Genya tripping, stopping me in my tracks. Leave me alone, go after him," I pleaded. Although at first Genya wanted to keep all the glory of the victory for himself, by this point it seemed he no longer cared. I didn't want to leave it behind, but I decided to listen to him and prepared to resume the pursuit. "I'll take care of him." However, an unexpected voice caught both of our attention. Behind us, an orange light was catching up to us. "Tanjiro, young Shinazugawa, go and help Yuzui, Miss Kenroji, and your sister Nezuko." Flame Pillar Kyojuro appeared out of nowhere and caught up to us, surpassing us in an instant. "I promised to hunt down the upper moon." Her voice faded into the distance. Both Genya and I were petrified and confused by the sudden appearance of my friend. "I have to escape, I have to escape." Hantingu, the name of the fourth upper, was now desperately escaping. His arm was cut in half due to Yoriichi Tsugikuni's thrust, and although he wanted to regenerate it, for some reason he couldn't. Hantingu strongly suspected that it was the Crimson Blade that his lord had warned him about, the one that made it almost impossible to heal the bodies of demons.
His thoughts were interrupted when he heard footsteps in front of him. In a clearing in the middle of the forest, the demon stopped dead in his tracks and stared in terror at whatever might be coming. Among the undergrowth of the forest, the moonlight, which by this point was already low, revealed a young figure. Tquito Muikairo, pierced by several spikes, bloody and with a mysterious mark on his face, walked aimlessly. Soon the pillar of mist fixed his gaze on the small person that was Hantingu. Another upper moon. Tquito's voice was calm, almost expressionless, and he walked silently towards Hantingu while unsheathing his Nichiren sword. I suppose I can handle one more, the young pillar stated. I guess I can handle one more. Hantingu didn't want to believe it, but he couldn't deny it either. This kid probably beat the upper fifth Jayako in a one-and-on. No, get away. Hantingu fell on his butt and crawled backwards. Without mercy, Tquito raised his blade. And with a thud, the young pillar fell face-first to the ground. Huh. A sound of confusion came from the mouth of the upper moon, but he soon understood what had just happened. This boy had just come out of a battle against an upper moon. There was no way he could have come out unscathed. Hantingu's body began to grow larger. Hantingu did not plan to let this opportunity slip away. There was a pillar that was completely defenseless and weak. Not only would he get rid of one more nuisance, he could also regain his strength by eating this human. His hands held and lifted the boy, and he opened his mouth. Just as he was about to devour her head in one clean bite, a flaming sensation in his neck stopped him. Breath of the Flame, second stance, ascending sky of flames. With a 360 slash, Rengoku appeared to Hantingu's right and cut his neck, landing on his left. The body released the young Tquito while his head rolled along the ground. The demon Hantingu was so astonished that no sound came out of his mouth. By the time he realized that his mouth had already disintegrated, it was too late. The demon Hantingu, the fourth higher, has died in silence in a clearing in an unnamed forest. Kyojuro Rengoku sheathed his Nichiren sword, took a few steps and picked up the young Tquito, carrying him piggyback. In the distance, the sounds of bombs and extravagant lights marked a tremendously fierce battle. Tanjiro, be careful, Kyojuro murmured as he observed the lights, his expression more serious than usual. This is ridiculous. That's what Uzui Tenjin thought. Just now they were in a 3-on-2 fight against an upper moon and a strong demon, nothing more, but now even if it were a 3-on-1 fight, how is it possible that it's now impossible to keep up the pace? If the Pillar of Sound had to express it another way, it would be that the tempo of the score was impossible to follow. Uzui, who had just gotten up from the ground, couldn't catch his breath when Jutero came speeding in and kicked him in the stomach, making him spit blood and sending him flying again. Uzui. Kenroji shouted, worried about her partner charging at Jutero. This last block with a single sickle stopped the Pillar's attack. These two began exchanging attacks, or rather, Kenroji was trying to attack him. Every cut that Pillar launched was countered by a single scythe at absurd speeds. It's incredible. He's defending my cuts from my special Nichiren sword with a single sickle, she thought to herself. Soon she was the one who began to be overwhelmed, noticing that she was losing her footing due to the force with which she countered Jutero's attacks. A mistake. One mistake was all it took for Kenroji to lose the rhythm of her own attacks. And it was a mistake, all that was needed for her to start being riddled with bullets from the sickle's cuts. The roles had been reversed. Now it was Kenroji who was defending herself while Jutero was attacking. Nezuko, who had momentarily fainted from a blow to the chin she had received from the upper sixth, had just woken up. The scene before her was a pillar of sound weakly rising from the ground and a pillar of love being overwhelmed by a scythe. The scene conveyed only one word: defeat. End of Chapter 51. Chapter 52, Consequences. Nezuko ran at full speed towards Jutero, who was still overwhelming Kenroji, who clearly could not withstand the pressure of his attacks any longer. Uzui, getting up and stunned by the powerful kick he received directly to his stomach, saw a blurry scene of Nezuko going to Kenroji's rescue. Nezuko jumped and tried to deliver a shin kick. In response, Jutero raised his left arm and made a clean cut, amputating the leg from the knee, all while keeping his eyes on Kenroji and continuing his barrage of attacks. Kamado girl plummeted to the rubble behind Kenroji, letting out an animalistic scream of pain. Enizuukeo, Kenroji exclaimed in terror, inadvertently diverting her attention from the demon, who did not waste the opportunity. When Kenroji finally turned her gaze back to the upper sixth, it was clear that it was too late. The edge of the grotesque scythe was going to cut directly into her neck. A silent and clean death, what an irony, she was going to die in the same way she killed demons. For a moment she thought she saw her life flash before her eyes, her family, her suitors and heartbreak, and that man whose eyes pierced her soul and in which she lost herself. Was it going to end like this? Don't get distracted like that, damn it. Of course not. The sound pillar showing off his speed saved Kenroji, pushing the pillar away and intercepting the scythe with his own twin swords. The upper sixth reacted swiftly, swinging her free arm to slash Uzui's face. He attempted to step back to create space and avoid the cut, but unfortunately it was ineffective as the upper sixth managed to damage his right eyelid. Even in pain, Yuzui kicked the sixth superior in the stomach, sending him flying a few meters. We're at our last. We're all exhausted and overwhelmed by his strength. How could he have become so strong out of nowhere? Our only hope is that a pillar will appear, no, that Tanjiro will appear. In the brief moment of time he had created with his kick, Yuzui thought and reflected on the situation, and the image of Tanjiro came to mind. This absurdly talented young man was now the hope of the pillar of love and sound. No, I couldn't accept it. The god of extravagance and festivities will not depend on a child. I can feel the poison spreading through my eyelid, meaning his sickles are poisoned. Thanks to my shinobi training, I can withstand these amounts, but if I receive more, it will be lethal. The sound pillar smiled to himself. It's as simple as not getting attacked then. What? The shinobi, the pillar of sound, the god of extravagance, tightened his grip on his honorable twin Nichiren swords. Listen, demon, you're facing a god. Prove you have what it takes to face heaven itself. The shouts made Yuzui's heart race, adrenaline coursing through his veins. What he said wasn't boasting. They were plain, hard facts. At the same time as he tightened his grip on his Nichiren swords, melodious markings resembling musical notes appeared, and on his face, on his left cheek, a mark similar to an explosion appeared. Throughout all this, the demon remained silent, not even offering a sarcastic laugh or any provocation. Instead, the demon took his position and prepared himself. Noisy, I murmured. And in the blink of an eye, the high sixth charged at the pillar of sound, expecting a quick and easy death. But to his dismay, what he saw was Nichiren blocking his attack and Yuzui Tenjin grinning from ear to ear. My body burns, my chest aches from the force of my own heartbeat, but I can do it. This demon dies tonight. In a swift movement, Tenjin used his other Nichiren sword to attack the demon, who easily blocked the attack, and another attack, and another one, and another. And suddenly flashes began to emerge from his attacks and stops, from flashes to explosions that filled the scene with a thunderous sound. The exchange was fierce and aggressive, neither of them took their eyes off the other. Meanwhile, amid the din, a weakened Kanroji was clutching one side of her neck in agony. Her groans of pain were drowned out by the explosions, but the sight was still worrying. It seems that Yuzui managed to save her from the fatal blow, however, the upper sixth managed to cut her neck. It hurts so much. I can hardly breathe and my vision is blurry. The pillar of love lay weakly, using what little strength she had left to control her breathing. Will I die here? But I still have so many things to do. I still want to live. I still want to be with him. Pillar's thoughts were racing, completely distracted and unable to notice the explosions and on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a hand touched his, which were covering his poisoned wound. Nezuko had crawled towards her. Even as a demon, she looked weak and pale, proof that the upper sixth's poison was affecting even her. Nezuko gently removed Kanroji's hands, who did not object much due to her condition. Then, clenching her fist, Nezuko opened her palm with her own sharp claws, letting her blood drip into the wound on her neck. Kanroji was now confused and scared. She didn't know what the Sun Pillar's sister was doing. In an instant, pink flames ignited, flames that did not burn Kanroji, and instead she could feel how, on the other hand, the poison somehow dissipated. "And Nezuko, where did you learn that?" the pillar asked, perplexed, quickly regaining her strength. Nezuko, who seemed to be on her last legs, dropped her bamboo muzzle and murmured, "Mom," and before she could say anything else, she collapsed to the ground, entering a lethargic state to regain her strength. Mom, did she mistake me for her mom? Can demons do that?" Kanroji blushed slightly and looked at Nezuko strangely, however, the explosions brought her back to reality. With his strength partially recovered, he stood up immediately and glanced sideways at Nezuko. "Nezuko, thank you for giving me the chance to live a little longer." Kanroji's heartfelt words faded into the air. Unsure if the sleeping Nezuko had heard her, she turned her gaze back to the battlefield. With her characteristic acrobatic and flexible movements, Kanroji escaped from the rubble immediately. She could see Yuzui exchanging blows against the demon, that same demon that terrified her so much, that made her fear for her life and made her cry. I wasn't going to let Yuzui fight alone, let Nezuko's last strength go to waste, or let this demon terrify her once again. His terror has turned into conviction, a burning conviction. His heartbeats exploded with anger and courage, but above all, love for all those who right now were or have given 110% of themselves. With a jump, he went for the sixth superior. In midair, Kanroji Mitsuri, Pillar of Love, prepared her attack, with such intensity and strength in her grip that her body burned. Above her collarbone, a mark formed in the shape of two inverted hearts opposite each other, with a pair of angel wings on either side. Breath of Love, fifth posture. Yuzui saw Kanroji rise into the air, and without wasting any time, he gave her the opportunity for revenge. Sound breathing, third stance, bombastic thrust. With dizzying speed, the pillar delivers an overwhelming thrust that results in an explosion and several sparks. The force is such that the sixth, despite blocking the attack, is still dragged several meters backward. By noticing the change in air currents, the upper sixth notices an attack approaching from behind her, and when she turns her gaze, she sees Kanroji ready to launch her attack. Wavy bow, ruined nails. A flurry of rapid, undulating cuts at a distance, creating a kind of tornado, engulfed the sixth superior. With sheer brute force, the upper moon dissipated this tornado, revealing a damaged and battered appearance full of cuts. Even so, the moon regenerated each wound with sublime speed. Damn demon hunters, when will you finally let me do things easily? Anger escaped his lips. It seemed they had finally managed to break this demon's patience. This is the plan, Miss Kanroji. Either we decapitate this demon quickly, or it's as simple as holding out until the sun rises. It couldn't be easier. Yuzui shouted from a distance, charging at full speed towards the demon. Understood, Yuzui, replied the pillar, who landed on the ground to attack the moon. La Sexta ignored their conversation and decided to focus on finishing the job once and for all. Blood technique, spiral of death blades. Scythe. We won't leave you, bastard. Before the moon could use her ability, the sound pillar had already reached him and launched a slash towards his arms, so he was forced to stop his slash. On the other side, the pillar of love wielded her unique Nichiren sword with agility and elegance. Similarly, the demon had to defend himself against the relentless slashes of this Nichiren blade. Thus began an unstoppable exchange of attacks. When the demon defended himself against one and prepared to counterattack, the other would attack once more and find himself cornered on the defensive again. The pillars had become faster, fiercer, and stronger. He knew why, and he was furious about it. Yoriichi, you bastard, even in another body you still cause me so much trouble. The demon thought. The battle raged on, both pillars sweating and shouting with fervor, while the sixth was forced to defend and block, with the few opportunities to attack being dodged or stopped. Damn it, Jutero, I gave you so much blood and this is all you can do, useless kid. With each passing moment, the moon's body clenched its teeth tighter and tighter in fury. And soon, in the distance of the horizon, the first rays of light emerged from the mountains. The sun, in its splendor, was preparing for the cold morning. Just as the moon was about to think that she had to end this as soon as possible, she saw a figure emerge from the rubble in front of the forest. He saw Yoriichi with Nichiren in his hand and eyes as intense as the last time. He could no longer contain himself. His patience had reached its limit. With a deafening scream, he made everyone stop dead in their tracks and cover their ears. You damned fools, do you really think you can defeat the demons? Your brotherhood is nothing more than a desperate attempt to fight a natural disaster. Anger was practically bursting from his ears and his eyes were red with frustration. I've had enough of your GAMES. This is the final turning point. The DEMONS declare war on all of Japan. The deafening words didn't pass from one ear to the other, and everyone present stared at the demon in astonishment. Finally, the moon stared intently at the red-haired boy, who had just arrived and was confused by the demon's altered state. Yoriichi, I challenge you to a single duel, find me and try to kill me if you can. With that final declaration, Jutero's body remained motionless for an instant before collapsing to his knees on the ground. What just happened? Genya, who was following Tanjiro closely behind, was stunned by the demon's intense words. And yet another cry came from Jutero, but this time one of pain and confusion. Ume, I killed my sister. The agony and suffering behind him were such that those present almost felt sorry for Jutero. Ume, little sister. The demonic brother's figure bent to the ground, looking as if he were doing doja. Ume, come back, please forgive me. Jutero's voice is naturally raspy, but right now from the tone you could tell he was crying. Yoriichi decided to approach the upper sixth. Carefully and with the Nichiren sword still in hand, I walked towards the demon who looked up at the redhead. It was an unusual scene, as Jutero, an apathetic and remorseless demon, was now crying inconsolably. I silently stared at Tanjiro. I wanted to blame someone. I wanted to say, why didn't they just let themselves be killed? Their bodies had been used by their leader who had murdered his own sister. But deep down, I couldn't deny it. Everything up until now was his fault. If he weren't so ugly and useless, if only he hadn't turned into a demon, if only Ume, his sister, had left him behind, perhaps she would have died happy. It's all his fault. If he hadn't been so inept, so weak, if he had given even more of himself, Ume wouldn't be dead. Do whatever you want, I don't care. Jutero buried his face in the ground. Was a demon surrendering? No, rather, it was as if it had lost all reason for being. This was not an execution or a surrender. It was suicide. All the hunters were disturbed by such a scene, so much so that they could not help but take a step back in shock, all except the sun pillar, who looked serious and resolute. I'll let the sun take care of that, upper sixth. It was compassion that Yoriichi had just offered, for he had allowed a demon to die feeling the sun for the last time. In response, Jutero kept his face buried in the ground. The sun has risen and its rays of light begin to strike Jutero's kneeling body. When his end seemed clear, a biwa sounded. Everyone looked around to find the source of the sound, but when they turned their gaze back to the sixth position, they saw nothing but the ground soaked with the demon's tears. Has he disappeared? Kanroji asked. It seems so. Tanjiro affirmed. I spent a few moments in silence before being interrupted by a deep sigh from the pillar of sound. Arog, finally. It's over. Yuzui fell on his butt to the ground, exhausted and weak. I can't believe it, finally. Mitsuri similarly fell to his knees on the ground this time, his face conveying fatigue. Tanjiro smiled. It's all over, yes, but there were many things left to cover. The upper sixth reeked of Muzan, and yet he was pretty sure it wasn't him. Remote control, can it do something like that? But it would explain the declarations of war and that singular duel. Yoriichi looked at the ground thoughtfully before noticing a crucial detail. Where is Nezuko? End of chapter 52. Chapter 53, now what? Rengoku turned his head from side to side, watching as the villagers helped each other, carrying the unconscious, supporting those who could barely move, and rescuing those trapped in the rubble. Her attention was quickly drawn to the sound of a group of people hurrying along. It was a brigade of Kakashis, led by none other than Shinobu Kacho, who had long since solidified her position as a leader of medical brigades thanks to her knowledge and experience in the pharmaceutical field. The team quickly got to work, attending to all the injured possible and helping with the extraction and rescue of victims trapped in the rubble or directly organizing and identifying the bodies of those who were not so lucky to survive the assault. The scene was one that was not easy to get out of one's mind. Miss Kacho, it's good to see you. The flame pillar Kyojiro Rengoku approached Kacho and greeted her with his iconic smile, despite the situation that was unfolding. Miss Kacho simply reciprocated with a softer smile compared to Kyojiro's eardor. I'm surprised you arrived so quickly, Rengoku. How did you manage to find the village? The pillar began the conversation, all while seemingly arranging and preparing a series of injections and first aid supplies, kneeling on the ground as she opened a suitcase containing these items. It was the Kasugai Crows. Young Tanjiro's warning and the increased demon activity have put the entire organization on edge, causing heightened vigilance. I was quickly alerted to the Upper Moon's assault and unofficially given the village's location. Very convenient. Rengoku chuckled at his unique position, even though laughing now felt out of place. Although truthfully I arrived too late by then, everyone had already dealt with their respective demon moon. Kyojiro lowered his gaze thoughtfully, clearly regretting not having arrived sooner. Perhaps more lives could have been saved. I understand, Kacho murmured and began to scan her surroundings more closely. But she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly when she heard Rengoku refer to Kamado by his first name so naturally. When had they become so close? She had not been informed in detail about the events. She simply woke up in the middle of the night and was immediately told that she had to go to the Blacksmith's Village with Kakashis. I suppose it's obvious that only upper moons could cause such a degree of destruction. This will be a severe blow to the Demon Slayer Corps. The serene smile she always wore faltered for a moment as she grasped the extent of the damage. I understand that Kanroji, Yuzui, and Tquito were here. I need to attend to them. The pillar quickly changed the subject, focusing on more important matters, such as saving the lives of her comrades and friends. Rengoku quickly grasped his priorities and pointed to a location where a cluster of Kakashis and survivors had gathered. Shinobu bowed politely to quickly say goodbye to Rengoku, who reciprocated with a nod. As Shinobu approached, she could see the various Kakashis attending to the three pillars, while the village survivors thanked them for fighting and ending the demonic threat. Tquito was lying stretched out on the ground with a vacant stare and several holes all over his body, as if he had been pricked in several places. Yuzui appeared to be in agony, quite under the effects of a poison, while his three wives desperately begged him to survive and not abandon them. Kanroji, who seemed to be in better shape than the other two, appeared to be trying to make her way through the crowd, saying that it's nothing and I'm fine, I don't need assistance. Shinobu got to work and began to attend to, obviously, the one who seemed to be in the most pain, the god of extravagance, Miss Kacho. Hinetsuru was the first of the wives to notice Shinobu's presence. Makio turned his gaze to her and tenaciously grabbed the collar of Shinobu's Hayori and began to shake it. Please, you have to save Master Tenjin. What are you doing standing around? Do something. Makio ordered with tears in her eyes but with an exasperated expression, unaware that she was only delaying the pillar's assistance. Suma, in contrast, was crying on her husband's chest, leaving his clothes covered in tears and mucus, weakly repeating the name of the pillar of sound. Miss Kacho couldn't help but think of a certain trio when she saw the scene. Shinobu, maintaining all the calm she could, moved Makio and Suma aside, nimbly preparing an injection, and with practiced skill soon injected it through Tenjin's thick arm. The latter, who until now had a lost look and was having small convulsions every now and then, suddenly stopped all movement. The wives looked expectantly at their husbands, but Makio, in turn, was already preparing to kill Pillar if she had somehow completely killed her husband. The moment was tense and everyone present held their breath, but fortunately Yuzui moved again, coughing heavily and catching his breath. GHHK, uff. For a moment I really thought I was going to die without being able to say my last words, Tenjin commented, still breathing heavily. I thought you were practically immune to poisons. What happened? Shinobu asked, putting her syringe back in her suitcase. First of all, I'm not immune, I'm very resistant. Second, it's a demon's poison, those bastards break all natural laws. And third, what the hell did you inject me with? I'm no longer under the effects of the poison, but I feel even more exhausted than I already was. This last statement could be quickly verified by seeing how his skin turned discolored. I knew it. How dare you inject poison in Master TNGN? Makio tried to lunge at Shinobu, but was stopped by a motley group of survivors, Kakushis, and most notably Hinetsuru. Relax, I haven't poisoned you. It would be foolish of me to cure you with even more poison. Kacho's infallible logic reached Makio's ears, who shamefully ceased her attempts to free herself, causing all those who were trying to stop her to sigh in relief. I've only accelerated the detoxification process of your liver and the filtration of your kidneys, which has consumed a good part of your energy reserves. That's why you feel so weak. I'll put you on a strict diet. Oh, and don't be surprised if you pee black for a few days. Shinobu explained nonchalantly, maintaining a smile. Tenjin sighed, resigned, which seemed to indicate that these diagnoses were more common than one would expect. Shinobu decided to turn her attention elsewhere now that Tenjin was partially healed, this time to Tquito, who was beginning to wake up. Even so, he couldn't help but notice that Kanroji was nowhere to be seen. It seemed she had vanished in all the commotion. Kanroji paced anxiously, searching for something with her sharp eyes. Kamado, after noticing his sister's absence, started running and shouting Nezuko's name, something exceptionally out of character for him, but she was his sister, it's obvious that he would act like that for her. But he couldn't shake a bad feeling, and the likely cause was the idea that Nezuko had died from exposure to sunlight. In the short time he'd spent with Nezuko, he'd already bonded strongly with the demon, and the thought of losing her so quickly. During his wanderings, he saw Genya, who was taking one last look at the desolate panorama of the village. Genya. Kanroji shouted excitedly upon seeing a familiar face. Genya tensed up and blushed slightly when he saw her, something Kanroji didn't notice. Phew, you have no idea how happy I am to see a familiar face. Kamado suddenly ran off and no one has seen him, and Kanroji stopped her train of thought to process what she was about to say. And if I can't find her, I can't even imagine what she'd go through. I know it's awful to think she's dead, be but the sun. That's none of my business, Genya replied coldly. Huh, Kanroji murmured, surprised. The demonic threat is resolved, isn't it? Then I have nothing more to do here. Genya turned around and began walking into the distance. W8 Genya, are you seriously going to leave Kamado like this? The girl pleaded in vain as Genya didn't even bother to turn around. Initially, the love pillar felt annoyed by Shinazugawa's coldness, suspecting it was a familiar trait at this point, but in the end she simply sighed. The walk did not stop, however. She continued searching for signs of the sun pillar, until she saw a solitary figure kneeling, protecting something with an embrace. Those earrings, that Hayori, that hair, it was Kamado. Mitsuri took hurried steps, praying fervently that Nezuko was alive. His prayers were answered, for the closer he got, the more he could see the demon's perfect condition, too perfect. Wasn't the sun doing anything to her? When I was a respectable distance from the young redhead, I noticed that his eyes were red and swollen. He had been crying. Perhaps he was tremendously relieved that I was all right. Poor thing, he must have been terribly worried. Kanroji. Tanjiro quickly noticed his presence, lifting his gaze from the ground he was staring at intently. Tanjiro, are you okay? She didn't hesitate to communicate her concerns. Yoriichi silently observed Kanroji, surprised by such an intimate question. Even so, Tanjiro's face formed a slight smile. Yes, I'm fine, she said, turning her gaze back to Nezuko, who was being cuddled by her brother. I'm fine, I haven't lost another one. One last ominous comment, but Mitsuri suspected it referred to her other siblings. It was personal, but they knew where Tanjiro came from. Good. It seemed they were going to live another day and that Nezuko was alive. The worst was over and now it was time to recover. So why? Why did Mitsuri Kanroji still feel this terrible foreboding? What else could possibly happen? In an infinite fortress built in an impossible way, the sixth upper class, Jutero, lay on the ground, breathing heavily. I've put up with your stupidity for so many years, and this is how you repay me, with ineptitude and weakness. A voice both thunderous and serene echoed through the boundless space. Jutero shrank and shuddered at the sound. Muzan Kibutsuji, contrary to what one might think, did not look so angry even after that invasion. The truth is that all things considered, they had successfully destroyed the village. With this, the constant supply of Nichiren would cease if only temporarily, but he could not help but become enraged when he remembered that he had lost so many upper moons to inferior hunters. In any case, everything paled in comparison to his most recent discovery, a demon that can survive the sun. End of chapter 52.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.